Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning wherever you are in the world. It is day 3 of the first test of the English summer. The Stokey Culham axis burned brightly for 40 overs, and that's about it. It's all gone tits up since after lunch yesterday, and a wonderful partnership by Mitchell and Blundell has taken the Kiwis into 227 run lead with just 4 wickets down. It is all looking good for them. I'm joined, because no one English, because they're all out celebrating the Queen for some unknown reason. I'm joined by Anne Clifford and Cousins. I have Messy Jez from Perth, and for the first time this summer we have Cat Jones, who's glad to be back on Test cricket from Melbourne. How are you both doing?
Very good, very good. How about you, Messy Jez?
Lovely to be here. It's this test has been sort of different and yet totally predictable, if you know what I mean.
Well,
something gloriously English about the way it's panned out.
Yeah, but it's totally unexpected for New Zealand to bat so poorly in the first innings. I think that was a surprise.
I think they were just caught a little bit cold, weren't they? Probably not enough practice, or the practice match wasn't good enough.
Pretty undercooked.
Yeah, pretty undercooked, but they balled it back really well, you know. I mean, here's the question I was going to ask you, Kat, as an Australian. I should ask you, Jez, but I've probably heard it from you. New Zealand are kind of like Liverpool, Man United. Do you hate New Zealand? Do you want to see New Zealand screw up more than you want to see England screw up?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think most Australians are are pretty happy with New Zealand. I think we kind of see ourselves as sort of joint partners in underdog status, or at least under in the Southern Hemisphere. So, no, I think we're pretty happy with. Look, Australians generally just hate England.
Yeah,
mostly.
I was going to say it's
So
basically anyone but
that.
Australia when it comes to England, really. I mean, it's tricky when it's South Africa, Australia, or it's India, Australia. But generally anyone but Australia. But
I mean, I'm an exception. I love the England cricket team, and I probably love England more than I love New Zealand. Although that's difficult. Doesn't everyone love New Zealand?
Well, yeah, they do. Oh no, the covers are on.
Except Anindo doesn't. He hates them being goody too.
Yeah, true. Yeah, he takes a contrary position to that. Oh my word, it's raining. I thought it wasn't raining. It wasn't raining when they were doing the pre-chat talk about 10 minutes ago, and they must have had a shower. I don't imagine it's going to be much of one. It's not raining in South London. It's pretty cloudy, and we did have showers that have gone through, but they went through about an hour ago.
The forecast is for only 10% chance of rain, so there you go.
Yeah, that always changes, you know.
Yeah, that's
That's good. Let's have that 10% before play starts.
Well, yeah, we should get a pretty good day. I mean, you know, England are in a right old bother now. I mean, having bowled so well to get themselves out 141 is a criminal offence in my book. Should never happen. You just dig in and make sure you get a big lead. You bat, you know, you get a 250 run lead and hopefully win by an innings. You know, that's the name of the game. Especially as they decided to bat first. Christ Almighty! I mean, it's just tragic. But
I tell you what, the most tragic thing about this rain delay is we have to watch the Shane Warne special for the 10th time.
Oh, don't. You know what? The TV for the last 3 days. Well, I've been in here, so it's been a lot of Shane Warne, but as soon as I go home, it's all fucking platty tubes, man. It's just driving me mad. We've had 3 days of the fucking Queen all over the telly all the time. Lots of people go, I love the Queen, I love the Queen. It's all I've been hearing when I watch the TV. It's driving me absolutely mental.
Surely there's a channel, isn't it? Haven't you got a channel over there where they all hate the Queen? That'd be novel.
No, there's not a channel where there's that. You just have to turn the movies on or something and hope there's something decent.
It's treason. Off with their heads.
Yeah.
If they do that.
Street parties and everything everywhere. Now, England, really, I mean, the one thing you can say about today, I suppose, is that the weather is cloudy, overcast, great English conditions to get it hooping around with a second new ball that is due in 1 over. And England
Who do you think will bowl that last over with the old ball? Who would you put on, Bear?
I think it might be. I probably think they're probably going to go with Broad for the last over, because then he gets warmed up for the first over, or the second over with a new ball. But Jimmy will want the first over from new ball. Although it might depend on ends, on where they finished last night. Because I imagine Jimmy will want to be coming with a slope going left to right. He normally bowls, which is the media centre end, I think.
I think I'd give Parkinson one last over.
Oh, well, yeah, that might be.
It's last over in this Test match, I'd say.
Yeah, more than likely. I do think he'll get the next Test match. I think, concussion protocol, I believe, means you basically can't play for 10 days. And there's only 8 from first day to the first day if you include the day that he went off, 7 if you don't. So I don't think he'll be cleared to play for the beginning of the second Test.
Where is the second?
But they might select someone else. Would they select someone else instead of Parkinson?
Presumably not. Presumably he went to Parkinson because he was the next cab off the rank, right? Because there was no county cricket being played, and there weren't any games that had actually started in the country in the T20 round that night. So they've said, okay, if he doesn't get, I mean, they must have been seeing the press. Everyone wants to see him. And to be fair, you know, Gary's been banging on about him. They gave him a chance, and if you're a casual observer of the game, I wasn't that impressed, if I'm honest. I've seen these wonder balls that he bowls that get shown on Twitter, but that's one ball on a Twitter reel, isn't it? You know, you watch a spell and it's a bit all over the place. And the flip side of that is he was nervous. He had been called in at the last minute. He was having a barbecue apparently in the afternoon. You know, next thing he's in a car racing to Lords to make his Test debut. in a match where England has suddenly screwed it up and it doesn't look good for his chances anyway, so he's not particularly
Well, I'd
settled.
like him to get a wicket. I always like it when, once the new blood needs to get an early wicket. I hate it when he's none for 43 after 14. He could get one of these batters out after they get their century.
Well, he could do. He does seem to have a decent ball. My one thing is he just doesn't bowl particularly quick. And at this level, I think
I kind of like that. I mean,
yeah, but
I
at
like
this
to see
level,
it given a bit of
the
air.
batsmen have that little extra. They got that slightly more hand speed. All that kind of stuff really makes a difference. You think it doesn't, but it does. It allows batsmen to go back to balls that lesser batsmen would prod forward at, and it gives them a hell of a lot
Play it
more
off the pitch
options
more,
and
yeah.
play it off the pitch more.
Well, I think I would give the first over to Matty Potts. I think he's psychologically, at least, he's a little bit more frightening than the others because he's taken so many wickets in this match.
He
But,
can't have the first over. He bowled the last over last night.
Oh, did he? Did he bowl last
Yeah.
over? Oh, all right.
Got hit for fourth. The last
Well, in
ball.
that case, give it to Joe Root and place a whole lot of people in the outfield and get these two people in their 90s swinging, and someone will come out. Someone will get out.
Yeah, well, I mean, England really need to get them out for, they need 6 for 20, realistically. Or ideally, ideally 6 for 9. I think anything over 250. I mean, anything under 200, really. Well, anything under 140, the way we batted in the first innings, which
I'm
means
sorry,
we're out of
Ben,
it already.
6 for 20 is not something the opposition gets. It's something England gets.
Wow. Well, they were 35 for 5 in the first innings, weren't they? Something like that.
Yeah, they almost took 6 for 20, took 6 for 36
Yeah.
in the first
Yeah,
innings.
that's a good point. Good point.
With a new
So
ball.
we'll let them get 36 more runs for New Zealand. That's it.
36 more runs. This game will probably be done today, you'd have thought.
Yeah.
Well, weather permitting, yeah.
Yeah, weather permitting.
But I mean, it's arguable that New Zealand are far enough ahead already. I mean, they're
Well,
just-
that's my point. That's why we need to get so many for so little. So
I would just
quickly.
love it if Blundell and Mitchell just batted all day.
Oh,
just bat
please.
all day. Just set it up for the rest of the series that we could absolutely grind you into the ground. Bat with the entire day. That would be hysterically funny.
Yeah, well,
third day Lord's pitch. That's not unusual. I mean, who was it? Was it Chris Rogers and who was it with Chris Rogers that just ground England into the dust about 6 years ago?
I can't remember.
But yeah, probably Warner.
was
Dan.
it? Yeah.
Might have been.
And that probably wasn't
Yeah.
Warner in England. He doesn't do very well here.
No, I think it was Warner and him, and it can be done at Lord's. Very
Well, Hashim Amla
commonly.
got a triple ton here against us for the Sappers.
Yeah.
And that was painful. It could be. It's good bowling conditions today, though. And the flip side of this is England, in the same way that New Zealand can't be as crap twice in a row. Unfortunate thing is England can be. You'd like to think they can't be, but they probably can be. And if that's being the
Close
case,
experience.
it's a third day pitch. It's not going to. It's certainly not offering any demons. There's certainly less movement than there was, and it seems to have got easier paced than at the start of the Test match. Maybe England can, get themselves a couple of hundred. Stokes has got to bat like a captain, not like an idiot, like he did in the first innings.
Yeah.
And it'd be nice if Root got some runs, get himself off to.
Well, it'd be
the
nice
summer.
if Pope got some runs. I mean,
I
really,
really want to see Pope do well, and I think it's just because I like watching him bat. Although he looked a bit skittish to me in the first innings.
Oh, fuck. I mean, his first ever innings at number 3 too. Which
Yeah.
is a bit weird.
And then he got 7. Bolton Sound, they're whiny bowlers, man. And the backup, Jameson, and who's the other seamer?
Hold on.
Jameson.
De Grandhomme.
De Grandhomme.
That's
Yes,
right. Yeah.
that's right. Yeah.
I mean, I got to say that it's not a bad attack, but it doesn't feel like a world-beating attack. It's not as if you're up against Cummings, Stark, and Hazelwood with Bolton as a backup.
No, but
I
you-
know.
But over here with a Duke, you really don't need excessive pace, do you? I mean, it's nice to have. I mean, you do. I mean, this is the thing. This is why England's innings were so criminal. Was the fact that yesterday, once the ball got soft, and it was around about the time that both teams had been bowled out in the first innings, i.e. 40 overs, it became a hell of a lot easier to bat. You got your eye in, the ball suddenly went a little bit softer, didn't get up as much, wasn't moving around as much, and they made hay, and that's what you're supposed to do in a bloody test match. And when you bowl out a side for 130, 140 when they decided to bat first, as I said, it's just criminal not to do it, and it's just so frustrating watching England at the moment. It's just it's horrible.
Oh dear.
And it's kind of not fair on Broad and Anderson either.
No.
Broad and Anderson, you know,
entirely. They do all the work.
They've been doing this day in, day out for the last, I don't know, 2 decades or something, and the batters need to step up and match them. I mean, if they can still do it at their advanced geriatric age, then the new batters need to pull something out and back them up.
I agree entirely.
I agree entirely.
Got a couple of tweets. I'll just take the opportunity to bring in. Farung says, greetings from Mirpur, where the very active monsoon season is pissing me off. Hope everyone is well. I guess those supporting the 3 Lions would like me to send the rain to Lords. So I'm sorry I can't do it, but it's already happened, Farung. Local authorities will cancel my citizenship application. Leah says, for once I think this is done and dusted. No harm in forgetting about it and going to a concert, and then this shit happens. I'll meet some friends in 30 minutes. We'll be back sometime after tea. Game on. Mog just says hi. And Barry Goodman says, any chance of a Nancy Kerrigan recall for the second test?
Oh, Christ, no way.
Well, look, this could be it. You know, it might just rain for the next 3 days, and it'll be a draw.
Well, tomorrow's
England have
more
something
rainy
to
than
hope for.
today. In fact, tomorrow looks quite bad, which might save us the fact that we're quite limited on resources. Well, Moeen Ali's thrown yet again his hat in the ring, hasn't he?
Oh.
So he might come out of retirement. It gives you the sense that he just really didn't like the way that he was being managed, and the people who are at the top. And if McCullum shows some confidence in him, maybe he'll come back. I don't know if that's a forward step or a backward step.
You might as well bring Alistair Cook back, if you're going.
Well, Alistair Cook should have never bloody retired, should he? He was only 34, 35, and as a batsman, you know. I think he saw the writing on the wall, didn't he? I mean. Yeah, I do feel a little bit sorry for Root, especially last year. I mean, Root scored 1,700 Test runs, and the rest of the side probably only scored twice as many as him in the entire year.
Yeah.
It's like it's depressing, and you know, it was obvious that he should step down from captaincy. It was a question of who's going to do it. I mean, I still maintain that someone told me that Stokes really didn't want it. The only other possibility for me was Broad, and no one else. There was no one else to step up. So that, I thought Root almost got told to carry on, even though he may not have wanted to. You know, he gave all the machinations. I want to be in charge, and blah blah blah. I don't think he particularly did, and I think it will free him up. Hopefully, he'll score even more runs this year. 2,000 in a Test year.
Now, Bear, I want you to tell me something about England and sport and culture. I mean, there's been endless bloody discussion about when cricket's played and various streams that are set up. The sense I'm getting more and more is that the English love to watch and jeer and shout and everything, but when it comes to actually playing cricket, are they actually doing any of it, or they just rather sit at home or go to the ground and get pissed and watch it and not actually participate? I mean, you've got kids who play sport. Is there a sort of
I tried to get Nate into cricket, and he wasn't very good. And I so wanted him to be good, and I so wanted him to enjoy it. But after 2 years of making him do it, he clearly wasn't that into it. So sadly, he gave it up. I couldn't force him. I felt like I could, but I couldn't in the end. Cricket is unique in a lot of ways, isn't it? I mean, it's such a time-consuming sport, and in the modern world with kids having so much other things to do, and especially in cities and urban centres, on a Saturday trying to get an 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old to go with a bunch of other people into deep Surrey to spend their entire day basically leaving home at probably 10:30 in the morning and maybe not getting home till 9. You've got to really love doing that. There's not enough of it in schools. It's still, state schools. Nate has hardly played any cricket at his school. They play more rugby than they do cricket. And it really has, and it's not on telly, so no one sees it. And therefore no one wants to emulate anybody. You watch footy and everyone wants to emulate their star players, and footy's everywhere, and it's really pushed. Cricket really isn't pushed in this country anymore, and it's quite sad, and they need to do something about it. I mean, there are good players, don't get me wrong. I mean, and I do think there are some good players in the county scene. They sort out the timing, make it start. I like it that they've got two overseas players this year. I mean, it's partly because they got rid of Kolpak, but it means they're not exclusively South Africans, really. The extra second overseas players, and we've got some. They'll be facing the entire Pakistan Test opening attack against various teams. If you're playing in the right divisions, So there's some good bowling out there, which should improve the batting, which is the one thing they do. But I don't know. There's probably not enough people playing it, and participation is dropping.
Yeah, I just sort of get that feeling because it feels pretty healthy in Australia, certainly in Perth to me. I don't know about you, Kat, as it's still very much front and centre of summer sport here. But for England, it just seems like it's disappearing into the background, and that's really what's behind.
Well, I mean, football goes on. Football goes on so long as well. I mean, you think the Champions League final was 2 weeks ago. Now we've got the Nations League, which is the summer internationals. And the Premier League starts earlier this year because the World Cup's in Qatar in the middle of winter, in the middle of our season. So I don't know when the Premier League starts, but it's around about the beginning of August, I presume, which is in.
Now the covers are coming off apparently.
Yeah, the covers are coming off.
Covers are coming off.
I'm looking on Cricinfo. We haven't got a start time yet, so I don't know. Are you here, Tone? I don't know if Tony's here. He could maybe come and join us if he was. I presume there'll be about 15-20 minutes before they start.
Let me give you my favourite stat then from the match so far.
Okay.
So what that is it's really a Bairstow versus Stokes statistic here. So in the first innings, Bairstow caught 3 edges from New Zealand, Latham, Young and Conway, and Stokes just the one catch, Williamson. So that's the top order of New Zealand. And then in the second innings, it was completely reversed. So Stokes caught 3, and that was Latham, Young and Conway. And Bairstow caught 1, and that was Williamson. So
wow.
it was
weird.
It is very weird and beautiful. And I feel like
spooky.
it's a spooky spirit of cricket move from New Zealand, right? Just to even it up when Bairstow took too many catches. Well, let's give folks the advantage in the second innings.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's a spooky thing that's gonna help England win. It's just who knows?
Yep.
I like.
Yes, that's right. If you want the symmetry, maybe someone in England will get two 90-something scores, and that will even it up.
Well, possibly. It'd be
Ed
nice.
Benson's
I'd love
just
to get
tweeted
done.
from Lords saying the cover's still on.
Oh, right.
So maybe it's just the pitch cover that's still on.
Maybe.
That's a great stat though, Kat.
It's amazing, isn't
I
it?
would trust you to find something like that.
It's fantastic that they edge so many behind. I mean, that is definitely a theme going on there for New Zealand's top order. Something England can exploit.
Well, yeah.
By having 2 keepers in the cordon.
It does help. I mean, at one point in the first innings as well, when everything was going so well for England, they had 6 slips. It was great.
Yes.
And yet, every time the ball found Bairstow, that was really weird.
They're all quite close.
That's what happens when you have a bowling captain, Cummins, Stokes. You end up with 5 or 6 slips. They really know what they're doing. You always end up with more slips.
Well, yeah, totally. And with a new ball, it makes absolute sense as well.
Yeah.
All very good.
Well, let's hope when Broad or Anderson come in to bowl the first ball over with a new ball, we want 7 or 8 slips. That would be fantastic.
Well, wouldn't it? Yeah, slip cordon. So if they get an early wicket, they're going to have to attack, which is they've got to do. I'm trying to find.
There was a certain familiarity yesterday as that stand went on and on and on of the sort of heads drooping and the lack of purpose in the England attack. in that last session yesterday. I thought, oh, I've been here before.
Interesting. Arcas Chopra has tweeted in. This test has highlighted the key difference between a Raging Turner and a SEMA-friendly pitch on day one. The former keeps getting tougher to bat on, and the latter allows batters to contribute significantly as the match progresses. That's kind of true. Raging Turners on day one, you know you're going to have a test that's over in 2 days. I mean, this pitch has flattened out, and certainly looks a lot easier to bat on, although I'm sure England will make it look like there are demons in it.
Yeah.
Yes, we do have a few people with us on YouTube, including the Attic Radio, who says typical strange English weather, which is actually spot on. It is typical, particularly given the forecast that it wasn't going to rain.
Yes.
But
Wow.
Shall we take a little break for 10 minutes? I'll put on some highlights or something.
yeah, why
Sounds
don't you?
good.
Makes sense.
I shall find something to play. I'll put on... Where's my little pointer?
And I think we're almost at the end of our spell here, so maybe we'll see you in the next shift.
Yeah, I think we'll keep on rota and just play with
Yeah.
the time as is. So
Yeah.
keep everything as it is. We'll let you know when we're back. We'll tweet out. I shall play you another interview with a county chairman. Who shall we have? Andrew Cornish. And we'll be back
Catch you in a little while.
in a little while, yeah.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket, founded in 1864 and resident at Lord's since 1877. Today we are going to focus on Middlesex. I have to hold my hands up in full disclosure and say that they've been my county since I was 13, which was 1972 if anyone's counting. And I first started watching them when they were playing in the John Player League on Sunday afternoons. 11 times county champions, the club has a proud history of developing so many great talents like Dennis Compton, Mike Gatting, John Embry and Andrew Strauss, to name but a few. And this tradition continues to the modern day with a very exciting group of young talent coming through with the likes of Robbie White, Ethan Bamber, Luke Holman. My guest today to discuss the business of ensuring the growth and good health of Middlesex is CEO Andrew Cornish. Andrew, a very, very warm welcome.
Thanks, Tony. Great to be here.
Great to have you. Well, let's throw you an easy one to start with. A little bit about you, from airports and airlines via Somerset to CEO of Middlesex. Tell us just a little bit about that journey.
Probably everyone will switch off at this point. We're here to talk about the cricket, not about me. But, well, anyway. I don't really know where to start. I mean, probably 100 years ago, I said to someone, "God, one day I'd love to run a cricket club." And actually, there is some substance in that. When I was doing my MCC probation, I played in a couple of games where a guy called Jim Coombs was the captain of the MCC side.
Oh,
was
wow.
The Aston Villa
You used to play for
goalkeeper.
Aston Villa, yes.
That's right, Aston
I
Villa
saw him play
goalkeeper.
many times, both disciplines.
Yeah, Jim went off to be the chief executive of Lancashire. Thoroughly enjoyed playing in those MCC games with him. It dates it. I think Dennis Amos was in the team. I was not at that level. I've got to stress to your listeners and viewers.
Okay.
I'm not trying to put myself in that sort of sphere. I was just a young kid at university trying to get on and play some cricket. But Jim was a really great guy. And then when he went to Lancashire as the chief exec, I sort of followed his career a bit and ironically ended up running Manchester Airport. But still kept harping on to people that ever listened when they said, "What are you going to do when you grow up, Andrew?" It was, God, I'd love to have a job like Jim Coombs had, and not the goalkeeper bit, but the being chief executive of Lancashire. And that opportunity came along. I was very, very lucky. Right place, right time, and I got the opportunity to go to Somerset, which was very exciting at the time, as opposed to going to run an airport somewhere in North America, which had been on the had been on the table. So a swift career move, but something I'd always wanted to do, following the dream.
I think I've been to most of them in North America. I probably landed at whichever one it was, but there we go. Well, look, Middlesex has a long and proud tradition. 158 years, 145 of those playing at Lord's. Does it still feel that there's a huge opportunity to grow the Middlesex membership base?
Yeah, absolutely there is. I mean, I guess the first thing to say with the membership base is, considering what we've been through over the last couple of years with COVID and what society's been through, and what we've seen with a number of other sports organisations, membership clubs of any sorts of walk of life, we've been very privileged, not lucky. I think you make your own luck. We've been very privileged that we've had such a loyal membership base that actually our membership numbers have remained very stable. And for that, a huge vote of thanks to our members, who, at the end of the day, they own the club. So always got to differentiate between membership and season ticket holders. Our members are not season ticket holders. They own this club. And we always need to remind ourselves of that and make sure that they're aware of the responsibilities that go with that, and they certainly step up to the plate when it comes to that.
Well, I've got to say, as a member, as well as doing this, during the times when there wasn't cricket to watch, I did feel very well communicated with, and I've said this before in other interviews with other CEOs. The communications I got in terms of frequency and readability and just general feeling of wanting to keep me posted of what was happening were exemplary. So thank you for those. Now, I still meet a lot of people who confuse Middlesex and the MCC, and they forget that as a club we play at Lord's, but we don't own it. Can you tell us perhaps a little bit about both the upsides, but also some of the challenges of that status for Middlesex? Big club, big history, a tenant at a wonderful home. Tell us how that works a little bit.
So let's be really clear that the upsides far outweigh any downsides by a long way. So they're not even in the same scale. So it's every young boy, young girl, young person's dream to play cricket at Lord's, and we provide that opportunity to young cricketers by being here and being the home club. We had the MCC Women's Day last week, where we had a Middlesex team and a Sunrisers women's team both playing here at Lord's. So it's opportunities and both won. Very good. Yeah, both won convincingly. And Naomi Datani scored an absolutely wonderful 100 to cap it all off at the end there. So that's fantastic. Yes, you asked me, does it bring some challenges? I'm not going to duck the question. It does bring some challenges, but we work really closely with the MCC to minimise those things. So it's clear that from time to time we're not going to play all of our cricket here. When the 100's here, when England are playing here, obviously we're not here. But we need to work through that, and we've done a number of things over the last 12, 18 months that have perhaps made things feel a bit more like home. So the men's professional squad have trained here all winter, whereas previous winters they would have been a bit more nomadic. They've done small things like, we've worked with the MCC to provide them breakfast in the mornings, so they get here nice and early rather than the traffic issues around London that we all know about. And that's produced a real sense of not just camaraderie within the playing squad, but also between themselves and MCC colleagues who've been looking after them so wonderfully this winter. And that really, I'll be the first to say I was slightly sceptical to begin with about how the impact that would have. But actually seeing a settled bunch of people arriving here 7:30, 4 mornings a week, and then getting on with their work really professionally in the indoor school has been an absolute delight. So the light goes off in my office so I don't move around too much. I'm going to have to come back on. There you go. Apologies for that.
Actually, it didn't change much on the screen. You'll be happy.
Oh, okay. My apologies for that. We've also, Jamie Cox has arrived here as the Assistant Secretary responsible for cricket. He's very, very keen to help Middlesex and Sunrisers where he can, and has already made some some differences in terms of things that will happen. There have been some alterations in the dressing room where we've got the Middlesex logo up there now. These are little things. They sound like small things.
We're back. All right, Filthy. Oh, Filthy went. He was there, then he went. Come back. You're on.
I'm on. Hello.
We're going to stick with the original rotor.
Yeah, okay, makes sense.
And then I guess if there's an extra half hour before lunch, we maybe can go back to the first pairings, or not pairings, triplets. And go from there.
Yes.
How are you, Filthy?
Yeah, okay. I had to drive my wife to the airport late last night. I had a bit of a foreshortened night's sleep. Feeling a little sleepy today, but I'll be right on it as soon as the first ball is bowled. Don't worry.
Excellent. Good.
How are you guys? All right?
Yeah, I'm all right. A little bit jaded. Third day on the trot, and sitting here. It's England doing typically rubbish. And
yes, well.
Although the weather's looking good for bowling, I do have to say, the sky looks very bruised over Lords.
Indeed, new ball is due.
Yeah.
Let's see.
One over.
One over away. Okay, great. Yes, I missed the last session last night, but obviously caught up on it. It looked like I missed the right session. It was the right session to miss.
Yeah, it was. It became very easy to bat, actually. This is why I was saying to Kat earlier, it's why it was so criminal of England not to, use the fact that they bowled out the Oppo for 140 and make that big first innings runs. They've really put themselves in a hole here. It's really poor. I'm very upset about it.
Are you? Okay.
Well, not upset, just annoyed. It's so England, isn't it? It's just...
Of course it is. I don't really understand why it keeps happening. These are not in... And that should, on paper, be... It's not a world-shattering batting lineup. It's not a bad one. I don't understand why it keeps happening, really.
Psychology, I reckon. I mean, that's why he's there to change it.
Yeah. He hasn't had a real chance to get into their skin yet, so let's hope that happens. Shall we... are we all queued up? Are we on air at the moment?
Yeah, we are on air. We've been on air since you came on. It's
right,
fine.
In which case, that being the case,
do you want to play
they said about Clint Eastwood that he would often people thought they were still rehearsing. He said, "No, that'll be a take. We'll use that in the film."
That's always good.
I felt like I was being directed by Clint Eastwood for a minute. Okay, let me get my game hat on.
Right,
you're
session
on,
times.
Yes.
Oh right, so there's extra half hour this morning. They're having a late lunch.
Having a late lunch, okay. Well, let me introduce everybody. It's England against New Zealand, in case you hadn't spotted it. It's the first test, it's the third morning, and already England are repeating the normal formula of flattering to deceive, and they're staring down the barrel this morning. New Zealand 236 for 4 with a lead of 227. Daryl Mitchell and Tom Blundell both on the verge of centuries, both well into the 90s. And Stuart Broad will be resuming the bowling. Welcome, Tony, and welcome, Bear.
Thank you. I'm just trying to work my head around rotors and timing changes, which torments me, as you know. But I think I've got my head around it. We just need an extra trio for 1:30, and then pump everything back half an hour after that.
Yeah, basically. It's not that hard.
How did you end up as the rotor guy?
Well, basically, Endo didn't want to do it anymore. Bear never would do it, so it was a choice of one.
There we are. Stuart Broad in for the first ball of the morning. Hope springs eternal. Not much movement there, but right on the money. Defended by it's either a Blundell or a Mitchell. It's hard to tell first up. They're both bearded men. That's Blundell, in fact.
I think it's Blundell.
No run. Yes, no run.
We should have some jingles.
Yeah, I was going to jingle up the bowler probably after this ball, Forthy, so I'll let him bowl it.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yes.
We're having a little close-up on Joe Root for a moment. Now, he's already looking a little perky, which I'm pleased to see post-captaincy. In comes Broad again. Gallops to the wicket. And on this occasion, it's extravagantly left, but left nonetheless. It all comes to the same thing by Blundell. No run, let's have the jingle.
Is it on a TV in Australia?
Yes, it is. I'm looking at it right now. In comes Stuart Broad, third ball of the over. That one's even more on the money. Would have thunked into off stump were it not for the fact that a great big forward defensive prevented it so doing. No run.
Is it on free to air?
No. It's on Fox, which is the equivalent of Sky for you. So we just had the Shane Warne documentary. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, no, we had that too. It's Shane Warne. It's Shane Warne and the Queen. I've been watching all basically since Thursday.
Yeah, you never thought you'd see there. Could we have more Shane Warne on TV, please? In comes Stuart Broad. Fourth ball of the over. He's absolutely on the money, but Blundell has got his eye in too. Dissects mid-wicket and mid-off. Doesn't quite make it to the boundary. Very nice push. No more than that, really. And Blundell collects a couple. He moves on to 93. In fact, he got 3 runs there.
Here's a batsman. It will be this man on strike.
Nice morning.
Some novel old black funny on peep show wrote that book. Oh, Darryl, not David Mitchell.
I don't always recognise the songs from which the jingles are based on. I didn't recognise that one.
I don't think that's based on anything.
So, Mitchell and Blundell, 183 partnership. That's the highest 5th wicket partnership for New Zealand versus England. Congratulations to them. More bad news for England.
Yeah, I say we need 6 for 20. Stand a chance.
That would give us a chance. Broad in. Rinse and repeat this time, but Daryl Mitchell, has he got his century? He may have it, in fact, here. He's dissected that mid wicket, mid cover through the covers. He has it, in fact. Well done. Congratulations to him. That's his 2nd century in Test cricket, and he goes on the honours board at Lords. And not surprisingly, the helmet's off. He's giving it everything. The balcony's up. Gives a huge hug to Blundell, and many congratulations to Daryl Mitchell.
20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Broad in again to complete the over, this time defended by Blundell. New Zealand 242 for 4 with the Centurion Mitchell at the crease and Blundell on 93 at the end of the 80th over.
Yeah, nice innings from Mitchell's. Really pulled him and Blundell, pulled New Zealand right out of the fire. I mean, they were essentially, 30 odd for 4 when these two came together. The lead was nowhere, and if England had cracked these two, could have been a horror scene for the Kiwis. The flip side of that is, of course, they've weathered that storm, and Mitchell 100 and Blundell's on 96 now. These two have really put the Kiwis in the position to humble England in the first test of the summer.
I don't know where we got to, but I'll start with Ed Benson, who's at Lords. Didn't think he liked Test cricket, but maybe he's rediscovered his love of it. He's at Lords. Cover still on, he says, sending us a picture. Hombre Nuevo says, morning wonderful gorillas. Has there been any mention yet as to whom is England's vice captain? Have they not been named as yet because they are not playing in this test? Now there's a thought. Mog, who the fuck chooses to play cricket in England at this time of year? Well, Mog, good question.
It's June.
Wrong, says bugger off rain, which I think it is due to bugger off for the rest of the day.
And the second exciting development of the morning, the second new ball has been taken. Jimmy Anderson has taken it, gets a little bit of shape away, but nothing to worry the batsman there. That's Mitchell. So let's. This is all hope is pinned on this new ball, is it not, guys?
It certainly is, Forthy, without a shadow of a doubt. And they need to make inroads, and they need to make them quick.
And even if they do, they may not win. But let's put that thought to one side. Jimmy in for the second ball of the over. Starts wide, goes wider. Isn't going to trouble Mitchell. He's just going to see Mitchell and Blundell will just see themselves through this little period, see off the new ball, and then really things will be looking very rosy for New Zealand.
Well, they will indeed. I mean, presumably they'll bat most of the day if they can, and get 400 odd ahead, and England will collapse in a heap tomorrow.
As night follows day.
Yeah, tonight follows day. Well, I mean, when you're looking at that sort of total ahead of you.
Well, the comeback must start at some point in England's history, why not tomorrow?
Well, true.
That ball was angled slightly more into leg stump and played down to mid-on by Mitchell. No run.
You often find in chases like that, you do get a big partnership and the hope comes, but it's as soon as the wicket falls, it all starts,
Yeah.
Suddenly everything looks a whole lot different.
Begins to unravel. Actually, one of my favourite days of cricket of all time was back in, I think, 2004. It was in that when Strauss was lined up to get 2 centuries. He didn't make it because Nasser ran him out. It was Nasser's last test, and England just break off for a moment as Anderson comes in, forward defensive, no run, and England managed to chase down about 280, 290 for the loss of 3 in the last hour of play. It was terrific days of cricket against 2 quite well matched sides, although they were going in opposite directions at the time. England, of course, did so well the following year against in the famous 05 Ashes.
Yeah, that was gorgeous. The halcyon days of English cricket.
Yes, I think halcyon is. Break off for a moment. Let's try to remember what a halcyon is. Jimmy Anderson again, defended again. I think it's Greek for a kingfisher, and it just shows its beautiful colours for a few days in early spring. So the halcyon days, as the kingfisher swims along the riverbank.
There you go. You get lessons in everything on guerrilla cricket.
Yes, indeed.
You found out yesterday you were chased around Romania. I still think that's fucking mad. In 1983, going to Romania. That's pretty adventurous.
1982, actually.
1982, even better, more adventurous. When was Ceausescu?
He was seen off in 89 or 90, wasn't he? That last ball of the over sails through unconcernedly, and we will so. No great dramas from the second new ball being taken, which is slightly worrying for England. I'll hand you back over to Tony for some more tweeting.
Yes, let me see. Farong's weather forecast. We had that. Richard Clark has sent us something. What's he sent us? Something about us thinking outside the box. Did you have a look at that, Bear? He's got you named on it. Nigel Walker, how guerrilla cricket is thinking outside the commentary box.
That was the article he did with me a few years back now.
Well, he's resent it and he's copied loads of people, so thank you very much for doing that, Richard.
Indeed.
Messrs, Bessie Jazz says, things you expect here on Guerrilla Cricket number 303, are we on air yet? The answer being either yes, no, or probably. Warren says, morning all, morning Warren.
Morning Warren.
And here we start the 82nd over. See if Stuart Broad can conjure some magic. Not with that first ball, he can't. On the leg stump, nurdled to square leg where he picks up a single, and he moves on to 94. There have been some great songs in musical history where some of the musicians didn't realise it was being recorded. I think Marquee Moon by Television, the drummer doesn't realise they're actually recording, puts in an incredible performance.
There's been a few commentary moments when commentators didn't know they were being recorded and have ended careers.
Yeah, well, yeah.
yes, and we could do it. We could. I mean, Dean Jones, Ron Atkinson, the list goes on, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
In comes Stuart Broad for the second ball of the over. Gun barrel straight, 2 full, with a slightly crooked bat nonetheless. Mitchell manages to work it through the point area where he picks up 4. Well, I mean, nicely angled. And this is looking already slightly ominous for England.
It is. The ball doesn't seem to be doing anything in the air, does it?
No, it does not.
And not really much off the deck either.
You wait till Southey and Bolt get it in their hands. It'll be hooping round corners.
It probably will.
It'll be a different ball, of course, but it's still likely to happen.
This is not what you want to happen. They're not worrying about really playing themselves in, are they? They're on the front foot. I suppose.
I mean, to their credit, England are bowling full and giving themselves a chance. And that one started wider and came back a touch, but easily left by Mitchell. And perhaps Broad and Anderson, around about this state of proceedings in previous years, might have gone back of the length. Let's hope they keep it up for a while at least. It's the only chance England have got.
You got to mix up a bit. And he's batting well outside his crease, isn't he, Mitchell? He's a good 2 feet out there up the track. Says that the pitch isn't particularly quick.
I suppose he can afford to do that against bowlers bowling at sort of 82, can't he?
No, well, I couldn't.
True. Here comes Stuart Broad. It's a leg side half volley, clipped very nicely, but there's a man down at long leg, fielded by, I imagine that's Parkinson down there.
Parkinson down there. What did you think of Parkinson?
Look, I think it's a bit unfair to judge him on yesterday, but I do think he probably bowls a little bit slow for Test cricket. I think he bowls about 40-45, and I think the great spin bowlers bowl around 49-50, don't they? But I'm not a spin bowling expert. What did you make of him there?
Well, very similar thoughts. I do think it was a bit unfair.
Stuart Broad in again, full, forward defensive. A little show of interest from the slips, but pretty well in the middle of the bat.
I think it's quite unfair to judge him on yesterday. He was having a barbecue on Thursday, and then he's playing a test on Friday. No prep time. Look, he does seem to have a decent ball. I got a little bit frustrated. He seemed to be trying too much, and I'd like to see him just kind of try and settle into bowling. A bunch of balls on off stump if you can. Can you move your picture off, Al?
Stuart Broad in again. This one just pulls it back a little bit, so it enables Blundell to play it off the back foot towards mid wicket. He remains on 94.
But overriding, he's too slow. He's just not quick enough.
Yeah, I think so. Gary always defends him, but I think he is too slow.
Sebastian Coe ringing the bell. Does he have to speed up when he hears the bell ring?
So I used to like Sebastian Coe when he ran. I'm not sure I really like him.
It sounds like him at any other time, it's true. Did he fronted one of the bids, did he?
He fronted the 2012 bid, didn't he? Yeah.
He did, yeah, that's right. I met him once. He seemed quite pleasant.
He's a bit of a posh Tory, though.
Wasn't in Romania, was it?
Melbourne.
Wearing a cape.
Jimmy Anderson starts a new over. Oh, we missed out on some tweets there, I think. Jimmy Anderson starts a new over. He has gone back of the length, and Mitchell was able to rock back onto the back foot and take a couple of runs there. He moves on to 107. Anything happen with the socials, Tony?
Yes, quite a few things, actually. Let me see. Carl Churgwin. I actually refuse to watch Fox Sports in Australia as live guerrilla cricket night in and night out. Well, Carl, that's fantastic. We're delighted that you've chosen us. Welcome along.
Indeed.
So we'll just go back to the cricket for a second.
4 slips now.
You see that there's 4 slips in echelon, and Jimmy comes into bowl. Yeah, there's not much happening here. That was a straight ball. I mean, it was good line, good length, but with the new ball, hope is beginning to fade somewhat of a sudden dramatic collapse. Just play back to the gully.
It's been cloudy and grim all morning. The lights were on like 5 minutes before the start of play, and now the sun's out. It's like, it's not going our way.
Yeah. I do feel a little sorry for Parkinson. Sometimes when you're just called off the bench at the last minute, it can work for you. I remember Mark Ramprakash, just break off for a moment. That's a better ball from Anderson, although it was shorter. Just left blunder. He was tempted to have a little nibble, but pulled his bat away. No run. I remember Mark Ramprakash, one of his only 2 test centuries, I think. He was called up that very morning, wasn't expecting to play. And I think the feeling was he got himself over anxious and over nervous, and that worked in his interest.
Yeah. No, it can do. And that's what I mean. I thought towards the end of the day, the last bit he bowled yesterday.
He was coming into his own. Jimmy strays onto leg stump, but Blundell can't capitalise, just knocked straight to the man at mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, he did seem to relax a little bit and bowled more of those consistent deliveries.
I've seen some of his footage playing for his county, and he looks a little bit like a world beater with 7 men down the
Well,
back.
yeah, but that's what I was saying to Kat earlier. You know, I mean, on Twitter you see the worldies exactly, but it's, you know, that's 1 ball or 5 balls out of a spell of 25 overs. You know, you want to see what the other 24 overs look like.
Like Stephen Gerrard's Hollywood passes, you don't see the other 10 that went into the crowd.
He never did that.
Jimmy, straight, wicket to wicket ball would have hit the top of middle stump, but Blundell defends with ease on the back foot, plays it down to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, the sun is now out of Lords.
Lords is once more looking a picture which is not necessarily the picture that England wanted to look, dismal and overcast. They would have preferred.
Yeah.
Looks chilly though, everyone rugged up. Jimmy in again, nice ball but no real deviation. That completes the over. New Zealand 251 for 4 at the end of the 83rd. Mitchell on 108, Dundee on 94.
Jonathan Lowe, Katie's other half I think, had sent a lovely tweet of Matilda, who's there, Litland, I took Matilda to the home of cricket for the final session for £20. We had a great time despite lack of wickets. Messi Jez had retweeted that, and Phil Withall had said the slightly deflated O when the ball is bowled is magnificent, obviously has a higher understanding of the game than most adults. Well, she's got parents who are clearly seeing her on the path of righteousness in terms of Test cricket.
Stuart Broad in again. And full, which is good, but played with ease off the front foot down to mid-on, no run.
Yeah,
we're not really seeing much happening here.
No, we are seeing nothing. There's nothing off the wicket, is there? It's,
no.
500 lead, England batting tonight, 3 down by the close. Madan Mohan Sharma says, good morning, Gorilla Cricket. Conditions are favourable and the new ball's been taken. If England don't take 3 or 4 wickets before lunch, then we can expect the horrible start of the English season. I think you're bang on there, Madan Mohan Sharma.
I think you are too. We've seen it all too much in the last couple of years.
We have, but you never know. Here comes Stuart Broad. No. And it's full again, but there's no deviation. Easily smothered as he comes down the pitch, which is an even more distressing sign for England in some ways, that these 2 batsmen feel they can bat so far out of their crease. No run accrues.
Well, I might be tempted to get Potts on pretty damn quick, actually.
I'd say so, yeah. And look, at some stage, something weird will happen, and England will put on a big partnership. It can't go on indefinitely.
Yeah.
It's just that we are now conditioned to believing that it can never happen again.
No, but I mean, this is the thing. I mean, you could get a big partnership, and if they're chasing 400, it still could be very fruitless. There we go.
Still won't be enough. He's gone. Well done, Stuart Broad. Just catches the edge with a really good ball of Daryl Mitchell's bat, flies through to Ben Folkes, who makes no mistake. Stuart Broad punches the air and punches his fist into his other hand. That's what we wanted. 251 for 5. Daryl Mitchell, having made his century, adds very few more. He's out for 108.
After you've gone.
Now we're going to win. We're going to win, Forthy. I'm swaying in the wind.
Do it.
You have to say, though, that was a magnificent knock by Daryl Mitchell, and what a partnership. Game-changing partnership. Just what New Zealand needed, just what England didn't. And until he was out, he never really looked in any kind of danger, did he?
No, not really. He didn't offer any chances, particularly, and neither was Blundell, really. And that was it. They worked really hard when they first came in. I noticed this actually in the first innings as well. He comes out, he's always positive, isn't he, Daryl Mitchell? I mean, in the first innings, he came out, he got 13. He looked in not a lot of trouble till he got out, to be fair. But immediately, whilst everyone else was kind of prodding outside the off stump, he was, he quite early in his innings, in both innings, he got a good foot forward and a nice drive through the offside, which really kind of sets you up and makes you feel like, yeah, I've got this.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, for a man who probably hasn't quite absolutely nailed down his place in the side, I think England would have him. He's got an average of 40, and that's his second century, and he looked very composed at the crease.
A few tweets to squeeze in. Farong had said, could a team all be subbed off due to injury, substitution, concussion rule? If not, I may have found a solution for England's current situation. Well, the current situation is going to be facing this chap.
I turned to look, but I was gone. I cannot see my own reflection now. My body's gone, my face is gone. I have become Tailenders Grandon.
I love that. Tailenders Grandon addresses Stuart Broad for the first time. Comes in. Well, Stuart Broad likes that, but it did look like it was going down leg stump. And hey, what's happened here?
Yes.
The camera has moved back. There's been a shy at the stumps. Everyone seems to like it. The camera moved away for a moment, so we can't quite see what happened there. But clearly, there is a good chance of a run out here. It's gone to the video replay. We're just waiting to get a replay to see exactly what happened. But the whole English team seemed very animated.
Well, it's one of two things, and I must admit I didn't pick it up. One was he played it, he clipped the leg stump. We're going to have a look. No, he'd gone out of his ground. Throw came in.
Oh, he's out!
He's gone by a country mile. Tailenders Grandon, you numpty!
And he was just ambling back, wasn't he?
He didn't believe there was any danger. Way out of his crease. It's not quite a diamond duck or whatever the first ball when you haven't faced near it, because he faced the ball, wandered out of his crease, and then a shy at the stumps did for him.
What was he doing?
Wandering around.
I want to see that from a wide angle. I wasn't really paying attention to what I didn't even see the shot beforehand.
Well, the shots.
I'm done now. Carry on.
Okay.
Let's see what
happened.
Here we go. Stuart Broad bowls. It goes into the pads. There's a big appeal. Tailenders Grandon is just wandering around absent-mindedly. The ball goes to fourth.
It's Pope. It's Ollie Pope.
Has great presence of mind. Yeah. Shy at the stumps and gets him out.
Well, one thing you've got to say is the slips were all up. They were appealing for LBW, including Pope. And I think de Grandon thought, nah, that's gone down leg, and thought, well, that's it. I'll just carry on. Pope had the wherewithal and quickness of thought to go, sod it, I'll have a shot at the stumps. There's a little ginger high five there with Johnny B. I mean, it was an absolutely fantastic piece of sharp thinking. Well done, Ollie Pope. Extraordinary.
Indeed. Right, I was going to bet under the fall of the next wicket. That's really annoying. I didn't even get it in time.
Ollie Pope, that will do his confidence a world of good.
Yeah, well, it should do as well. It's real awareness, man.
Oh, Tailenders Grandon's heart must have absolutely sank as he saw what had happened.
We tried to sort of style it out, didn't he, as well, by sort of wandering off and leaning on his bat, and we all went, "No, Colin, mate, you're gone." The late Tailenders Grandon.
Meanwhile, Carl Jameson has strode to the crease, strode. Do you want to just jingle him up?
I will do. For a big fella, he's quite hard to find on this jingle cart.
No, hang on. He's facing his first ball. He bowled! He hits ball first ball. He couldn't even get to his jingle.
Lord, well, here he was.
It's Stuart Broad.
And that's the story of how Kyle Jameson
got out.
Well, absolutely remarkable. Smashed into the middle of off stump. First ball, we're seeing the ball again. He pitched it up. It might have deviated a touch. Might have just flicked the bat. We can see a whole gallery of MCC blazers and ties. Rather like Shane Warne after he took his 700th wicket, doesn't know what to do with himself, just set off and ran. So it's not a hat trick. But it's a team hat trick lined up.
Well. That's mad. From looking completely in, like it was going to fall to pieces, it's massively flipped round in the space of 3 balls.
3 wickets.
It has
3 balls.
Indeed. Suddenly, we're looking at a test match on our hands.
Yes.
The lead is only 242. They've only got 3 wickets in hand.
Well,
under any normal circumstances, you would say this is even Stevens.
Forthy, you're an England fan. Don't get overexcited by the seeming promise of an England advantage, because they will find a way to throw it away.
He just played completely down the wrong line, didn't he, Jameson? He just kind of wafted his bat in front of his pad. He wasn't even really watching the ball.
He was on the Jubilee, and he should have been on the Piccadilly.
Oh, don't say that. It reminds me of my wanker of a Captain Russell.
Well, look, indulge me for a moment.
If we're listening,
guys,
Russell.
if we can't just have a little bit of hope at this stage of proceedings, what's the point?
Well, no, now you can. You absolutely can. What did I say? I said 6 for 20, didn't I, this morning?
Yeah.
3 and 3. So you slightly feel for Stuart Broad, because when you look at bowling figures that go 0-0, wicket, 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 you think, oh, hat trick. But of course, one of them wasn't a hat trick. It was that extremely.
I don't think
piece
he'll
of fielding,
care.
wasn't it?
He's a team man. He's our Stuart.
He is. Right. Oh, blimey! I mean, these singles are just coming thick and fast. Have I got time to play this one?
Yeah.
Here he is.
Yeah.
It's only a whimsical notion to fly with Tim Southey tonight. I probably won't fly with Tim Southey. Then again, I just might.
Extraordinary stuff.
Tim Southey. So far this over, 0-0, wicket, not a hat-trick, and not even on a hat-trick, because the middle wicket was, in fact, a run-out. Stuart Broad comes in again.
Aaron, could you just turn your camera off for 1 over? Thank you, mate.
And on this occasion, nothing much happens, but that's the end of the 84th over. New Zealand now 251 for 7. And applause breaks out throughout the ground. And
very
well done, Stuart Broad.
I would definitely say so. Carl Churgwin says, thanks for pronouncing my name spot on correct. This is from his earlier tweet, not then, because obviously he didn't know I was about to say it again. A little bit of Cornish blood in the Churgwin name. Love your work, lads. Well, Carl, thank you. We are delighted to have you with us. Barry Goodman. Ramps should have been used to last-minute mid-series recalls. Oh, we're talking about Ram Prakash somewhere in a conversation, I presume. And he'd have had Hick and Crawley in the same boat with him. I'm not sure about the context of that conversation. It feels like something about batsmen who promised more than they ultimately delivered. Does that feel about right?
I think it was when we mentioned that he got one of his only 2 centuries when he was called up at the last minute.
Oh, yes. Fair enough. Okay.
Like Parkinson. Well, this will be our last over together for a while. Jimmy Anderson strays with that first ball too far over to the leg stump, and it's flicked away by Tom Blundell. There's a superb piece of fielding down on the boundary by
Potts.
It's hard to see. Potts,
I think it's Matthew Potts again. Yeah, it was.
It's called as leg buys.
I'm going to have to apologise to Mr. Keith Churgwin then, because I thought it was a parody account for Keith Chigwin. That's what I got in my head.
My guess is that it won't be the first time Mr. Churgwin has heard that.
Yeah, probably not. But then I thought...
He's probably somewhere in Cornwall now, rolling his eyes, going, oh, for fuck's sake, not again.
Sorry.
I've come to guerrilla cricket to avoid that sort of thing.
Wow.
And what happens?
Apologies.
Would it be one of those magical mornings when Stuart Broad just catches fire? Let's hope so. Meanwhile, Jimmy Anderson is bowling. As we see Stuart Broad, after all those philosophical podcasts, he's got overexcited once more that we were talking about on the first day.
Well, he has bowled reasonably well this test match and probably hasn't got his just desserts until just now. He's beaten the bat a fair bit.
Jimmy, in again, second ball. That one came back off the seam a touch, but easily defended by Tim Southey on the back foot. Now, Tom Blundell's got a job to play here. He's the guy who's on 94. He's the guy with his eye in. He needs to calm things down as far as New Zealand are concerned and see his men through to try and get a 300 lead if they can.
Well, exactly that. And England need to capitalise right now on what they've done.
Jimmy in again, third ball of the over. That one just held its line and confused Tim Southey. He was expecting it to come back at him.
He just sort of held his bat there, didn't he?
Just sort of just stood there and watched it go past. No run.
Got completely squared up, didn't he, Jameson? He just literally...
He played down the wrong line.
Left the bat sort of in a perfectly reasonable position, but nowhere near the ball.
Yeah. Great bowling from Stuart Broad.
It was indeed.
That's cheered me up knowing
Well, I'm delighted, but I'm a bit hungover this morning, so you might have to compensate for my.
Are you a bit hungover?
I am a bit hungover this morning.
Where were you last night?
I was in that Spanish restaurant, just
of
not
course.
that far from you, and it was quite superb. I wish I could remember the name of it, or indeed
well,
what I had to eat.
Can you remember how far you went to get to it? Was it up towards Barnard Station?
It was an Uber ride. Yeah, it was an Uber ride, but only about 5 minutes worth of an Uber ride from your house.
Okay.
Well, fortunately, the ball you missed when you were having your chat,
sorry.
absolutely nothing happened. So sometimes it's hard to tell. I assume that was a legitimate ball. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's one of those replayed balls. Seeing Daryl Mitch on, but here is Jimmy for sure coming in, and this one is played to mid-wicket, where they do in fact pick up a single. So Blundell will take strike for the last ball of the over. He'll be looking for a single most likely. Not sure exactly. They may have debated about whether they took that single at all, because it could expose Tim Southey to 6 balls from Stuart Broad from the other end.
Wow, yeah, but Southey kind of plays one way, doesn't he? You know, you got 246 on a board. You got to play. Southey can play.
He can indeed. Yes, he's got test 50s. A back foot shot by Tom Blundell, but he can't pierce the field, so Southey will indeed be on strike. New Zealand 255 for 7 at the end of the 85th over.
We are indeed about to have a change. We should be welcoming Aaron for the first time, and Messers back on social. Aaron, you confirm, if you're hopefully listening in the background, do turn your camera on, or maybe you have, and there he is. Well, I'll tell you what, Aaron, we like you already. You popped up on screen for a split second, and wickets have just gone tumbling all over the place. You can definitely stay. Welcome.
Well, honestly, lads, it's an absolute pleasure. It's an honour, a privilege. Absolutely love cricket, love the jingles. So, yeah, today, a very, very special day. In addition to being Shane Warne Day as well. So, what better way to spend a Saturday, eh?
Well, welcome, Aaron. Is this your Gorilla debut?
It is.
It is indeed, yeah.
Oh, well, what better way than start with a team hat-trick, eh?
Well, it was a team hat-trick. Stuart Broad will continue. Elbows pumping, headband flowing behind him. But Southey is tucked tidily in behind that. And there is no run. 255 for 7. Remember, New Zealand started the day 236 for 4. A couple of overs with the old ball. And then, all of a sudden, it looked like for a while, Aaron, as though the new ball really wasn't doing that much. And then, boom, all hell broke loose.
Yeah, it was quite an incredible over, wasn't it, to be honest? Just absolute carnage, chaos. It was remarkable, to be honest, as an England fan. But you mentioned about the new ball not doing loads. One thing, I was listening to the feed earlier, and it was all about thinking outside the
Broad.
box.
This is, it was an attempted pull by Southey, who gets a kind of either bat handle or elbow down into the ground. There's no run. Sorry, Aaron, carry on.
No, absolutely fine. I mean, that was an interesting shot from Tim Southey, trying to go for the powerful pull shot, but they were talking about thinking outside the box. I wanted to know your guys' thoughts on this. Could England bring Ben Folkes up to the stumps? Yes or no? It's something we see in county cricket. Do you think we could see that today?
To who? To Jimmy or to Broad or to both of them, are you thinking?
I was thinking more to Jimmy.
Oh, do you know what? I'm not sure Burnley's finalist would take that kindly to the sight of a wicket-keeper standing up to him. If you want to try it, go ahead. But I'm not sure he'd like it. Southey, right-handed, is going to wait for Stuart Broad, who has a real spring in his step. But Southey again tucks very tidily in behind that. So away into the offside again. There is no run. 246 the lead, but 3 wickets have tumbled in consecutive balls. Not a hat-trick by dint of the extraordinary Colin de Grom. I mean, what was going on in Colin de Gromdom's head apart from nothing? I mean, what was he doing?
I get that. I mean, because at the time you're thinking, thank Christ it wasn't going to hit the stumps, I'm not out.
Yeah.
And you don't expect the 4th slip to chuck down the stumps, do you?
No, especially as they were all up in the air at the time. Stuart Broad is extraordinary. He was actually appealing for all he was worth as he's in again. Southey raw right off the outside edge. He was looking to work that to leg. It's going to go out towards extra cover. I think he's going to get him 4 runs. Is it going to get there in time? Yes, he is going to get him 4 runs. Matthew Potts chased it for all he was worth. Sadly, he couldn't get there, and it will be 4 of the Queen's finest.
It's not where he meant to put it, was it, Aaron? That was definitely aimed over mid-wicket and ended up getting it for extra cover.
Again, Southee hasn't looked too comfortable so far, but for New Zealand, runs are runs from here. And to be honest, this lead, knowing England's batting frailties, it is getting a little bit dicey, isn't it, for the Three Lions?
Well, the lead is 2, yeah. Once it gets past, if it gets past 300, then, I mean, England have the capacity to be all out for 50 odd anyway. We know that can happen. 4 slips go down in front of that magnificent pavilion. Broad right arm over is pulled beautifully down to fine leg, and it's going to be 4 more.
Wow. 1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Do you sense a tail wag, Aaron? Where's your money? A tail wag or a collapse?
It's an interesting one, to be honest, because I am obviously supporting England. I'm actually here in a Wellington Firebird shirt to support Tommy Blundell today.
Yeah, I want to see him get a tan. Yeah,
he's a good lad. Been fantastic for the Wellington Firebirds. He's already scored 2 Test centuries, so fingers crossed he gets 3rd. But after Blundell does potentially reach those 3 figures, hopefully a collapse, and England win the Test match. Good start to the summer.
Oh, there we go. Oh, I like that. So, you know, beautifully even-handed. See the bloke get his ton, but England ultimately win. This one past the outside edge, Southee. That was a very neither here nor there shot. It didn't look particularly defensive. It was half a drive, half a defensive shot, and ended up being neither as it went past the bat and into Folkes' gloves. At the end of the over, it's 263 4-7 lead of 254. Messers.
Farong says, judging by the tones of joy from Ian Forth, when Broad claimed the wicket, he's supporting the 3 Lions from Australia. Is this a loud message? Yes. We're Broadchurch. You know, he can be misguided in his ways while in Australia. That's all right. Warren says, how is he out? Oh, so many ways. And Jonathan Lowe said, to be fair, yesterday's last session wasn't a great session for Matilda to see wickets fall, even from the great man himself. So I don't blame her for getting the chart wrong. But this morning, come on, England, 2 wickets already. Yes, well, are you going to go back after tea today if it's still going, Jonathan? I'm sure Matilda would enjoy that.
Well done though for the £20 after tea pricing. That shows for once they've not been as tin-eared as they usually are.
Yes,
ECB.
yeah, I think that's a fair point.
And they've done rather well. Jimmy Anderson, he's going to continue from the pavilion end. 3 slips for him. It's full and it's worked off his legs quite nicely by Blundell. Backward a square. They will come back for 2. They're going to have to hurry. But a moderate hurry. Like waiting for a bus that's already told you it's not going to drive until you get there. Or running for a bus, rather. 265 for 7. Southee moves on to 9. Blundell 1 shot away. Well, he was 1 shot away when he was on 94, of course. He is on 96. Aaron, how come you're a Blundell fan? Is there some New Zealand blood in you somewhere?
Oh, but it's a really interesting story. I'm actually from Warwickshire. So Warwickshire, obviously the connection with New Zealand, Jitan Patel, as Anderson comes into bowl.
Anderson in, full, there's a big shout, surely that's bang in front. Yes it is, up goes the umpire's finger. Anderson has Blundell. Blundell's going to review, I think, he thinks it's an inside edge. And I'm going to defer getting excited, Aaron. Did you see a little inside edge there, or do you think that was as, salmon trout?
I'm going to go out. That's just my gut feeling on that.
The Bear's given it.
Could be in trouble.
The Bear says it's plumb. I thought there was just
I reckon there's an edge.
You think there's a little bit of inside edge? Yeah. We'll watch it.
He went up really quickly with the
I'm
review,
not sure he did. It looks bang in front. I don't think that is the issue. It pitches outside off. It comes back quite a long way. He's not forward at all. And indeed, it catches him on the knee roll. But the pad is very adjacent. But I think there's plenty of daylight. The only possibility is if it's just snaking down leg, but to be honest, I would still think...
Yeah, that's pad first, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's pad first. Impact in line, it's hitting, and Blundell, I'm afraid, Aaron's fine spell continues with another wicket, but unfortunately it's the one he didn't want, and Tom Blundell will not get his ton. He has to walk dejectedly back to that pavilion for 96, and I think for England fans, they wanted the wicket.
not many people would have begrudged him those extra 4, but you never know. He's gone. Well, it's absolutely all happening now. Well, it gives us a chance, Aaron, just to get to know you a little bit. Tell us, how did you find us? And tell us about yourself.
First and foremost, through Twitter. I think everyone knows the Guerrilla Cricket Twitter feed, to be honest. So that was the first way, and then started listening to the comms. It's very alternative cricket commentary, isn't it? The jingles, as I said, just absolutely fantastic. And yeah, I just really like what you guys actually do, the product, the service that you deliver for cricket fans. It's something very, very different. And as a massive cricket badge, I've been watching cricket since 2008. I've had quite an unorthodox route into cricket, though. So I didn't actually start watching via county cricket or England. I actually started with the IPL, so massive RCB fan, long suffering. That's why I look a lot older than 21, to say that. But aside from that, huge Warwickshire fan, been following the Bears up and down the country since 2009. Obviously love watching Test cricket. It's the best sport ever, without a shadow of a doubt.
We love this, but you can definitely stay.
Yes.
You're getting my vote already.
Even if I have cursed Tom Blundell in my first ever stint, which I knew would happen. I knew would happen because I was mentioning that third Test century and he's gone and got out for 96. And what's so frustrating as well, 96 against South Africa in Christchurch. So he could have had 4, but the game's the game.
Who do we have? It's going to be Ajaz Patel, isn't it? Am I right? As Anderson's around the wicket. Hits him in front. Big shout. Patel doesn't look interested. The umpire doesn't look remotely interested. And I don't think anyone else is. So it's 265 for 8, lead of 256. Here is the new man.
Like the severed head in Reanimator, he'll try to do you between your legs. Yeah, that's just what Ajaz Patel will do.
No, I would love to have been a little fly on the cable knit jumper as Stuart Broad in that conversation as he chatted away to Tim Southey. That one a bit inside edgy from Patel as Jimmy Anderson comes around the wicket to the left-hander. It's away into the leg side and there is no run. What do you reckon they were talking about there, Aaron?
Not got a clue, to be honest. I'd be again interested to find out what they were talking about, but I think Tim Southey right now, he's going to play the role of the aggressor, isn't he? Out of these two, H has a bit more of the traditional tail ender. Tim Southey, I think, is going to go for a few boundaries here.
I might hazard a guess. I'll let you know at the end of this delivery. No, thank you, Jimmy. He's realised I'm about to come out with an incredibly sage thought, and he's stopped his run up.
I have a question for Aaron.
Oh, okay. Sorry for talking while you interrupted.
Would you characterise yourself as one of those for whom T20 has proved to be the gateway drug to Test cricket?
Absolutely, yeah. I'd 100% say that. I got into...
Anderson is in this time. Patel is nicely in behind it. Away to short extra and no run. So the thought I was going to say would be that Southey might be going, if you think it's doing this now, wait till me and Bolty get our hands on that ball and getting in his head, getting his head into Broad's head a little bit there maybe. Or it might just have been genuine technicalities of, swing bowling at Lords. After all, they're both pretty good exponents of it. And Southey's had a fair amount of experience at Lords for sure. 2 for 55 for Jimmy. Patel yet to score. He's 0 off the 3 he's faced. Tim Southey's on 9. 8 wickets down for 265. As Anderson will be in again around the wicket from the pavilion end. Nicely, very tidily played by Patel. Anderson fields off his own bowling away in the offside. There is no run. The lead still 256. Messers.
Warren says, Broad clicking his fingers 1980s style. Madam Mohan Sharma says, England has taken quick wickets now. They should restrict England to 275. I hope a very exciting chase from England. It could be very exciting. Martin Lawrence is with us from Echuca in Victoria. It says it feels like Test cricket is in fast forward mode right now. That's exactly true. Andrew F says Southey can't bat. The Shoeies, which is a handle I haven't seen before, says walking the whippets in a Danish forest. Listen to you lot. Perfect combo. Keep
walking the whippets.
Yes.
If anything sounded like a euphemism, that would be it.
He's
just off to walk the whippets, darling. Maybe sometime.
That's your mind that's interpreting it that way, Tony. The other thing I didn't ask you, Aaron, is in addition to following cricket, are you playing cricket at all?
Well, I do say playing cricket's not very good at all. Specialist number 10, to be honest, Jez. But yeah, still plugging away. Have been for years.
The best role, specialist number 10. You're not quite the worst.
Number 10. Well, no, you're not number 11. There you go. Always the capacity to hit the winning runs, see out the hard-fought draw.
Yeah, not with my batting.
Cat, it's wonderful to see, but would you just kindly pop yourself off screen? Thank you. 265 for 8, Stuart Broad. I think it would be hard to wrestle the ball out of his hands at the moment. He's going to be bowling his 26 over, and Southey just climbs into him, launches him over long on, a couple of bounces into the sponge, and maybe that is a message to Stuart Broad to go, time for a break.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
I mean, that was a golf shot. It was just absolute free swing of the arms in the arc, and Southey just launched it. I don't think Stuart Broad will take kindly.
Didn't it?
Well, it did. I was thinking, is it going to go the full distance? And it did. In the end, sort of rolled its way. Broad, that's Fuller. Southey's launched him again, just wide of the man diving at mid-on. It's going to be 4 more. Southey just wants to get on with things.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Now, Aaron, I mean, 264 the lead. 20 or 30 blatted runs could be, terminal for England. It's a key moment in the game, really, isn't it?
Absolutely. And again, it's great intent from Tim Southey. 2 lovely shots. I mean, that one, fair enough, a little bit more touch and go, and that pot's almost getting there. But this is exactly what New Zealand need, and this is why they're such a champion team. Lower order runs.
They are indeed. Stuart Broad, what's he got in reply? 2 consecutive 4s off him. He's over the wicket. Southey's gone again, but this time it's gone straight to Johnny Bairstow, who seems okay. He's fielding there at shortish mid-wicket. Took that on the thumb. Clearly has been hurt. And is he going off? He is, Oh my goodness. The England curse strikes again. I think he's done some damage there. Hopefully it's just bruising. It sort of leapt up at him, took him on his left hand, and off he trots to the pavilion for a bucket of cold ice and a rub down with a Sporting Life, I suspect. 273 for 8.
A rub down with Sporting Life, is that a Lord's thing, is it?
I don't know. It's what you do when you're walking your whippets, probably. As we wait for Broad. 2 slips for him. Full. Oh, and Southey has another swing. He's eyeing up mid-wicket, but he misses this one. It's through to Ben Folkes, who not particularly tidily, but nonetheless effectively gets himself behind that. And there is no run. There is absolutely no doubt what this pair are thinking, particularly Southey. I'm not sure Patel has it in his game. Well, Patel made 36 odd against the combined counties, didn't he, Aaron? So he can clearly bat a bit.
A little bit, but I do think Southey is going to take the lion's share of the strike here, and you can just see the intent. It's been absolutely fantastic, but where there's intent, there's also chances for wickets. Fingers crossed England can get the key breakthrough.
Such wisdom in such youth. Wisdom in such a young fellow.
That sounds
that one. That one is rather outside edge. Pass first slip down to third man. Will just get a single. Hands go on heads all around the ground. I think it would have bounced well short. As we look at that, yeah, he played it straight into the ground. It was a bump ball, so it wasn't a chance. Is it Joe Root there? I think he will be disappointed that he didn't get something in the way. He's cost his side another 2 runs, or another single. Patel will have 1 ball left to face. My guess would be, Aaron, he'll just try to play that defensively and let Southey carry on the attack next over, wouldn't you think?
Absolutely, but wouldn't it be entertaining if he defied all expectations and went for a 6? Wouldn't that be lovely?
Yeah, Kane Williamson we've just seen looking through a small frosted glass window that made him look like a sort of a strangely bearded abstract version of the Mona Lisa as he looks out on Lords, but he'll be reasonably happy, I think, with what he's seeing at the moment. Disappointed for that flurry of wickets, but nonetheless the score is okay for him. Left alone by Patel through to Foster. Foster? What am I saying? Folks! I got me wicket-keepers all in a jumble, not for the first time. 274 for 8, 88 overs completed, 265 the lead. Messers.
I was thinking more Benjamin Button than Mona Lisa, but never mind. David Stump says Ben Stokes' birthday today, same date as Tiananmen Square massacre and Churchill's Never Surrenders.
Oh, well, there you go. Happy birthday to him.
Jeffrey Podcast says a team hat-trick for England. New Zealand is 3 at the same score, and now Blundell is up 2. What a sudden change to the narrative here. With 250 plus lead, New Zealand would feel confident, but England not out of it. Could be heading for an exciting finish. Warren says, I reckon both teams want a result before it starts raining. Varong says test will be completed at 5:46 p.m. today after England get rolled for 63. Let's hope so.
Well, that's
very
worryingly precise and hopefully not accurate, but you just never know.
And Neil Harris says, good morning, Gorillas.
Well, very good morning to you, O'Neill. Always delighted to have your company. 274 for 8. Jimmy Anderson has the ball in hand. Burnley's finest. One slip over the wicket. Short! Southey decides to duck underneath that one. Doesn't take it on. I would imagine, we can't see it from our pictures, but Aaron, I'm guessing there'll be a long leg, a deep backward square, and possibly even slightly a fine leg, a long leg, and a deep backward square. I would think they're eyeing up Southey and trying to tee him up, aren't they?
Absolutely. In fact, I think we can just see it on the screen now.
Yeah.
England are setting the trap.
They are indeed. Got Matt Parkinson down there as this is crunched into the offside. So if they did have a leg trap in mind, it's not really done the job. They've taken the single though, bring Patel back onto strike. Now Southey and Jimmy are having a conversation. This is definitely the bowlers' union, isn't it? Southey Broad, Southey Anderson. There all seems to be smiles and a high degree of jollity. No snarling or unpleasant sledging. It all looks
I just want to
natured.
see Aaron go tell Jimmy that Fakes is going to stand up to him.
Yes. Just mention Aaron's name. It was Aaron's idea. That new bloke on Gorilla Cricket, Jimmy. If you want to, we've got his number. Anderson in again. 4 slips to the left-hander. He plays that very nicely. Big high elbow down into the ground. Anderson fields off his own bowling. And again, there is no run. So, am I right in thinking it was the wonderful St Annie who sort of originally sent you our way, Aaron?
You would be correct, yeah. Shout out, obviously, to Annie. Absolutely fantastic human being. Yeah, spoke to him. Taunton, watching my beloved Warwickshire getting absolutely annihilated by Somersets, and here we are. Life works out in funny ways, doesn't it?
Well, it does. Round the wicket comes Anderson. Dropped into the ground by Patel. Bumbles away towards point. They take a quick single. Good sharp running. Good positive work from Southey and Patel, and more importantly probably it gets Southey back onto strike with 2 balls of the over left. I don't think he'll change his approach to Jimmy, do you? I mean, he's got 2 ways he could go here. Keep swinging or look to get a single off the last ball. We've got Harry Brook on. Many will feel he was very hard done by not to have been in the original choice. Some would say that preparation in for just IPL cricket and nothing since the West Indies series got what it deserved in the Bairstow innings.
That's short. Fairly harsh in my judgment.
Well, I know you're very much in that other camp, Messers. This was outside off stump and left by Southey, so I wonder he probably will look. Where do you stand on that one, Aaron? I mean, let's not forget he got a couple of tons in the West Indies, didn't he? So from a Test cricket perspective, definitely in form. It's just that form was interrupted by the best part of 2 months of white ball cricket. Where do you stand on the Brook Bairstow debate?
Oh, it's a tough one. I'm going to be honest, purely because of how he performed over the winter. Even aside from the IPL, I would have gone with Johnny Bairstow.
Fair enough. Anderson short. Southey ducks. He won't be able to farm the strike. Patel will have to take the next over. I wonder if it will be Stuart Broad after he was taken on so royally, or whether it's Potts' time
We'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, Messers.
O'Neill Harris says the pandemic has allowed us to meet gorillas from all over the world. Necessity is the mother of invention. Yes, well, I've been very fortunate to be able to be part of it as a result of that. On the Bairstow thing, I should add that before the West Indies series, I said he shouldn't be playing Test cricket because he wasn't good enough to be a Test batsman. But I stand corrected, and I'm prepared to admit it. Neil Dodansky says, Guerrilla Cricket, you need to shout out to the English cricket team of Saigon, fighting hard for a win in Cambodia. There you go.
What's the score then? Is that? Can we see that on Cricket Info?
He's given us a Facebook link, which you can follow there. Farong says Australian oath of citizenship. 16.1, under no circumstances are newly appointed citizens of the Commonwealth of Australia allowed to support their country of birth when cricket is being played. If this law is violated, please contact the Australian Federal Police for immediate detention and training.
Well, here's an interesting change. It's Parky time. Now this, I think, is a really interesting move, don't you, Aaron? It hasn't gone to
It is
pots.
indeed very, very interesting, and there was a lot of talk, wasn't there, yesterday about Matt Parkinson, the speed with which he does deliver the cricket ball. He gets a lot of turn though, so England will be hoping that he can do some magic here.
Right arm over. Patel plays it very nicely, actually. Reaches forward. Folks chased it, flung off his glove, managed to get in the throw, but they were safely home. So we get to see Parkinson bowling from the nursery end. Any leg breaks will get the extra benefit of that slope away towards the Allen stand. And Southey, who's in a belligerent mood and keen to get on with things. I think this is a definite challenge by Ben Stokes, saying if you want to hit him, have a go, if you think you're hard enough. And we'll see if Tim Southey is. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Well done, Ben Stokes. Some creative captaincy. No one can say there's anything wrong with that, I don't think. What's he got? Has Parky? He's got a mid-off and a mid-on. He's got one slip, as you would probably have as a leg spinner bowling from the nursery end at Lords. This one is turns a little bit from outside of off, not a lot, and Southey punches it towards mid-on. Takes a single, brings Patel back onto strike. Do we see much turn there? Not really. It kind of just pretty much went on with the arm, didn't it? He's certainly looking for some turn. I think if you look at wickets, all wickets at Lords since 2017, I'll just hold this thought, swept. It was a full toss outside a leg. Patel works it the way down to fine leg. They should come back for two. Is that Johnny Bairstow back on? So whatever ailed his finger, the good news is it was only temporary. I think, if you look at fourth innings wickets at Lords since 2017, only about 6 or 7% of them have gone to spinners, and most of them have gone to pace. That one's wide, tossed up outside the left-hander's off stump, and without moving his feet, he just waggles the bat, and through it went to Ben Folkes. No run. We're going to have a change, I think, at the end of this over. It should be Cat, as the Australian contingent continues to roll in. This one again left by Patel. 280 for 8.
Just to let you know, Tony, that if you need me at the 1 o'clock session, which is a new one for us, I'm available for that.
I'm just going to go away and get my head around that. That one does turn and beat the bat. Parkinson has his head in his hands. How, he says, did Patel not get something on that? He didn't. It's the end of his over. He rattles through them at some speed. Gary would be loving that. Time for our change. I will love you and leave you and go and figure out what's happening with the rotors. Aaron, fantastic debut. Welcome to Cat.
Hey there.
And Matt Searle is the next tweet for whoever's got that. And I'm trying to.
Thank you, Messi. Matt Searle.
Is that you, Forthy, on socials?
It is. Hello, Cat.
Hi there. We have Bear, I think, summarising as well.
If we shout loud enough, we can hear each other across the rooftops of Burwood.
Yeah, that's true. We can too.
Turn your camera off, Messi.
I'm trying to. This fucking Macintosh. Sorry.
Computer troubles over in Perth. So we've got Potts who's coming on to bowl his 20th over. His figures are 2 for 50. Do you like Potts? What do you think, Fourthy?
Yeah, I like Potts. I mean, look, he is the 9th choice, so you have to go quite a long way down the card to get to him, but you couldn't really have asked for any more from him, could he? He's well built. You could do with another 5k, as per Ollie Robinson, but he's bowled well.
Yep. I will assume that's 5 kilometres an hour, not 5 kilograms, as he bowls short to Southey, who ducks underneath it. Southey on 20. He's looking to beat his first innings score, which I think was about 26, wasn't it?
It was around about that. He did some heavy hitting in the first innings as well. And these two bat. What are these two bat? No, it was Bolt was batting with Patel, put on 30 at the end, didn't it?
Yeah, he swung the bat a bit. He got 7, I think, or 7 or 8 at the end of the innings.
I think Trent Bolt came in at 102 for 9, and they got up to 132.
Anyway, Potts is bowling again, and this one is Southey winding up, and he's sending a ball over towards cow corner. There's a fielder out there. It's gone along the carpet, and Stokes returns. And Southey gets another run. The score goes to 281 for 8.
We should have a little jingle for Potts. It goes like this.
I've heard from Potts that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
You love a classic jingle.
Oh, yeah. I like the look of Potts, I've got to say. I think he's bowled pretty well, considering he is 9th choice. I don't
Gee, he's really bowled well. I mean, he's got plenty of wickets.
Yep.
He's got Williamson as his bunny.
Yeah. Anyway, Patel, the left-hander, has 3 slips as Potts comes into him. He's winding up, and this one's gone straight through him, and he's out. He's reviewing this decision from the umpire to give him LBW or caught behind. What was it, do you reckon?
I think it was LBW. Now, he gave one in the first innings, and he reviewed that straight away. In the first innings, he got a little inside edge, and I think he might think he got one again. I think he might have as well, myself.
He's confident that he's hit it. He's such a good batter.
Well...
On the other hand, at 8 wickets down, they just review everything.
Oh, no, maybe not, actually. He's missed that. He's plumb. That's hit him on the back pad right in front of middle stump. If he's not
has it actually even hit his pad? It hasn't deviated.
Well, yeah, it has hit his pad. It's hit the top of the flap on his back leg. There. Right in front of middle stump.
Here we go. Big spike on the pad. No spike on the bat.
That's out.
This looks specifically out.
Yeah, very out.
It does. Hit middle stump.
Well, you know, they hadn't used a review. Well, no, they had. They lost a review earlier, didn't they?
They burnt one. They've now burnt 2.
Doesn't matter. Trent Bolt's in next, isn't he? Well, let's give him a send-off. Now we've got the old IPL pro hands in now. They've just come out of the IPL, the pair of them.
We're a bit behind on tweets. Shall I go through a few?
Yeah, go for it.
Matt Searle, lead of 264, plenty of time in the match, even if they all fall from here without scoring. Could England chase this down? And he adds, are we playing innuendo bingo today? Rub down a sporting life, who misses? Warren, so both from Matt Searle. Warren, anyone know what the holes, black dots on the back of the England shirt under the numbers are supposed to do? We might get back to that in a minute. He also says, I hope you have Gorilla Cricket audio on as well, Annie, to which he replies, too right. Brian, looks like the commentary team is having another Bring Your Grandad to Work day. That's when Aaron was on a little earlier, referencing when Jack used to be on between, I think, Tony and Gary. O'Neill Harris, if Bearso didn't play IPL, but play white ball cricket for IPL, would his preparation be an issue? The Shoeys, flurry of wickets whilst I was walking the whippets. For England's sake, maybe more people should walk the whippets, to use the euphemism. Oh, bugger. Just, no, we're back again. I'm sure cricket. Brooks and Myers batting evenly and have set up West Indies cricket very well. Alarming signs from... I'll tell you what, I'll skip that one. Warren, can they have a finger injury replacement of Harry Book for YJB, for young Johnny Bairstow?
Nah.
They can?
No, particularly not since he's come back onto the ground.
It's got to be concussion, isn't it? It's got to be concussion, that's right.
I do think that's... Well, I mean, they got rid of runners, didn't they? Basically because of Saywag. And but there is a case for injury replacements full stop. If someone is injured and cannot play the game, it shouldn't just have to be concussion. You know, if someone breaks an arm and can't play, you shouldn't be hampered by that. There should be an allowance for that kind of thing.
Agreed. Just a couple more tweets. Andrew Rollerson, stat alert, 271 isn't even in the top 50 of fourth inning successful run chases. Number 50 is 276. Number 50 is 276. And Mog, to me and Kat, I'm just about to drive through Burwood, so wave.
Yeah, we're waving, but you want to stay a long way away from the open windows. It's too cold here to go anywhere near the windows.
You might catch my COVID as well.
Yeah, you must be feeling fine. How many days has it been?
It's day 8, so I'm just about past it now. I'm still feeling a bit lethargic.
Okay, you don't want long COVID. I reckon 2 million people in England have got long COVID.
Oh God, don't tell me that.
Yeah, which isn't good.
Well, I guess if the whole country slows down all at once, perhaps no one will notice.
Well, yeah, but the Tories don't want that. The Tories want everyone back in the office.
Yeah.
And,
just in time for everyone to catch it a second time.
Well, exactly. There is a worrying variance turned up somewhere I saw on the news the other day. It's causing more deaths.
You're best off not watching the news. So tell me, Bear, how close are we to all of those wickets falling for 20 runs as we predicted earlier?
Well, yeah, I was thinking that. We're not. I think it's going to be more like 40. What did they come out on this morning?
We wanted them to all fall within 36. They were 237 in the lead, I think. Was it 227, 237, something like that?
I can just check the scorecard. They'll tell me what start of play was.
They started 227 runs ahead, and now they're at 272 runs ahead.
So 40 odd runs. It's not bad, is it? I mean, especially the first 2 or 3 overs with a new ball, it looked like, oh God, nothing was going to happen. And then that run out of de Grandon seemed to scramble Kiwis' heads and really lift England's thing. And then Jameson, 3 and 3. You can never knock that.
Yeah, not bad. Anyway, we're looking at the new batter at the moment, who's ducking under a ball from Potts.
And
that's Trent Bolt, the number 11.
And he has a wonderful jingle that goes like this.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout? How does he call? Trent Bolt's mouth is really small.
Not sure what Trent Bolt's done to come in behind Ajaz Patel.
Well, Ajaz Patel apparently was not out in the warm-up game and scored 40 runs in 2 innings. So
only two slips as he's facing up again to another short ball from Potts, and he ducks underneath it yet again. And Bolt has a really nice little way of spinning the bat between his fingers, a bit like a lightsaber.
Yeah, well, he does like to wield it a bit like a lightsaber, doesn't it? Sometimes it comes off, and a lot of times it doesn't. We could do with it not coming off today for an England supporter. This is a proper game on, as you said, Forthy. Getting them out for under 300 would be, I mean, it's not done yet.
Yeah. Well, that match I was talking about from 2004, I think the target was 280 in the 4th inning, obviously, for England, which they chased down for the loss of 3 or 4 in the last hour. So it can be done.
Well, it certainly won't be the last hour. If we
no,
chase
it will not.
Potts is over the wicket bowling a fuller length delivery, but Bolt says, I'm driving that all the way down to long off, and that's 4 runs.
Great shot.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
Well, they're not going to play any other way, are they, these two? It's going to be all flashing blades, quick runs, and hope, or maybe a quick wicket for England.
I'm going to give a quick shout out. There's been a whole host of activity. I don't think anyone's mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, what's been happening on YouTube. Unfortunately, I won't be able to read all these comments, of which there are a lot. I'll just read out some names. The Atticradio, Stephen Kelk, Andrew Cook, Dean McQuillan, Ray PMB9, Taiwan Cricket, Sutahu, Tony Martinez, Perky Bumfinger, Chief Wardo. They've got into a conversation thereafter. Jayanath Go to Canada, Jeff G. Thomas, and Dean McQuillan, Brian Ellis, Luke Davis. I'll just mention, he says, can we get 40 on ball by ball every over? England bowler ends in a 4, just took 3 in New Zealand's 84. I couldn't agree more with Luke Davis.
Well, we have Parkinson now resuming, and Southey just bunts a ball back to the bowler. No run.
I like this move, I have to say. Give them something different if they're going to try and swipe it out the ground.
Yeah. One slip as he flights this next ball, and a slightly awkward little drive from Southey to the covers. Again, and another dot ball there.
Give it some air. Make them. It just needs it to turn a little bit, that's all. Oh,
let's see if he can turn this next one, and this next one is edged to slip, and Parkinson has a wicket, and he is absolutely delighted about that. That is the end of the innings.
That is great bowling. He did exactly what you should do to a tailender whose eyes light up. Give it a bit of air, give it a little bit of width.
That's his first wicket,
and that is his maiden Test wicket. Yeah, he's like 1 for 47 after being called up in the middle of a barbecue. It's not too bad, is it?
No, not too shabby at all.
It's so lovely when the debutant gets a wicket, and that was a nice little catch there from Joe Root at first slip, and that means that New Zealand have been dismissed for 285. They lead by 276.
Yep. Give them a send off.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Presumably now we'll have a 10-minute changeover.
Yes, indeed.
So we have a bit of a look at the card here. Let everyone know what happened. The opening batters for New Zealand were out cheaply, 1-1-2-3. I know that was the first innings. Let me go back to the second innings. The opening batters for New Zealand were out pretty cheaply, but it was 14-1, 15-13 this time. And then the middle order, Daryl Mitchell and Tom Blundell, took the game away from England somewhat. 108 for Daryl Mitchell before he was caught today by folks, bowled broad with a new ball. And Tom Blundell sadly was stranded at the non-strikers end as several wickets fell, and he made 96 in the end. Couldn't quite get to his milestone. De Grandin was run out, just wandering out of his crease when he should have been paying attention. Jamieson was bowled broad, and Southey was out for 21. Ajaz Patel made 4 and Bolt made 4, and that is pretty much the card here. 285 in 91 overs.
Yeah, 2 wickets for Jimmy Anderson, 3 for Broad, 3 for Potts, and Matt Parkinson gets his debut Test wicket. Economy of 3.03, it's not too bad. I mean, he bowled a lot of pies, but kept it together, so can't complain.
You mentioned
seven wickets for Potts for the match.
Yeah, good on him. Yeah. Good on him. You mentioned 6 for 20 at the start of the day. It's not quite that bad, but I still think it's, look, to all intents and purposes, that ought to be at least chaseable, at least feasible. 4 things total. On the third day, this isn't the 5th day.
No, exactly.
And you would back, I don't know, maybe 4 times out of 10, you would hope a decent English, a decent Test side would be able to chase that down.
Well, I mean, you look at that. I mean, that score by New Zealand was made almost entirely by 2 batsmen. Yeah, and that's what it's going to take. I mean, you mentioned that chase of big chases are generally done by the top order. I mean, sometimes you end up 7 or 8 down because a little collapse happens at the end because the pressure gets on, but the bulk of the runs need to be made by the top 6 in a score of 270.
Now, I want it to be Bairstow and Stokes. That'd be a good partnership, good middle order partnership, century each.
Well, if they do it, all well and good. Yeah. But that would still be the top 6 then, wouldn't it? You know, essentially making.
Yeah, you don't want it to go any deeper.
No, I mean, Folkes is 7, so no.
No.
I mean, being greedy, I just would love one of Lees or Crawley or Pope to play an innings of significance, particularly Lees or Pope.
Yeah.
It's been so long since a new English batsman has really emerged and established themselves. It's been far too long.
Exactly, and if they get a decent innings in the first game of the first Test of the summer. It kind of sets you up for the summer, doesn't it? Because the longer it drags on before you get a score, I mean, that's when people start falling apart towards the end in the 3rd and 4th tests of the summer. You know, doubts start to creep into people's minds, and then they can't see clearly, and that's when all the trouble starts. I'd really like it to be Pope. I'd like Lees to get on. He's had some innocuous starts, but. You have to say, much the same vein as Sibley and other batsmen before him. They eat up balls and get 20s, which are kind of useful, and in the fact that they eat up time a lot. but then they never kick on, and then it becomes a little bit frustrating. And an awful lot of English batsmen have done that over the last 2-3 years. So.
Yeah, I don't know why we're going through a phase where they just cannot go through the gears. I don't know what it's a failing of. Their techniques have been questioned, but it's more a question, particularly for these openers, Hamid and Sibley, slightly less so Burns, but certainly Lees, and all of those opening batsmen who used to sort of tag along with Alistair Cook. They didn't seem to access another gear, did they?
Well, no, but I think it's always about establishing yourself, isn't it? Until you establish yourself in a side. Like, I remember when Jonathan Trott joined the England side in that 5th test against the Australians, and he got debut ton, didn't he? And that kind of sets you up. And then you kind of think, yeah, I belong here. The longer it takes to get to that point, the harder it is to believe. And some people have mental fragility in that area. I mean, there are plenty of Test batsmen over the years who are absolutely, what you could say, world class in their respective Shield or county game, and never quite make it at Test level.
Yes, some mysteriously so.
Yeah,
I mean,
precisely.
Mark Ramprap being the absolutely obvious example, and to a slightly less degree, Graham Hick.
Yeah, exactly.
How are you, Kat? I haven't spoken to you for a while, obviously. How are you going?
Yeah, we're good. It's been a while since we've had some good Test cricket to watch, but I enjoy watching following the IPL. It's a bit hard to watch, isn't it? It's on at midnight, but that was fun.
Yeah,
but we've been good. We've had in the house, we've four people in the house. 3 of them had COVID, and I was the only one who didn't. And I was running meals to all 4 corners of the house, and so we've had our little patch of it.
Yeah.
Anyone have it bad, or was everyone okay? I presume.
Everyone was quite well. In fact, they were a bit too well. They were eating a bit too much food, so there was lots of meals to be provided. No, very lucky that everyone was quite good, not too severely affected.
Are you happy about the change of government?
Oh yes, that is glorious. Oh boy, amazing to watch. Lots of good independents as well. It's just a wonderful change.
Well, the morning after the election, I didn't realise quite what a weight was oppressing me till I woke up the next day. I couldn't, first of all, work out why I was feeling so buoyant and relieved, and then remembered. It was just, I think the whole day, it was a bit like that moment in '97 when
I was going to say
Blair's lot. Everyone woke up the next day and there was a feeling of buoyancy in the whole nation.
Well, when you had a government that doesn't change track for so long, and you can just, it just grinds you down, doesn't it? So if you don't support it, it's just purgatory forever, until they go. I mean, Boris Johnson has to go. I mean, the man he's a fucking scoundrel.
Dinosaur.
He's awful. Just awful. He's such a lying toe rag, man. And yet he's got all these sycophants who just run around and it's horrible. It's horrible. He'll never let go. Much like ScoMo was never going to let go, was he? It's
ScoMo's so out of touch. No, I don't know anyone who liked him. But even all the Conservatives basically formed their own party and left. All of the Conservative. We've got a new party forming because they were so bad at keeping the hearts and minds of their followers.
Are they the Teals?
They're the Teals, yes. Professional women are leading the charge in Australia, which is fantastic. The other thing I would say is because we have a different electoral system here. We've got preferences. It's not quite proportional representation, but preferences worked out extremely well. That enabled the Teals to sail in, and 3 Greens as well, I think.
It's good. You're going to have to shut down all your mines. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, but there's plenty of sunshine down, on Australia year after year after year. The transition to renewables is...
you thought it'd be quite... Yeah, you got a lot of space. You could build mass industrial solar parks out in the outback and power the entire country.
We've had 10 totally wasted years.
Yeah.
But hopefully not too late.
Well, whilst we've been bollocking on about politics, the players have come out. And the heavy roller is going on. We've got 10 minutes left of England. How many wickets are we going to lose in those 10 minutes, people?
Oh, God.
Do we get 1 or 2? Or none?
We're taking bets. I'm saying 3 in the first 10 minutes.
I'll say
40
no.
minutes. 40 minutes till lunch, Bear.
40 minutes till lunch. England will be.
Okay, so how many in the first 40 minutes then?
I'd like to
I'll
say
say
none,
1.
but I'll say 2.
I'll say 1.
2. I'll go with 3. I'll say 3 till lunch.
Okay. Right. Well, the opening batsmen are.
Alex Lee's learned magic. It's tragic. I'd like to believe it's not so.
Zach Croy was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from middle order to open the batting.
We have Tim Southey standing in. We'll have to play his jingle a little bit later as Lee's the shoulders, arms, and it's through to the keeper.
277 to win. Most of this game will be done today. Either way, I suspect that whatever happens, there won't be too much left to play tomorrow. I don't think England possibly could win it. No, can't get 277 in 2 sessions.
Someone will win it by the end of today.
You think by the end of the day? I think by lunch tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Yeah, maybe it'll go into tomorrow. So we have 3 slips in place. This ball swinging in the air a little bit, and Lees is on the drive. He's sending a ball gloriously out through the covers. There are 2 men in pursuit, and they won't pull it in. It is 4 runs.
That's a good shot.
It's me, says she.
From the bowler, who is?
It's only a whimsical notion to fly with Tim Southey here tonight. I probably won't fly with Tim Southey. And again, I just might.
Nice positive stroke right out to the ball pitch. Nice high front
Yeah,
elbow.
slightly overpitched perhaps
Yeah.
from Southey and taking full advantage.
Indeed.
The thing that Alex Lees has got in common with Alistair Cook is that it looks like his helmet doesn't fit.
Lees is prodding at this next one defensively. Sends it out to cover point. No run.
He's got very hooded eyes as well, I think.
Like Salman Rushdie.
Yeah.
Excellent jingle too, whoever did that one.
Yeah, that's an old Sherwood one. That was his Troubles with an Air Hostess, I believe, or something, wasn't it?
So Lee's 4 on the board, gradually chipping away at that target of 277. Southey is coming in over the wicket. And this ball, shoulders, arms again, Lee's through to the keeper.
He's got a chance here to. This is what? 4th Test match, Lees. Gonna be a hero.
That'd be great,
wouldn't it?
Well, Strauss announced himself on this ground against New Zealand in 2004. Maybe Lees can.
Well, indeed.
He reminds me a bit of Alistair Cook under the lid there, Lees.
Yeah, struggling to see out.
Lees the left-hander as he's swatting at a ball very wide outside off. Doesn't succeed in getting very much of it, and there's no run. And what are those dots underneath the numbers on the back of their shirts? Who knows the answer to that?
I think they're aeration holes. Like AirTech stuff.
Yeah, they're bound to be, I think.
To allow airflow under, so to dissipate the sweat. Something like that.
Slightly dodgy design to make them black.
Well, they're just holes, and I imagine the light just doesn't get picked up. So that's why they look black. They're not black, they're probably just holes.
Yeah, maybe. Back of a length from Southey, and that is through to the keeper. End of the over, 4 runs from it. None for 4 for none.
Socials. Matthew Cullen, lots of mentions for England's bowling injuries. What would our full-strength bowling attack be? Would it be Anderson, Broad, Archer, Leach? Do Wood or Robinson get in the team? I'll let the guys come back, and the ladies come back on that in a moment. Farong. So Zimbabwe need 277 versus Afghanistan. It appears England will be chasing a similar total. Can the Black Caps root out England inside 50 overs? Andrew Rollison, 3 minutes. How's that timed out? Give. Morg, it's not cold. It's 12 degrees. O'Neill Harris, it'd be funny to see the England supporting Bear go under for the first wicket in the 4th innings. We'll get back to that in a minute as well. And Matt Searle, prediction, England to make 96 for 2, then 137 for 7, before finally making 148 all out. This means we need to change the bowlers for the next test.
Oh, it's not the bowler's fault.
Exactly. It's
Definitely is not the bowler's fault. Yes.
Yeah, England's woven.
Anyway, it's Bolt. Bolt the bowler, who's winding up now. He's coming in and to Crawley, who's facing his first delivery, the right-hander. So Bolt's around the wicket, and he's turning this around off his hip. It goes backward a square. Big chase on down to the boundary, and it's pulled up just inside the cones. Nice bit of running to save that, but they've run 3, I imagine. Crawley's on 3 and England on 7.
That's a bit odd. First ball you're bowling with a brand new cherry in a test match to a right-hander as a left armour. Bolt's been playing too much IPL. Why is he coming around the wicket? That's madness.
That's a give. Yeah, that's easy runs.
That's a very odd decision, I think.
It is odd, isn't it? Don't get it.
Yep. I've just had another close look at those black dots. I think they're flies. I think Lee's squashed 5 flies on the back. As this time Bolt is over the wicket to Lees, the left-hander, and there's no run.
No, let's have Bolt's jingle. He sounds like this.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout? How does he call? Trent Bolt's mouth is really small.
He just had his jingle when he was batting, and now he's bowling.
Oh, well,
he's
exactly.
bowling again over the wicket to Lees, who just plays inside the line. But he's really just practicing that stroke as it goes through to the keeper, and no run.
One of my overriding memories of Bolt is when he trod on that sponge in the World Cup final.
You could probably auction that sponge off for a huge amount of money at some cricketing auction somewhere. You know, Steve Hodge swapped shirts with Maradona after that. I'll come back to that after this ball.
And this ball is outside off stump, and no run on offer here as Lees just lets this one go through.
And he put it up for auction. Steve Hodge did, that Maradona shirt, as worn in that famous quarter-final. How much do you think it went for?
When did he auction it?
Just recently.
Oh, it went for a lot.
Pound 50.
3.5 million.
7 million.
Woof.
7 million. Insane. Someone has too much money there. Another ball back of a length outside off, and this one's just placed beautifully. It's going out backward a point all the way to the boundary. Cannot be run down, even though there's 4 fielders in chase. And that's 4 runs to Lees.
This is a good positive start by England. Got themselves into double figures in double quick time. Good job I didn't go under.
Early to speculate, but the ball is not doing a lot.
It's certainly not. I mean, on day one, the ball was doing all sorts, really, wasn't it? I mean, it was swinging more. It was going off the seam more. Maybe there's just a bit of juice in the pitch early.
So Bolt bowling again to Lees, just pushing a ball into the covers. That's the end of the over, and 11 for no loss, England, after 2 overs.
Matt Donaghy, first-time listener. Welcome, Matt. Hope the first time of many. Thanks for the entertainment on the 2-hour bus ride in Vietnam. Key for England is how they survive the new ball and then keeping the run rate up, so there's little to do if there is a second new ball. Wise words. Paul Marshall, need Root to come to the party this time. A ton from him with a 50 from someone else, and we will win this.
That's
can't see
very
any of can't see any of England's top 3 scoring a ton, sadly. Mog, have we discussed the match when Nepal was knocked over for 8 yet?
No.
Don't know whether we have.
No.
Nepal knocked over for 8. It's a very
Matt
short
Searle,
game.
and Matt Searle's asking a question you'll be able to answer. Bear, when is the GPL cut-off today?
Oh, lunchtime. 1 o'clock. I can put it back though.
We're also nearly time for a change, but the over has already started, and that is Crawley on strike, a ball going down to short fine, and the keeper chases it himself. They take a run.
I'm going to update this. I'm going to let it run until lunch, which is 1:30. And we've had 18 entries so far today.
Oh, very good.
Now, this is the problem actually. If I run it till lunch, the target, mind you, they might not get it today, so that doesn't matter, does it? The lowest score today is 197, ranging all the way up to 287. Mark Selleck's in. He always buys large numbers. He's got about 10 entries.
Does it ever work for him?
It does work for him. He's won a couple of jackpots a couple of times, and
that means very poor confidence if you need to have 10 goes at it. Lees is facing up to Southey. He's just pushing the ball to point. And just as an indicator of how little the ball is doing here, Lees is batting about, 20 centimetres outside his crease.
Yeah. No, it makes sense in the GP, especially when it gets to a reasonable sized pot. If you buy a 10 run spread.
You're close to all the runs.
Yeah.
You ring fence.
Yeah, basically. That's what he does. And he's been quite successful at it.
So we have bright sunshine here at Lord's, and Southey is bowling his second over around the wicket to the left-hander Lees, who looks like he's now batting, a third of the way down the pitch. He just pushes the ball into the covers.
Well, that just shows you how much easier the pitch has got, doesn't it? He is doing what he was doing in the first innings, and that was it was good bowling by Southey to get him out in the first innings. He was bowling quite across to his off stump because Southey was testing that line on and around off stump with good away swing, and then he got one to go straight on, and he got him LBW. So that'll be the same battle that's going to be now. You can see his leg stump, can't you? And he is away down the pitch.
Yeah, that's right. 2 slips in a gully, a full ball on the toes of Lees. That's what you do when they're coming too far down. But he just digs it out, and there's no real danger there.
I'll read out one last tweet, then we'll be up to date. Andrew Rollison, the problem with reality is it's gone wrong. Boris Johnson should have been a comedy blatterer on Radio 4 panel shows like Charles Brandreth is instead doomed.
Yeah, instead he's running the fucking country. It's a disgrace. But hey. Oh well.
So Lees is all over the place. A few people have said his guard is on off stump, or look at where he's standing. He's standing way over on off stump.
He doesn't do that for everyone.
Another ball.
But
he does that for everyone, does he, Bear?
Well, no. He seems to have come up with this solution to. He didn't start batting like this, I don't think, in the first innings, and it was kind of halfway through it became really noticeable. He decided he's going to go right across. I don't think he does it to all the bowlers. I think it's particularly Southey.
Yeah.
I've never seen anyone bat that far across, I don't think. He looks like he's taken the wrong guard.
He can't possibly get at LBW. His legs are not even in line with the stumps. As he's almost strangled down the leg side here. Ball goes through to the keeper as he takes a bit of a wild swing at it, and that's the end of Southey's second over. He's big as none for 4, and England 12 for no loss.
Indeed. We shall have a change. It's a 3-man change. Al Hodge is coming in, Messers is coming in, and Forthy is going to be joining those guys too. Thanks, Kat.
See you later.
Am I?
See you later.
Right. You need to let me have my video back now.
Oh, right, so I have to let you.
Bear, I was sorry, I didn't think I was coming back. That's which is fine. I can. What am I doing?
You're doing summarising. Al is doing ball by ball. It's the extra half hour.
Also, you're providing colour.
I'm very pale colour, very pale Anglo-Saxon I am.
Bolt is in for the first ball of this 4th over, which goes across Gordon. He offers no shot and it goes through to the keeper. We are your terrifically talented trio to take you through to lunch.
Nice to be with you again, Al. How are you?
Good to see you, Forthy. Always good to see you and to see Jez as well.
Hello, Al. Yeah, it's nice to be in the warmth of England when it's so bloody cold over here.
Well, we try our best. That is closer to the off stump, but still Crawley offers no shot. And it goes through. 12 for no wicket. I can see everyone getting excited about, New Zealand collapse. We didn't lose a wicket in the first over.
All through these sort of 17 tests we've lost, England have lost, the bowlers have really fulfilled their side of the bargain. It's one of these days the batsmen are going to come to the party.
Well, you know how it is.
That is all chopped under edge, and it bounces just over the off stump
of Crawley. Lucky boy, as that one squeezed through the gap. But just enough bounce to take it over the off stump. Crawley's heart is just about to get relocated back to its proper position in the body.
That was perilous.
You know how it works, though, Forthy. Just around this stage of the game, there's this little knock on the door, and you open it a crack, and there's this guy that says, "Oh, I'm Hope, can I come in?" You start letting him in, and then all of a sudden he fucks right off again.
Yeah, that's so true, so true. Of course, but what's the point watching sport? I mean, sooner or later, Hope will come and have a cigar and a espresso martini and take up residence.
That fourth ball of the over is on Crawley's off stump. He just dabs it into the covers, and there'll be no run. Crawley on 3. Lee's slightly more expansive on 8. Ball comes in again, pushing it across Crawley. He will again leave that 3 to keeper, and there's just one ball left of this fourth over.
And for those who haven't got vision, I'm delighted to be able to inform you, if you're an England supporter, that the ball doesn't seem to be doing anywhere near as much as it was in the first innings. So, encouraging signs.
Yeah, day 3 Lords, flat and ordinary and good batting conditions, perfect batting conditions. Andrew Rollinson says, on closer inspection, the back of the shirt has the Castore logo on it, which looks like a squash fly.
A half edge off the last ball of the over, but it harmlessly falls in front of Gully. That will be the lot for the fourth over. And Jez, let's come back to you with the score 12 for no wicket.
Sorry about that. I'd written off that extra ball. Warren says, wasn't Lee's LBW in the first innings? So taking off stump isn't a remedy. Halfway down the wicket might. I thought he was caught. Maybe he was LBW. But it's a crazy stance in my view. It's asking for trouble.
I think he's.
Did you do the Roger Meddy one? Hello, good evening, and bollocks.
No. Well, we can. All the more good reason to do it. If we've done it once, we should do it twice. I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to take some of Southee's options away coming around the wicket. I like the idea of just trying to make Southee think a little bit, kind of point and counterpoint.
He is. He's cutting down some problems, but he's creating others. He could get, for example, bowled round his legs with this stance.
Southee directing traffic ahead of his third over.
He was indeed LBW to Southee in the first innings.
We've got we were going to have an extra slip fielder in that third slip, but he's been summarily dismissed. Colin de Grandon. Not the best dismissal in the world in the second innings, as that slants into Lees' legs. He turns that to past the point fielder, and yes, there is someone coming down from long leg to be able to do the fielding, but that will be 2 to Lees.
Now, did my eyes deceive me, or has he reverted to a more orthodox stance now? Not sure what he's doing.
We shall look as we see de Grandon being run out for taking the longest route back to the stumps. Stuart Broad, amazingly, celeb appeal for the LBW, and then the last person in the entirety of the stadium to find out that the Grandon had been run out. Southee coming slightly closer to the stumps, straight ball which Lees leaves alone, and Lees does seem to have resumed what we might describe as a more orthodox guard for them.
Yeah, who knows what that was all about? Maybe it was a bit of McCullum's strategizing. Who knows? He knows something about Southee or Bolt. I mean, he should do. He's played with them often enough. And he said, "Why don't you try this?"
Well, the thing I liked about that Broad appeal was that when he was run out, Broad hadn't actually seen it, but it didn't stop him appealing for it as well.
The blind appeal, yes.
Yeah. Southee in, able to be driven by Lees, and he drives it through the covers handsomely, and that will reach the sponge, and that is 4 of the Queen's runs. And there would be a jingle at this point, but the jingle machine is unoccupied. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's Sashi. That was a beautiful looking.
We'll just have to do our own.
2 + 2 is our member.
There it is. It was a beautiful shot, actually, wasn't it?
Beautifully driven. In front of square.
We won't get carried away, but that was. But so far, Lees is looking at the reincarnation of Alistair Cook. If that doesn't put the X on him,
Oh dear God!
Jez, I've just looked. I've got a message. Cope is 5 minutes away. Like
Well, I have to say that
I've got a map. It's tracking Cope's journey towards my hand.
Well, when Forthy was on before, he was talking about something happening, and all of a sudden 3 wickets fell in 3 balls.
I know. Having virtually not taken a wicket for England through the entire Ashes, I think I took more in that one over than I did throughout the entire Ashes series.
Although you had been talking about the possibility of England doing well with the bat.
Well, the
rather than the
possibility.
ball, but yeah,
There's always a possibility.
Take what you get.
Yes, exactly.
I'd love to be able to talk to you about what's going on. Southey and Williamson having a bit of a chat. It all seems to be happening in slow motion on my screen. Great.
I think I just caught that last ball. It was just defended back down. Not much going on. Just a dot ball. Maybe it was a replay.
I don't know. All I can see is stuff happening in slow motion.
Yeah, I've got that now.
Yeah. Southey's fourth delivery. Again, close to the crease. No movement, no deviation. Slightly back of the length. Please practices a great cut shot, but after he's let the ball go through to the keeper.
He does. I'm a little bit out of sync with you. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Whereas the feed I'm getting through the screen here is about 3 balls off. Don't know why.
It's difficult because sometimes when the replays are slow motion replays, it looks almost static.
It does.
Right.
Yes.
Lees prepares.
The colour
and that is
deep in conversation.
That is defended, full length delivery, defended back to the bowler by Lees. No run, 1 ball left of this 5th over, and that was a little bit of movement back in towards the off stump, so something for Lees to think about. As Southey comes in very quickly for the last ball of the over, an attempt at a half cut, half drive, which doesn't even reach the cover point fielders, and at the end of that over, England are 18 for no wicket. Jez.
So we're pretty much up to date on Twitter. YouTube is a bit of a pain because there's a porn bot that keeps interrupting, which is a pain in the ass. Ian H says, I might take a hole punch to my t-shirts to ease the back sweat.
Well, there you go. Lessons for everyone. As Kyle Jameson is taking his first action of the innings, and that is just dribbled behind square on the leg side and crawled it. That'll be a leg by, but the total moves on regardless. 19 for no wicket, and Lees will take strike against half man, half mountain, all amazing Kyle James.
Half man, half Oreo.
Which half though?
Yes, well, there was an interesting conversation about centaurs, because normally, of course, the top half is a man and the bottom half is a animal.
That is true. As that ball is back of the length, and Lees tries to cut the ball away in front of square, but only finds cover, and there'll be no run.
And I got into a bit of a black hole on the internet where people were discussing, well, what if you sort of were a centaur and gave birth and it was the other way round?
Yeah, why does a mermaid have to be woman on the top?
Yes, exactly. I mean, can you imagine a sort of top half goat and bottom half manly legs?
I mean, don't get me wrong, it would have been more of a stretch for Daryl Hannah and Splat. Because that ball is defended into the covers by Lees, and there'll be no run.
But they're actors, aren't they? They should rise to the challenge.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
She was in Blade Runner as well, I think, wasn't she? But then not much else after that.
Such is the life of actors and actresses. Well, I guess mostly with actresses about how you feel about Harvey Weinstein, but there you go. As Jameson is in again, that is on the legs of Lees, and he flicks that towards what will be deep square leg, and they'll come through for a comfortable 2.
Screen flashed up with higher successful run chases. I didn't sort of catch it, but I know for certain that top of the pile will be that amazing West Indies run chase in 1984.
It was at 300 not for 1, wasn't it? 1984.
Exactly correct. Yes, when Gordon Greenwich on one leg went absolutely bananas. Finest ever innings, and I think they were finished, before the final hour. People were saying, "Oh, typical England, they've declared too late. It's going to be a dull draw."
Not really, as that is back of the length and a very uppish looking half cut, half dry, but bat at 45 degrees as he tries to make contact with his but contact is all wrong, but just ekes its way out towards the covers. 1 ball left of this over. Winviz has it at 50-50.
Wow.
Well, that's off the back of the stats and the algorithms. We all know that in the real world, it's probably 70-30 towards New Zealand, but we'll take it.
Well, I noticed England with 3-1 against overnight, which was quite attractive.
Jameson comes around the wicket for the last ball of the over. It is too wide outside the off stump, but Lees leaves it alone. 21 for no wicket. What's the porn bot saying on YouTube, Jeff?
Well, Warren says if the porn bot is a pain in the butt, you have the wrong bot. Star Wars pun intended, or maybe not. And Rebel Scum says that's the bearded broom that gets all the dirty jobs. This was in relation to the comments yesterday about Tony operating with a broom stuck up his ass. Matt Searles says, funny fact about mermaids. Every civilization throughout time has had pictures of mermaids in their culture, mainly because drawing legs and feet is hard.
Southey continues. Crawley leaves the ball wide outside his off stump. I don't know about you guys, but I don't normally associate New Zealand pace attacks with being quite this wasteful. There's been lots of balls for Southey and Bolton, now Jameson, that Lees and Crawley have just been able to leave alone.
They are. I wonder if they're, to be fair, perhaps pitching it up, expecting a bit of movement that's just not happening, and when that occurs, they look wasteful. I think they're just giving it a chance at the moment. Nothing much is happening.
Although that is rank filth.
Yeah, that was
wide,
horrible.
Going wider, dragged down by Southey.
That was a shocker.
A one-day wide, but not a test wide.
No, maybe psychologically they just weren't expecting to be bowling before lunch. You never know, but you must always be ready for everything in Test match cricket.
Especially when you're playing England.
Indeed, yes. Anything can happen. Not a cloud in the sky as the camera pulls back. Lord's looking a picture.
Certainly is, as that is again wide, going wider by Sam.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Sunshine. Nothing but sunshine on Her Majesty's parade.
Which is interesting because they could get it finished today, but it's going to be raining tomorrow morning according to the forecast.
Well, funnily enough, Bear was saying, well, that's typical, isn't it? The clouds have parted, England get no luck with the bowling conditions this morning. Well, maybe the worm has turned. We could do with a nice sunny day in a flat pitch. You just never know.
You just never know. Sadly wide the crease and tempting Crawley to drive, but what a drive it is in the gap between cover and extra cover, and that's gone like a tracer bullet for 4 runs. What a shot that was.
It's beautiful.
So
looked like a right-handed Trescothic.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think I've just seen a speed record for a bear in a commentary box there. Flies into view to be able to provide jingle coverage.
That was a beautiful shot, but of course Crawley's got a habit of doing this.
Wide the crease again. That is awful. Give that as a wide, umpire. Punish the terrible bowling of Southey in this over.
Even Zach Crawley at 6'5" could not possibly have reached that. That was a wide. This is I don't know why. This presumably the machine has just temporarily broken down, but Southey is bowling like an absolute drain this over.
Absolutely terrible stuff. 1 ball left in the 7th over. Can any of you make a decent noise of a klaxon? This is your 10-minute GPL warning. There you go. Thank you very much. Southey surprises Crawley by bowling on the stumps. Crawley squeezes it past mid-off. There will be a single. Williamson does the fielding. Crawley will retain the strike on 8. And England are 10% of the way there-ish.
Oh, there you go. Jeff G. Thomas on YouTube says if Lees and Crawley can mirror the persistency of the naked HD bot on YouTube, England should win this.
That bot's persistent. I'll give it that.
Oh, it's such a nuisance. So without the bot, we're actually up to date on both YouTube and on Twitter, I'm pleased to say. So feel free to get in touch with us over the next 10 minutes before we have our lunch break.
Also, get yourself a GPL entry in. If there's entries, there's Jameson is in for the beginning of the 8th over, and that's just a dab and run by Crawley, keeping the scoreboard ticking over nicely, frustrating the New Zealanders.
There was a little bit of analysis on the TV showing Crawley wafting airily to balls from Southey about 3 feet outside the off stump. So it was clearly it wasn't entirely wayward bowling. I think he was bowling to a plan. They obviously think that's a way to get Crawley early.
We think that was a tic-tac, do we?
I think so.
Yeah. I can tell you the GPL is now up £48 as well.
Dear good grief. Jameson in around the wicket. Full delivery, which Lees doesn't really move his feet to, but doesn't need to when you time the ball past mid-off as well as that. And I hope the bear is having to run all the way back to the jingle machine. So that's lovely bounce.
It's a great turn of speed.
Keeping the bear fit.
To be fair, if you were going to sort of put your money on one player who's not going to reel off a series of 4s early in his innings, it's probably Alex Lees.
I do love the drive, and then just held his pose as if as a cricket magazine, as if Annie Jay's next cricket magazine is going to photograph him and have him double page centre spread. Jameson in again, short pitch delivery. Lees ducks underneath. He's now on 20 off 29 deliveries. This is about as quick as I've seen Lees move through
the world has moved on its axis. It's rather like when Michael Vaughan used to play one of his exquisite on drives and he just held it just like that for several seconds. It's the same with Bear.
I would say so. I think, I can imagine Bear holding his bowling position as he lets a ripping off break.
Bear is busy asking Pokey Bumfinger for guidance as to how to get this bot off YouTube, actually.
Back of a length from Jameson. Lees defends resolutely. 31 for no wicket. There was such doubt from my commentator colleagues at the beginning of this England innings, between 1 and 3 down at lunchtime.
Well, yeah, that's fair enough. They won't go to 3. I've still got my money on 1.
Hope is on the way. We've got the messages. Hope is on the way. Hope will be with you very shortly as Jameson is in, and that's outside the off stump, and Lees tries the drive. Can't beat Jameson. Can't beat Williamson. Sort of a wide-ish mid-off, and he'll not take the single.
I don't know if you remember that radio show from many years ago called Just a Minute, where you had to mangle a well-known phrase, and hope springs internal in the human breast was mangled, I think, by Frank Muir into Harp springs hit kernel in the Schumann test. For some reason, I've always remembered that. I don't know why.
Just a minute. No, repetition hesitates.
That's because you're just a bit odd.
He's been bowled. Lees has left one, and it's darted back a mile from outside the off stump, and Hope has left. Alex Lees there. That is disgraceful bowling from James. That's come back a country mile And out of
wow.
nowhere, from nowhere, Lees has to go.
That was your wicket, Al. You had actually let hope in the door. You really had.
On your bike, mate.
Gotta say, that was very unfortunate in one way that Lees was looking an absolute $1 million. But how many times have we said it? It's no good looking $1 million and then getting out for 20.
Well, I've got to say, he's been done it. That's a really good ball from James.
It's a hell of a ball. It's a hell of a ball.
A long way. As that ball.
Not only that, it didn't bounce as much as he could rightfully have expected it to bounce. Too. You would have thought it would go over.
It's
very
right
good
on
point.
the top of us, isn't it?
He has been unfortunate.
Now, who do we bring in a night watchman now?
For lunch.
A lunch watchman.
I like the idea of a lunch watchman.
Yeah.
I think Mike Gatting at Lords would have sent in a lunch watchman at this stage.
I think.
Well, Mike
just
Gatting would
the idea of
already
that.
have been eating the lunch, wouldn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Hey, that poached halibut's not going to eat itself.
That's right. That's right. Tony Bishop has shared with us a text message he's received from Alex Cottrell. Says, long-time listener, first-time messenger. Hi all from Croatia, where I'm feet up, beer in hand, and belly aching, listening to you lot. Best commentary ever. Cheer with a beer in one hand, cider in the other, cigarette in the other. Cheers, Alex from Bristol. And love the jingles too. Thanks, Alex.
That sounds great. His Holiness the Pope is coming at number 3. However, that was the end of the over. It's going to be Saudi bowling to Crawley. He just shuffles slightly forward. Defends and there'll be no run. 31 for 1 now is your total.
Be interesting to see whether Southey continues his experiment of tempting Crawley with the ball 3 feet wide of the off stump.
I love our tweeter's honesty. Ian Barker says, morning from Kansas City. Your collective, if tepid, optimism for England is heartwarming.
Southey coming in for the second ball of the 8th over, and that is wide of the off stump, but slanting back in towards the off stump, and enough to be able to get everybody enthused about just how close it was.
It was almost a carbon copy, except as it were
really
in reverse. The right hand to left hand, so did not miss by much.
Did not miss by much. They found a little spot there. Southey cast his eyes to the heavens.
They're coming from everywhere today. Brian is sending us a message from the Eurostar. He says, hello from under the English Channel, hoping the Kiwis get back into gear.
That ball wide of the off stump, but Crawley doesn't really expansively drive, just tries to play a defensive shot miles away from his body without really moving his feet, but it goes as far as a short cover and there'll be no run. Really just clip the top of off stump. That wicket by
the irony is, if had Lees been in his unorthodox stance, he would have been able to deal with that, of course.
Yeah. Absolute Jaffa that close to lunch. Southey in, and that is swinging, but again, Crawley, this time a bit more aggressively, can't beat that short cover. And there'll be no run. 31 for 1. Just a couple more minutes left to get your GPL entries in.
It's very evenly poised. Of course, that can easily, England can make absolute fools of you, and they can be all out for under 100. But at lunchtime, it is indeed evenly poised.
That's as much as we want.
Well, it's more than we would have expected. More than we would have expected coming in this morning.
Two wins in play, not really a draw in play. I like the idea of that. Positive. Not necessarily great cricket been played. Bat's bowl's been on top of bat, but we'll see where we go. As this one again comes, I think, down the hill and just misses the off stump of Crawley, offered no shot, and there'll be 1 ball left of this 9th over. Just trying to see about whether we've got time for it. This will probably be the last ball before.
Yes, I think it will. I'll
squeeze in another message that Tony forwarded from Lauren Erstick. Says, love your commentary. Sky Sport have lost the rights to the New Zealand cricket and I refuse to subscribe to another provider. Ironically, now I prefer you guys with your perceptive and erudite commentary combined with your straight-talking banter. Well, I don't know. Perceptive erudite isn't mine. Somebody else has snuck in here.
we're the broadest of churches and everybody's welcome.
That is very true.
Last ball of this over, and that is turned away to the leg side by Crawley, a fielder who'd just been brought into that position, sort of mid-wicket, has done the fielding. There's no run. Crawley is on 9. Pope yet to face and therefore yet to score. England are 31 for 1 after 9 overs, and fourthly, as you said, delicately poised.
Yes, I'll just very quickly summarise. So, New Zealand entered today 4 wickets down. They lost 6 wickets quite rapidly, in fact. They lost Daryl Mitchell, who scored a very good century, but was eventually out for just 108. Tom Dundell didn't quite make his. He was out for 96. LBW Anderson. Mitchell was caught Folkes bowled broad. Colin de Grandhomme was ignominiously run out by a superb piece of intuition from Pope for a first ball duck. Kyle Jamieson was then bowled for a first ball duck. So it's 3 wickets in 3 balls, which really put the match back into the mixer. He was bowled by Broad. Tim Southey caught root bowled Parkinson for 21. Ajaz Patel, LBW Potts 4. Trent Bolt not out 4. New Zealand were all out for 285. England then was set a target of 277 and looked as if they might get through to lunch, but through an absolute jaffer from Kyle Jamieson, Alex Lees was out on the stroke of lunch for 20. They go into lunch at 31 for 1 with the match evenly poised.
Jez, just any messages?
I've got a few tweets, but before I go to the tweets,
before I run through what's in the what's on the lunch
just
menu.
say I can't wait to get off so I can go to Discord, because I keep getting these notifications that our Patreon's Discord channel is going off at the moment. And just a reminder that if you become a patron, you'll be able to join us on our Discord channel for the discussion that's going on, however way out that might be. A few tweets. Warren says, taking off stump guard allows a bat to know where their off stump is on the floor. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, a good day so far for Captain Ben Stokes on his birthday. You'll be hoping not to come in today to bat. The Jersey Jingler says, if you are out leaving, you're not unlucky, you're a dickhead. Angry emoji. Warren says, controlled explosion in Trafalgar Square. Number 1, suspect, Prince Philip's ghost. Matt Searle, in the closing minutes before lunch, I've managed to enter the GPL and signed up to Patreon to help fund the best cricket broadcasting on the planet. Well, you're fantastic, Matt. Thank you so much for that. It's lovely to have you on board. And Warren says, erudite, isn't that the glue Mark Wood has been turned into?
I think that might be it.
That's an excellent tweet to finish off. We look forward to catching up with you after lunch at 10 minutes past 2, will that be?
Yeah, it'll be something like that.
There, with there being fillet of beef and barramundi fillet and Lord's cottage pie on the menu. What have we got for?
There'll be a quick run to Tesco's for a sandwich and some beer.
Quick question, Bear. Are we reverting to normality for the rota as per after lunch?
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so. Yeah.
It's on the WhatsApp group, Fuffy.
Oh, sorry. Right.
Okay, there's 25 entries in the GPL, ranging from 197 all the way up to 326. Is that if England win today, Messi? I presume so.
I think so. I did a very quick calculation. I think that's what it worked out.
Okay, that's if they get over there by 1 run. Of course, if they hit a 6, it won't count. Anyway, we are going to listen to that interview. I'm going to take it back to the beginning. It's Andrew Cornish, Middlesex CEO, talking with the Bish about all things county cricket and where it goes. We'll see you in about 35 minutes.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket, founded in 1864 and resident at Lord's since 1877. Today we are going to focus on Middlesex. I have to hold my hands up in full disclosure and say that they've been my county since I was 13, which was 1972 if anyone's counting. And I first started watching them when they were playing in the John Player League on Sunday afternoons. 11 times county champions, the club has a proud history of developing so many great talents like Dennis Compton, Mike Gatting, John Embry and Andrew Strauss, to name but a few. And this tradition continues to the modern day with a very exciting group of young talent coming through with the likes of Robbie White, Ethan Bamber, Luke Holman. My guest today to discuss the business of ensuring the growth and good health of Middlesex is CEO Andrew Cornish. Andrew, a very, very warm welcome.
Thanks, Tony. Great to be here.
Great to have you. Well, let's throw you an easy one to start with. A little bit about you, from airports and airlines via Somerset to CEO of Middlesex. Tell us just a little bit about that journey.
Probably everyone will switch off at this point. I have to talk about the cricket, not about me. But well, anyway. I don't really know where to start. I mean, probably 100 years ago, I said to someone, "God, one day I'd love to run a cricket club." And actually, there is some substance in that. When I was doing my MCC probation, I played in a couple of games where a guy called Jim Coombs was the captain of the MCC side.
Oh, wow.
The Aston Villa
used
goalkeeper.
to play for Aston Villa, yes.
That's right, Aston Villa
I saw him play
goalkeeper.
many times, both disciplines.
Yeah, Jim went off to be the chief executive of Lancashire.
Mm-hmm.
Thoroughly enjoyed playing in those MCC games with him. It dates it. I think Dennis Amos was in the team.
Yeah.
I was not at that level. I've got to stress to your listeners and viewers.
Okay.
I'm not trying to put myself in that sort of sphere. I was just a young kid at university trying to get on and play some cricket. But Jim was a really great guy. And then when he went to Lancashire as the chief exec, I sort of followed his career a bit and ironically ended up running Manchester Airport. But still kept harping on to people that ever listened. When they said, "What are you going to do when you grow up, Andrew?" It was, God, I'd love to have a job like Jim Coombs had, and not the goalkeeper bit, but the being chief executive of Lancashire. And that opportunity came along. I was very, very lucky. Right place, right time, and I got the opportunity to go to Somerset, which was very exciting at the time, as opposed to going to run an airport somewhere in North America, which had been on the table. So a swift career move, but something I'd always wanted to do, following the dream.
I think I've been to most of them in North America. I probably landed at whichever one it was, but there we go. Well, look, Middlesex has a long and proud tradition. 158 years, 145 of those playing at Lord's. Does it still feel that there's a huge opportunity to grow the Middlesex membership base?
Yeah, absolutely there is. I mean, I guess the first thing to say with the membership base is, considering what we've been through over the last couple of years with COVID and what society's been through, and what we've seen with a number of other sports organisations, membership clubs of any sorts of walk of life, we've been very privileged, not lucky. I think you make your own luck. We've been very privileged that we've had such a loyal membership base that actually our membership numbers have remained very stable, and for that, a huge vote of thanks to our members, who at the end of the day, they own the club. So always got to differentiate between membership and season ticket holders. Our members are not season ticket holders. They own this club. Mm-hmm. And we always need to remind ourselves of that and make sure that they're aware of the responsibilities that go with that, and they certainly step up to the plate when it comes to that.
Well, I've got to say, as a member, as well as doing this, during the times when there wasn't cricket to watch, I did feel very well communicated with, and I've said this before in other interviews with other CEOs. The communications I got in terms of frequency and readability and just general feeling of wanting to keep me posted of what was happening were exemplary. So thank you for those. Now, I still meet a lot of people who confuse Middlesex and the MCC, and they forget that as a club we play at Lord's, but we don't own it. Can you tell us perhaps a little bit about the both the upsides, but also some of the challenges of that status for Middlesex? Big club, big history, a tenant at a wonderful home. Tell us how that works a little bit.
So let's be really clear that the upsides far outweigh any downsides by a long way. So they're not even in the same scale. So it's every young boy, young girl, young person's dream to play cricket at Lord's, and we provide that opportunity to young cricketers by being here and being the home club. We had the MCC Women's Day last week, where we had a Middlesex team and a Sunrisers women's team both playing here at Lord's. So it's opportunities and both won. Very good. Yeah, both won convincingly. And Naomi Datani scored an absolutely wonderful 100 to cap it all off at the end there. So that's fantastic. Yes, you asked me, does it bring some challenges? I'm not going to duck the question. It does bring some challenges, but we work really closely with the MCC to minimise those things. So it's clear that from time to time we're not going to play all of our cricket here. When the 100's here, when England are playing here, obviously we're not here. But we need to work through that, and we've done a number of things over the last 12, 18 months that have perhaps made things feel a bit more like home. So the men's professional squad have trained here all winter, whereas previous winters they would have been a bit more nomadic. They've done small things like, we've worked with the MCC to provide them breakfast in the mornings, so they get here nice and early rather than the traffic issues around London that we all know about. And that's produced a real sense of not just camaraderie within the playing squad, but also between themselves and MCC colleagues who've been looking after them so wonderfully this winter. And that really, I'll be the first to say I was slightly sceptical to begin with about how the impact that would have. But actually seeing a settled bunch of people arriving here 7:30, 4 mornings a week, and then getting on with their work really professionally in the indoor school has been an absolute delight. So the light goes off in my office so I don't move around too much. I'm going to have to make it come back on. There you go. Apologies for that.
Actually, it didn't change much on the screen. You'll be happy.
Oh, okay. My apologies for that. We've also, Jamie Cox has arrived here as the Assistant Secretary responsible for cricket. He's very, very keen to help Middlesex and Sunrisers where he can, and has already made some differences in terms of things that will happen. There have been some alterations in the dressing room where we've got the Middlesex logo up there now. These are little things. They sound like small things, but they're actually very, very important things that happen. So I don't think we've ever been in a better place in terms of our relationship with the MCC. They have a lot of other cricket to put on, but we do provide, as Middlesex, the majority of the elite cricket that's played here. So we have a very healthy relationship, and that will carry on for the next 150 years, I'm absolutely certain.
Oh, well, I hope you're right on that one. Well, Middlesex is the major London cricket club north of the river. I won't say the major London cricket club because I know I'll just upset people south of the river, so I'll just stick to the north of the river. So it has a huge and increasingly diverse potential fan base. Tell us a little bit about how you balance the needs of current fans but also stay relevant in sort of the shifting cricket landscape when it comes to both diversifying and increasing the volume of bringing in supporters to both the game in general and Middlesex in particular.
Well, yeah, it's interesting when the first point you made there about north and south of the river. Actually, do you know what I think? As Surrey and Middlesex, the clubs at the centre of London, we've actually got a joint responsibility to attract new audiences in to follow cricket. And if half of them follow Middlesex and half of them follow Surrey, and we bring a load of new people in, well, that's great for cricket. So first of all, there's that we would work together. So one of the things we've just signed up to and participating in is a program called the ACE program. Put together by Ebony Rayford Brent. It was initially a Surrey program, kicked off there, and encouraging young black people that haven't been particularly engaged with cricket potentially to get involved in cricket. Now, Ebony and I have reached an agreement where Middlesex are participating in that. It'll be the Middlesex ACE program, and my view on that in terms of integrating and building those things, quite a frank conversation I had with Ebony was that I hope in 3, 4, 5 years' time, ACE actually works itself out of being needed, and that these programs are fully integrated into the pathways for bringing young people from whatever background into our wonderful sport.
Yeah, no, we've had Ebony and Chevy onto the show, and have been huge supporters of that, so that's fantastic. Do you talk with your colleagues at Surrey on a regular basis? What was really interesting, what I heard you say there, which was really fascinating to me, was a kind of a sense of responsibility for all of London shared, which I quite like. I mean, I was just being sensitive because I know I've got so many Surrey friends, even though we're always teasing each other, but that was a really interesting point of view, that kind of the capital city responsibility that you share. Tell us a little bit about how you have those conversations.
Well, I mean, it's pretty hard to expect someone to take a look at the geography of London and work out whether they should be a fanatical Middlesex follower, supporter, or Surrey supporter. Now, I know some of our more senior viewers and listeners will have established over years where they're from and all this. But if you're a young person just picking up a bat and a ball and playing in a park, you're already talking about Middlesex, that technically is a county that doesn't exist.
Yes,
so there's your first challenge. So why not get on and play cricket in whatever format that is, be it street cricket, into pathways, age group pathways, just recreational cricket, the lifeblood of our game. And then we'll worry about whether you have to be affiliated to Middlesex or Surrey. And as you know, and I know from my Somerset days, we have a lot of members that have membership of Middlesex and of Surrey, and Somerset membership of Somerset and Gloucestershire, because at the end of the day, cricketers, it's a little bit less tribal than, I might be shot down in flames here, but a little less tribal than football. And people want to see really good cricket. They'd like to see their team win. They want to see their team win, but they also appreciate seeing an opposition play well as well. And it's about quality of cricket, not just about the result. The result is very important. Don't get me wrong, very, very important. But if it's really good cricket, that's what counts for a lot too.
Well, I mean, I live in Surrey these days. But you know what they say, you can take the boy out of Middlesex, but you can't take Middlesex out of the boy, and that's kind of where I am. But again, there's a real consistent kind of theme to what you're saying there, which is the responsibility to the broader game that a county has, and therefore the leaders of those counties. And with everyone I've met in your position at other counties, it's one that the broadening of the game, the championing of the game, the inspiring people to play to not just enjoy the game by watching it, but also play it. That sense of responsibility has kind of shone through every conversation I've had. Tell us a little bit about that sort of that personal motivation for you.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, cricket it's a pyramid, isn't it? And there's only 11 people that can go and represent the team. There might be a squad, be they a men's team, women's team, boys team, girls team, whatever teams we've got. There is a natural process where there's only 11, 12 or 13 players going to play. So if you only have 11 playing in 18 counties and maybe some national counties, you've not got many people playing cricket, have you? I mean, it's very simple maths. So that pyramid says that right at the bottom there, you want lots of people coming through pathways that can become the best cricketers they want to be, or they're capable of being. But not everyone's going to make it. I know from, I'm not going to say bitter experience, because it wasn't a bitter experience. I had a wonderful experience of having some trials and playing some minor counties cricket, but I was nowhere near ever good enough. But what was really, really important was I didn't fall out of love with cricket, because I was looked after well enough to have it explained to me, you're just not good enough, Andrew, but told very politely, and I knew I wasn't good enough, but I could still carry on enjoying playing cricket. And that's something that we really got to nurture in people, is that it is quite a brutal sport, and failure comes more often than success in cricket, on the pitch in particular. and less people make it into professional ranks than play in the recreational and amateur ranks of the game. So we've got to make it accessible to all.
Well, you can misplace a pass in football and have a good game. You can miss one ball in cricket and that's your day done. So it does expose, it is very sort of, it's a team game played by individuals, and it's in some senses more gladiatorial than almost any other sport except probably boxing, which is what makes it so exciting. Yeah.
And you see that produces challenges. You ask the guys and girls to cooperate and work as a team and as a unit, and they do incredibly well. When you consider that if you're looking across the dressing room, you're trying to encourage a youngster and help develop a youngster as a more senior person, but actually that youngster's after your spot in the team. That's the beginning, middle, and end of it, and that's a fine balance for the coaches and the players to work their way through.
Well, let's sort of move on a bit, and we can come back to that theme really. I think about actions in the community, because I've got some other questions on that. But if you look at 2020 and 2021, they were absolutely exceptional years, not in a good way in some cases, for businesses everywhere, and very much including sport, of course. Do you feel now Middlesex are able to move to a longer term focus? And if so, what are the absolute key building blocks that you've got in place to drive the club forward?
Okay, so having said all the things I said before, our members want us to win. We need to win more matches, beginning, middle, and end of it. So we've got to be ambitious. So, our development of our younger players needs to be ambitious and needs to give them all the opportunities they have to be the best they can be, and then get them to take responsibility for their actions and their behaviour. So I think what we've done with the changing in the coaching setup and how we've gone about that is bringing on that group of really talented young players that have come all the way through the pathway, through the academy, and now I think we're starting to begin to see them fulfilling their potential. At the same time, we need to enhance that with some overseas signings. All counties have overseas signings. We need to make sure those overseas signings add to what we have, so they fit in culturally to the dressing room, but they really bring something that perhaps we don't have right now in our dressing room. And in Peter Hanscom, we have an exceptional captain, exceptional leader on the pitch. He'd be the first who was sat here now to say, he hasn't scored the number of runs that he'd like to score, but people with that sort of talent, that comes. But on the pitch, he's and off the pitch, he's a true leader and a wonderful guy to have around. And then, as you'll see, we brought in Kaheen Shah Afridi. That shows our ambition. That shows the level of our ambition. The ICC's Young Cricketer of the Year last year. We all saw his match-up with Marnus down at Cardiff.
2-0, I believe.
Massively entertaining. I think it's 7-0 at the moment.
2-0 in that match.
2-0 in that match, but 7-0 overall, or 8-0, I think, something like that. And that shows the level of our ambition. So from a cricket standpoint, winning more games. Similar applies to the Sunrisers. Sunrisers are very new. There are 6 professional women in that group now. They're in their second year of being professional players, and they're finding their way in that area about dedicating their work life to cricket, and they need to win more games as well. We then need to win a bit more off the pitch. So this is related. One thing I can say with a slight smile on my face, because I think we're heading in the right direction, is we haven't showered ourselves in glory off the pitch either. So we've been united. Our performances on the pitch haven't been great for either Middlesex or for the Sunrisers, and some things that have happened off the pitch have not been ideal.
You had some things to sweep up. I wasn't going to probe those in details, but we know they're there.
We're honest and open about things. That's the best way of addressing them, and I think we've addressed that. And that leads into getting to a place where there is financial sustainability in the organisation, in the club, so we can look forward and invest into the future. So the recruitment of a new CFO to bring more financial rigour and transparency around the club is very, very important. come back to my earlier point of, maintaining a stable membership base has been wonderful over these last couple of years. I mean, that's not something that all counties can say, but now we need to move forward and grow that. And some of the things that we've put into our membership packages in the last 2 years, where we've offered people the opportunity to invite a potential new member along, they look quite exciting. And we've got over 1,000 potential new members next year who are taking advantage of the gift pass that we've given.
Yeah.
Now, our challenge is, like you said earlier, is to communicate with them really, really well, make their experience really exciting here at Middlesex, and they get to a place where they go, I've enjoyed that, I'm going to sign up and become a full member. Now, if we could add 500-600 to our membership base next year and the year after and the year after that, that has a huge impact on our club. Financially, a huge impact, but also in terms of the level of support that we get. Because again, do not underestimate how much our players, our men's players and our Sunrisers value having supporters around. It's been really hard for them last year, having limited crowds. They really value support and really value being close and friendly with our members and getting generally very positive feedback, sometimes getting some stick as well. But that's part and parcel. That's what makes them tick. It's what makes them tick. So that's really important for us too. And then I guess the final thing that we really need to do is make sure those things that I alluded to earlier about the facilities and the infrastructure that enables Lords to feel like home. We can't be here all the time, so we have to have some facilities that our players and our members feel like home. So an outground strategy both for playing and for training that has a long-term future, as opposed to being too nomadic and not having the same quality. So we'll invest in those. So those would be the key platforms.
Tell me a little bit, because there's a few things you've mentioned there. You talked about pathways and expanding. You mentioned the partnership with ACE and the sort of the owning of now of increasing the reach of that, which is fantastic. You have David Burton in, I think, as transition coach. Tell us a little bit about that role and kind of what success looks like for him, where he's trying to go with his role.
Yes, so that's a very good question. I mean, we've known for a long time that what we have through the county, and this isn't unique to Middlesex, by the way. But moving through the county age group setup, this is particularly around men's and boys. It's less so with the women right now. I can touch on that in a minute if you like.
Please do.
But between 40 and 50% of our young boys and men coming through are from either primarily Southeast Asian heritage, and in some case African Caribbean heritage. When you look at our professional playing squad of 24 players, that number dwindles to less than 10%. So something's just wrong, and it doesn't take a genius to work out that just can't be right. Something's going wrong. The problem with it is it's very, very complex. If there was a silver bullet to solve all this, someone would have solved it a long time ago. And it's a source of frustration for the young players. It's a source of frustration for their parents and their guardians. It's a source of frustration for the coaches who invest time and energy and emotion for everyone. And then somehow it doesn't quite get over the line. So I spent some time when I joined, along with Ankit Shah, who co-chairs our Equality, Diversity and Inclusivity Committee, and Angus Fraser, who obviously has seen so much cricket in his life and played in some very diverse teams as well. And we met with some of the young men that have dropped out of professional cricket who are from a Southeast Asian heritage background, and asked them broadly, why, what went wrong, what did Middlesex potentially do, what did you do, and had really open, frank chat. Some of it was quite challenging, to be honest. Some of it was really quite challenging. But generally it was all very, very constructive and very, very positive. And I think we pretty much all agreed, we will quietly try and make a difference here. But one of the standout things that came out, coming around to your point about Dave Burton, was they pretty much to a person said, we didn't really have anyone we could turn to. So we didn't have someone that we could just have that informal conversation with. You know, if it's something that was maybe said to them they don't like, or they're worried about you getting selected for the team and how they integrate and fit in. Someone that I guess, and I think Dave summed it up when I met him for the first time. He said, so what you're looking for is a big brother for some of these lads. And I thought, yeah, that's probably a good way of describing it, because he's a big brother that is still an incredible cricketer and athlete. So he's still very capable of going out there, playing for the second team and going, I'm going to show you how to do this as well. So he's got huge credibility. He's not a guy that's going to be sat there in his tracksuit, or a suit even worse, giving advice. He's going to be out there having those informal conversations and getting close to the guys as a mentor big brother type character. And to be really honest with you, Tony, we've left his brief quite loose, because I don't know exactly what it is. What I know is we'll provide, and if I knew what it was, it'd probably be the wrong thing if I thought I knew what it was, because I'm 56 years old.
There's a temptation to quantify it.
Well, it'll be measured by the success. It'll be measured by, you know, how many of these young guys we managed to get to convert into the professional playing squad. There goes my light again. Apologies for that.
That's all right.
So we want to give Dave enough freedom for him to work out with these young men and boys, you know, the best way to. Of course, we'll keep an eye on him. You know, we need to help him, and we need to give him the support and structure that he can make a difference. But yes, there's some conversations need to be had.
Another interesting area, I think, is the age range of fans, and I'm going to talk separately about the streaming in a minute, because I know that's helped massively. But one thing I do notice, a couple of things Middlesex has done. One was, you mentioned bringing a friend as a member. You know, I think I was offered it as a choice. My loyalty reward was merchandise, or bring a friend, or something else, a discount. Mm-hmm. And I think I chose that. I'd much rather have the bring a friend option. When you look on the website, there is a lot of great options for younger people to come along and try out watching Middlesex as a recreation. It's very keenly priced. Do you sort of benchmark yourself against other counties when it comes to doing that? Because my observation is it's pretty good in terms of attracting younger people price-wise.
Because if you're very young, it's free. So
well, exactly. Yes. Well, that's good.
And that's So that's really important. I mean, do we benchmark ourselves against other counties, other sports? I would suggest, as well as other counties. Again, that's quite an important thing to do. And really, we're in a place where we want to get people in as young as we can, get them interested in cricket, and become lifelong supporters, like a lot of our supporters and members are now. And I talk to people in the Middlesex room, you know, they've been coming here for 50, 60 years, which is just absolutely wonderful. I remember coming here with their grandfather. You know, we want to help that process going along. So, you know, we begin at the lowest level with absolutely no cost at all to becoming a member in an association, and then there are some costs come in. Being honest, those costs are only really covering our costs. There is a cost to serve the membership, to build collateral, send out mailings, membership cards and things like that. So really, until you become pretty much a fully fledged member, it's not a profit stream to the club. It's getting people involved with the club, and we try and make as many interesting activities and things. And there's a whole different language. I read some of the stuff and I read some of the articles myself, and I have to, you know, I can just about make out what they're talking about. But when the players start talking about, well, they were stoked about an event or something like that, I think that means they were pretty happy about it. Yeah. But trying to talk to young people in the language that they understand and how they communicate with their peers as well, I think is really, really important.
Well, let's talk about the streaming, because I mean, if you want to find silver linings in darker clouds, I mean, I think the pandemic has kind of forced that. Now, I know I think both Somerset and Warwickshire have produced numbers that said about 60% of viewers were 18 to 34. Now that has got to be a good thing when you look at the average age of a county member. Not that, hey, look at me, we are what we are. But what has Middlesex specifically been doing to kind of move or woo those younger viewers online and say, now you can get here, you come and now and actually watch it for real. Watch the Blast, watch the Royal London, watch the county game. Because it's a very exciting stat, just how that demographic balance has moved younger, I think.
It is, and it's about an attachment and an association. Because at the end of the day, when I've heard things said when I joined cricket. I've heard people saying about, well, county cricket will die with this generation of members and da 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 da. And actually, it's just not true. If you go back and you look at the photographs of county cricket over the last 100 years, broadly the people that are watching are of a similar demographic. And it's as simple as, not in all cases, this is a slight generalization, but it bears out in terms of who attends. You get to a time in your life when you potentially have more time on your hands, so you're retired or semi-retired, and you have the privilege of being able to do what you want to do. Some people choose to go to the golf course and play a bit more golf. Some people choose to come and watch county cricket. The Blast is a different thing. That's in a lot of cases that's a night out, and for some of our members that's not something they want to be involved with. For a lot of our younger members, it's a different thing. But what we want people to do in that younger demographic, that 18 to 34, is to be able to see some county cricket still and go, okay, that's pretty good. Now, I haven't got the time to do it now because I've got a job to do, and I've perhaps got a young family, or I've got other things that I'm doing. But actually still be connected to it. So hopefully when those days come that they've got a free day here or a free day there, they can come and watch some cricket, or a few hours here or a few hours there, that's something that's interesting to them. And then when those lovely days come when you're into a retirement or semi-retirement thing, that becomes the thing that they're passionate about. I mean, it's as simple as that. If we don't do stuff to promote that, then we can't expect people to wake up on the day after their retirement and go, I've had no association with any county cricket whatsoever. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to sign up for a county cricket club and go and watch county cricket. It isn't going to happen.
Well,
so get them involved now.
You've said a few interesting things there. So let me just try and zoom in on a couple, if I may. The relationship between the Blast and the club, the bigger picture for the club. So we talked about younger fans. I mean, it was quite interesting because you kind of sounded like you were putting it in a box, and it is a night out. I quite enjoy it. I see loads of families there, and I think that's fantastic. But surely the Blast, bringing people in, that's going to be where a lot of younger fans will come, can fall in love with Middlesex, fall in love with Lords, or indeed wherever it's being played, and find a way to doing other things as well. I don't think we're saying, are we, that the Blast sits in a separate box?
No, absolutely not. No, I was making that comment. I'm being respectful to the plenty of members I speak to who say, I will never come and watch a Blast game. It's too noisy. It's too, it's too much going on. I don't like.
I think that's a bit sad. I'm sorry.
Well, that's their choice, isn't it? And I think what a wonderful sport that we can provide different formats and appeal to different people. So I guess I was just acknowledging that. No, I agree. I think coming along, falling in love with Middlesex, watching the Blast, and then moving on and doing other things. I mean, the thing to remember with cricket, if you talk to a professional cricketer, and I'm sure there are some exceptions, but the professional cricketers I've spoken to, they will all measure their career at the end of their careers by their red ball stats. They will all, a batsman will talk about, I averaged 45. They won't talk about I had a strike rate of 139. They will talk about their red ball stats. Now, their white ball earnings might contribute significantly to their lifestyle, but I think they, as professional athletes, will measure in the majority of cases that they've told me by what happens in red ball cricket, because red ball cricket is the pinnacle of cricket. And the other bits of cricket are absolutely fantastic, an amazing sport that we can offer so much. And so
We're back. Good afternoon. Hello, Aaron. How are you, mate? Aaron or Aaron?
It's Aaron. It is Aaron, quite
Okay.
Finchy, but yeah, very good to be honest, lads. Very good indeed. England not actually in a bad position, are we?
Nah, but that can change quickly. Don't you worry. Don't
Very
you
true.
worry. We've
We'll
seen it.
bash that optimism out of you, Aaron.
Exactly. When you've been here long enough, seen enough shit from the England side, it'll be beaten out of you, that optimism. Although I'm generally an optimist. I'd like to see Pope do well. I thought Leeds was batting okay. And it all went a bit wrong.
You are king of the unders, though, aren't you?
I am, but
well, you're an optimist.
Yeah, I know, but I tend not to go under on England, which is kind of counterintuitive, really. Now,
Also, the reason why we're not seeing you from Tahiti at this point.
no, then obviously I'd be wanting England to get out then as well.
Yeah,
money sometimes trumps it. Right, we're going to have the first over after lunch, and Pope is facing, and his first ball. I think that's the first ball he's faced. I think it's off his hip, out to square leg, look comfy, no run. It's this man is facing.
We got a Pope, take a good hard look, it's Ollie Pope, it's Ollie Pope, it's Ollie Pope, take a hard look at Ollie Pope.
He's going to face the second ball after lunch. Jameson is on his front pad, and he whips it. Not great timing, up to a wide mid on. It's no run, the bowler is.
And that's the story of how Kyle Jameson became a man.
So Aaron, I was here, and so you were 21, and you got into cricket in 2008, and you've been following Worcestershire around since then. So was your dad taking it? Was it Warwickshire? Sorry, oh no, I got it wrong there, didn't I? Was your dad taking you about?
Oh no, he's not into cricket at all, unfortunately.
Left by Pope through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Goodness me, that was a bit close for comfort, wasn't it, that leave?
Yeah, but he left it. It didn't hit. That's good news. Did it come back up the hill? No, it kept a bit low as well. It seemed to scoot on a bit. Jameson thought he was unlucky to not hit the stumps. So how are you getting about chasing this cricket when you were so young?
Well, to be honest, I was going mostly with my aunts, went with my granddad a few times as well, and also friends as well. Got quite a few contacts down here in Shakespeare's County.
Okie dokie. Jameson in, nicely driven by Pope. He's a little bit on the walk, but plays it on a high elbow out to cover, and there is no run. He got out poking at one off Jameson in the first innings. He really turned it around, and you know, when the new ball came along this morning, it looked like England were going to be dead and buried, and then that strange over of Stuart Broad's happened. You know, he managed to get Daryl Mitchell, and then dozy Colin de Grandhomme, who I have heard is quite a dozy man in terms of he's very, very relaxed, almost supinely relaxed. Was clearly too relaxed while he was out of the crease. That's into the pads of Ollie Pope. He'll get himself off the mark with a nice turn down a long leg, and score moves on to 32 for 1. The target is 277, so they'll be looking at little steps along the way. Getting under 200 will be the first, and then once they get it under 100, if they can get it under 100, they'll be thinking about trying to get the win. Plenty of time, of course. I should have a jingle for Zach Crawley.
Zach Crawley was a cricket player, but
And he's right behind the first ball he faces after lunch, and there is no run.
English professional cricket circuit. Zach Crawley must fight to survive.
That's a good
Okay.
ball.
I was going to say, Mohan Sharma thinks that England will be about 160 for 5 by the close of play. Angelic Scootus describes that over as an odd moment of play. I think that might be an understatement, Angelic Scootus. Oh, and congratulations on doing all of your following of the Giro. there's like a virtual Giro tour that Angelic Scooters kind of run, and the Tour de France and all that type of stuff. It's all good fun to watch. Go along with. But yeah, 2-4-5 to win.
It's possible. Got to remain optimistic. It's a third day wicket, and we're only we were literally about halfway. Well, in fact, we're at a halfway point in the test, an hour into this session. So the wicket should still be, nice to bat on. Just got to remain positive. Get that ball out to 40 overs with as many wickets in hand as possible, and then try and make hay in that 40 overs before the new ball comes when it's soft. Trent Bolt will open the bowling from the other end. He sounds a bit like this.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn?
First ball is across Pope. Again, it keeps a little bit low, it seems, but well wide. Just shoulders, arms, and lets it through, and there's no run. And we're going to look at that ball that got Lees out. It came back a long way, and he was set up by Southey, and then the ball from Jameson just hooped in. He left it, and he was bowled at top of his off stump. Bolt over the wicket to Pope, who lets that go, swings after it's gone past them. And
You've even described it on our website as brain fade. I think that might be a little bit harsh to him. What do you reckon, Aaron?
It's a tough one. I was just looking back on that actually. It's interesting his setup, because they're showing the comparison between those deliveries. He'd gone very, very far across the stumps, and then for the one he left, he didn't at all. He didn't even move his feet. So maybe that could have been part and parcel of it, but he looked really good until that point, didn't he?
Yeah, he did indeed. Bolt again, testing that line outside Pope's off stump, bringing it back in. Yeah, he'd been changing his setup on the crease all morning. Sometimes he was right over on his off stump, and then that ball, as you say, he was just in a fairly orthodox position on Midland leg. And maybe he just lined it up completely wrong then. Had a little bit of a brain fade, thought he was on the wrong line, as they said, in the wrong position. It did come back a long way though. I mean, not in terms of just for the arc and the angle. That's way down leg side from Bolt. Pope doesn't need to play. Looks quite composed.
Seemed to be movement off the pitch rather than swing though.
Yeah,
which was,
it seemed to dart back in quite sharply as well from the angle.
So if it starts doing that and keeping low, then someone like Jameson might become completely unplayable.
Well, he was the one who started to roll in the first innings against England. He's a tall man, hits the deck hard. Bolt is a classy bowler though, gets that one to come back into Pope, who covers up nicely, plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. One ball left in the 11th over.
So, Aaron, where's the best place that you've gone to watch cricket?
Well, obviously I'm going to say Edgbaston.
Edgbaston is a nice ground though.
Gorgeous. Stanley Barnes stand or RES Wyatt, absolutely, definitely recommend. But I'll tell you what, I love the county ground, you know. Like Wantage Road, I love the Riverside as well, up in Durham, absolutely gorgeous. And then was at the Oval the other night, so had plenty of opportunities, to be honest, over the years.
Left alone through to keep, and there's no one. Have you started playing? Do you play?
I do. I mentioned this earlier actually to Tony. I'm a specialist number 10. They were mentioning about the batting. Yeah, my batting average, I think 6 in village cricket,
nice.
Which isn't too bad, but I don't think I'm going to be playing for England anytime soon, to be honest, after averaging such lowly figures in the Cotswold 4th Division.
No one gives you a little turn over the arm?
I did actually last year. I'll tell you what, I couldn't believe this. I took figures of 4 for 19 in a game.
There you go.
And then took 2 wickets for the rest of the season.
Wow,
You wait all that time, and then 4 come along at once.
You got to persist. Nag the captain.
Put me in.
Someone's coming off. I don't know who that was. Jameson, who's going to continue on the 12th over bowling. Oh, that's Crawley. Nips back. I think missed the inside edge of the bat and just hit the top of the back thigh. Yeah, it's going well over the top. And there is no run. See the spin out yet? It's a little bit of a scramble seam. No, it's a big inside edge onto top of the thigh. Jameson has 1 for 8 and 3.1. As he comes into bowl, the second ball of this over. It's fullish. Crawley, bit of a gap between bat and pad, but he's a big lad, gets forward, covers the ball, plays it out to cover, and there is no run. And it's like I've made some moderators on our YouTube stream as we're getting spammed by loads of porn bots.
Yeah, one of them has the newly empowered Pokey Bumfinger has said no wickets, please, Aaron. So
yes, I empowered Pokey Bumfinger to be a moderator.
I don't know where you can get from that.
Oh, now flash that at Crawley. That's how he gets out. Fortunately, this time he missed it. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tempting, and someone like Crawley finds that very difficult to leave alone. It was full, it was wide outside his off stump and swinging away from him, and he's a big lad, he likes to get out there and just drive at it. It was a big expansive drive. It just swung past the outside edge of his bat. Lucky to get away with that. Went a bit off the seam too. Still there though.
That's the main thing.
Yeah, exactly, that is the main thing. Fourth ball of the over. Jameson in, and Crawley this time. It's a bit shorter from Jameson, leaves it through. Good pace from Jameson, 86 miles an hour. Doesn't look that quick. He's a big lad, bangs it into the deck. Now, is he the guy who's got... He's the highest bowler in the world, isn't he? Or is that Jason Holder? Well, he kept on banging on about this last year because Ollie Robinson was the second highest delivery of a ball in world cricket. I think Jameson was the tallest, if I'm not wrong. Someone on Twitter, no doubt, will tell us.
Isn't there a Pakistan bowler that's like 7 foot tall?
Yeah, well, there used to be Irfan. That's the dude. I don't know if he plays that much anymore. I haven't seen him for a while. That's left alone outside the off stump by Crawley through the keeper, and there's no run. Yeah, he played for a while. Played the Test match, didn't he? And was ODI bowler for a while for Pakistan, but I don't think he's played for a couple of years for Pakistan. Probably still knocking about. But yeah, last ball of the over. Jameson coming in to bowl to Crawley, who edges it, and he's gone. There you go. Fucking hell, that's how you get Crawley out. Just prods at one, and he's been threatening that pretty much all over. Crawley did prod forward, got the outside edge, shoulder the bat. It's gone out to third slip. Nice catch diving to his right, but within easy reach of the fielder. And really, that is the end of Crawley.
What do you reckon, Aaron?
Yeah,
Good ball, or
thoughts?
just what, maybe down the wrong line?
Oh, you've gone off. You're silent. You're on mute, I think. Or
Not sure if you're on mute, Aaron, but we can't hear you. No.
Nope, we can't hear you, mate.
So while he's sorting that out there, what do you reckon?
Well, he'd been beaten a couple of times in the over already, hadn't he? And it was he was testing that line outside his off stump. Crawley plays at balls that he doesn't need to play at, and often doesn't quite get in line. You know, it's the story of Crawley's career. Usually he's offering a big booming drive when he gets caught, but he still tends to play slightly inside the line, and often gets caught pushing at balls that he shouldn't really be playing at. And once again, he has been. I mean, everyone knows he gets out there. Are you back?
Am I back now, gents?
You are back now.
Fantastic. Yeah, that was a little bit of a microphone issue, unfortunately. Yeah, what I was going to say about the Crawley dismissal, we've seen it so many times, you know, just poking at the ball, hard hands, and I'm looking back on that dismissal yet again. It's a part of analysis which has been brought up time and time again. It's the footwork. It's the footwork.
Well, he doesn't have any.
Plants his feet.
Yeah, absolutely. His feet don't really go to the ball. He just plays down. He plants his foot on a line.
It's like a half step, isn't it?
Yeah, I
Rather
mean, he's
than
a tall guy and stuff, but he doesn't really get out to the ball exactly. And you don't really need to be playing it either, really.
It's a good catch, though.
It was a good catch.
Very good catch, yeah.
Well, we have a new batsman, but he's not going to be facing up. We'll play his jingle in a bit as Pope gets the first ball from Bolt's next over, and he drives that up to mid-off, and there is no run. And now suddenly we've lost 2 wickets for 1 run, essentially, either side of lunch. Now, it could do with Root sticking in and get himself a big score.
Decent size score.
That's into the pads. Nicely played by Pope. Nearly beats the man at mid-wicket. He just managed to half stop it, which allows there's a guy just to his left, over his left shoulder. It's slowed down enough that he can get across and field it, and there is no run. I'll let you get some tweets in after
the
end of this over.
Yep.
Lord's looking a picture. Those are the 2 new stands either side, aren't they, of the media centre thing? So that one is left alone outside Pope's off stump through to the keeper, and there is no run. They were extended up the wings, the ears either side of the media centre of the 2 new stands, aren't they? Anybody? No?
I wouldn't know the names of them.
I don't know the names of them, but they are the new stands, aren't they?
They look newish.
Yeah.
They look space age compared to other bits of the ground.
Yeah. Sun is out. It's quite warm in South London. That was Winviz, 33% chance for England, I think it said. Pulled by Pope, gets on top of it. Didn't get as much as he wanted, I don't think. It goes down to long leg. It'll be a single. Pope looks in fairly decent order. He looks determined. I'll give him that, if nothing else. Now, the ex-England skipper, score of endless amounts of runs. He needed 111 at the start of this test to get to 10,000 test runs. I think he got 11 in the first innings, didn't he? So
he's 9,900 runs in test cricket.
Okay, yeah. So he needs exactly 100, and if he gets that today and wins the test, that'll all be good, won't it? It's just mad. First ball he defends at the offside, no run. Pokey Bumper Finger, who's gallantly fighting off the pawn bot on our.
Yeah, it's a one-man crusade.
Yeah, it is. If anyone else wants to be a moderator, apparently it's really easy for me to do. Yeah, I just have to click on a thing. Someone wants to help him out. As that's defended nicely by Root with soft hands. Lets it drop out down towards third man. It's chased down, but I get back for a comfortable enough 2.
We'll sort out some way for me to do it in a bit. On YouTube, while we're here, Luke Davis wants to know how he can become part of the Guerrilla Cricket commentating family. So I'll kind of leave that to you and...
Send us an email.
Yeah. What's the email address?
GuerrillaCricket@gmail.com.
GuerrillaCricket@gmail.com, Luke.
Yeah.
And Pokey Bumfinger also on YouTube says this should be a piece of piss, but we're gonna spook.
Well, yeah, we all know that, don't we? It's
kind of
the full English position. Stoic until the last. Jameson's going to continue 2 for 80, having 4 overs. He is going to bowl to Pope. 14th over. On the front foot, defends it, drops it out to the offside, runs through for a quick single, and there's going to be buzzers, and there could be 4 of them. It could be a 5 for Pope, as that's a terrible throw in, and Colin de Gromans has to chase it all the way down to long on. It's not going to get there, but they'll come back for 3. It was Ajaz Patel who threw it at the bowler's end.
It not reaching the boundary sponge and making him run all the way is punishment for how he got out, isn't it?
Well, yeah. It was a sidearm throw. The whippy.
He's nowhere near the stumps.
Very inaccurate, yeah. Terrible throw. which allows them to get through for the next 2 months, and will bring Root back on strike.
Is that a Gujarat Titans shirt I see at Lords?
It could be. You're a T20 fan, the IPL. Can't stand the IPL, I have to say. Not that I
That's only
can't
because you've never commentated on a good game in the IPL.
No, I had a couple of crackers actually towards the end of this year, it has to be said.
Yeah.
Jameson is in. Ooh, and a bit of extra zip in that one. Root pulls the bat away, lets it through to the keeper, and there is no run. Goes down and farms the pitch. No, I mean, I did see it. It's just there's too much of it. I mean, I saw a couple of good games. I saw a fair few bad ones. It just goes on too long for me, and it's so repetitive. Do you like the 100 hour?
I do not know.
No, good, excellent. You're in the right place then.
Yeah.
Total waste of space. Although I will say for the women's game, it has been a boon, as most people will testify.
That's because they're too scared to put Test cricket on.
Well, there was it was that guy the other day that's left alone through to the offside. And I was reading a report yesterday. Hendo left it up on the computer. Some bod at the ECB basically saying that women will never play, much more Test cricket.
Is it the same? I think that's the same report that said that if you're not India, England, or Australia, you play less Test cricket and more one-day cricket.
Exactly, more white ball cricket. It's got a horrifying thought.
Well,
it would need a massive expansion of structure for the women's game, I suppose. But that's defended by Root. Pulls his pads out of the way and jabs his bat at it. I think there might have been an inside edge onto pad. Jameson was excited for a little bit, but no run. Oh no, maybe it kept a little bit low and it came off the toe of the bat. Went back towards the stumps, but it crashed into Root's pads.
Look at that.
Yeah.
For a Test career so far, that's absolutely staggering, isn't it?
It is. 70 wickets at an average of 18.
Are New Zealand cricketers properly rated, or do we still underrate them?
No, I think they are properly rated. They, as that's driven by Root up towards mid-on. It's fielded by Colin de Grandon, and there is no run. Another massive bit of turf comes out. I went to one day of county cricket this year. They clearly heavily watered the outfields because it'd been sunny for a while, and my back garden was as hard as a rock. But the outfield at Surrey, which you were allowed to walk on at lunch, was still quite soft and spongy. See why they cause themselves injuries, and it doesn't go across the outfield as fast as it used to in the heydays of the 70s. When they probably didn't water the pitches. I remember watching the 76 series against the West Indies and the outfields were just brown. Oh, fenced that again by Root. And again, this is really good bowling by Carl Jameson. Finishes the 14th over. He's bowled 5 overs, 2 for 11. Through to keeper, and there's no run. Ow.
So, still on YouTube, Cooper Cronk, not a piece of piss, batting against the strong attack, batting last. Jeff Thomas, Pokey Bumfinger opening and moderating like a champ. Leah says that they'll help out. And Pokey says that I've lost that little slither of hope that kept me going before the 2005 era. Last few years it's ground me down, playing bad and getting worse. So, yeah, make of that what you will.
Yeah, Win Predictor has England at 33 and the Kiwis at 67. Defended by Pope back down the track, and there's no run. It needs a couple of decent. I mean, if you look at that Kiwi innings, I mean, literally there were 2 scores, and Saudi smashed it around towards the end of the innings, and I think Bolt did a little bit at the end of the first innings. But other than that, no score in the entire batting lineup of the Kiwis in 2 innings essentially. England know better, let's be honest. I mean, highest score was Crawley in the first innings, 43. Someone needs to stand up and do what Mitchell and what's his name? Blundell did for the Kiwis, as that's clipped by Pope out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. NASA looking older. He's looking more and more granddad-like, isn't he, these days?
There's a picture in his attic that stays exactly the same age. So.
Bolt. Oh, chopped by Pope. Not sure I like that shot that much, but he's chopped it down towards third man. And they'll come back for 2. And he'll move on to 7. Face 19 balls now. Should be feeling okay. Jameson seems to be the trouble bowler. Bolt's bowling well enough, but he doesn't seem to be troubling them too much, if you like. Maybe it's just that height of Jameson and actually making something happen. Yeah, just chopped down by Pope towards third man.
I think there's shades of McGrath about Jameson, about just he's a bit unnervingly accurate as well.
Yeah, well, he doesn't need to try that much, really. I mean, just that frame allows him to propel the ball at a decent pace, as that is around the wicket now. Bolt to Pope. I'm not so sure you want to be doing that. It's still a reasonably new ball. Is it going to do anything for Bolt? I don't know. It's not T20. It's not trying to hit you out of the ground. Better chance that you might get it slightly wrong into the hip, and it's an easy runs down the leg side. He's still getting it to swing back in. It just seems a bit pointless. We'll probably get one more over after this, and then we'll have a change. That one's cut through Pope, but I think he let it go through. Lifted his hands a bit, cramped him.
They're starting a bit too wide, right?
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, the angle's quite obvious. Maybe he did try and play at it himself in a bit of a mess. It's never really going to trouble anything.
It's too high, but it's gone quite close to the inside edge in the glove. And
yeah, well, that's what I mean. His front ankle folded as he played that inside out, drove at it. It's a bit frenetic, that shot, but it drove it out to cover, and there is no run. That ends the 15th over.
Right, let's have some tweets. Neymar Butland's changing gear here in LA after being at a Dodger game last night with the wife in the large work group to see the Dodgers versus the Mets. That to get us the rich versus the rich, Dodgers and Mets. Also, did someone say Jameson a bit early for that? It's like 6:30 a.m. here on the West Coast. It's always 5 o'clock somewhere, Neymar Butland.
It is indeed.
Carl Chegwin, can you advise on the Test match schedule for the summer? So it's 3 against New Zealand, 1 against India, 3 against South Africa.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
With ODIs and white ball stuff thrown in there.
Madamo and Sharma, England must show positive intent. They have lost in recent times. Leia, I'm back. Now that my famous patty melts of mustard, onion, tomato and mustard have been grilled into the patty, some pickles with that. Heaven. Good to see you back, Leia.
Yeah.
Didn't know you were gone.
But she's also a moderator now. That's a lovely defensive shot by Ruti as he defends it stoutly out to cover. And there is no run.
Nigel Burgess, and so the collapse begins. At least the Gorillas get a day off tomorrow. Actually, true Gorilla fashion is 9 wickets down at the end of the play. Everyone has to come back tomorrow to watch 3 balls and then the final wicket. Isn't that right? That's usually how.
Yeah, that's happened a fair few times. At least that you come in and you know you're going to be leaving again soon. Tomorrow's not going to go deep, whichever way, is it? As that is left through to the keeper and there's no run. If it's over today, New Zealand have probably won. I don't think England will get these runs today. I imagine that if England is a win, it goes somewhere after lunch, about maybe an hour after lunch tomorrow.
Yeah. Angelic Scooters, tweet of the day. At least England are out of their tail now.
Well, 40 for 2 is a reasonable start. 15 overs, just to make up, grind that ball down for another 25 overs, really. Jameson.
What easier said than done, though.
Yeah, exactly. Nice shot by Root, though. Driven straight past. Mid-off is very wide. So skipper Kane Williamson chasing it down. They should come back for 3, and they do. Nice shot by Root. Moves on to 5. Pope on 7. The score moves on to 43 for 2. The target comes down to 235. They'll be notching along it in 10-run intervals. And Root would love to get a score in the first test. I think he kind of gave it away a bit in the first innings. and having had such a good year last year, it's always nice to get off to a good start. Mind you, I suppose he has already. He scored runs in West Indies, and that was earlier this year. That's left alone by Pope through to the keeper, and there is no run.
So is this always this feeling that there's going to be this Botham-esque 1981 releasing of pressure and talent that comes from losing the captaincy, when it's not really the case most of the time, is it?
Well, no, I mean, he did have a couple of barren years as captain, didn't he? He kept getting to 50 a lot and kept giving it away, very much Ian Bell-like, for a while, and then rediscovered it last year. But, you know, you look at the great batsman Kane Williams is struggling at the moment. Kohli hasn't had 100 in God knows how long, as Pope defends that back down the track, and there is no run. That is the end of the over. That is the end of our spell.
No,
it's not. There's one ball left.
One ball.
Yeah, I mean, Kohli struggled. Smith's had his struggles, really. Maybe he's being a bit outshone by Labuschagne at the moment. You know, it's funny things happen. Hold on, Messi. We've got one ball left. Oh, he's Messi's just staring at the screen.
Sure, you said it was the end of the over there.
Oh, well, I thought it was as well, but it's not. There's one ball left, and that's driven quite sweetly by Pope. That is nicely timed. That one is going to make it all the way down to Mandy. I'm going to sign off. I think. No, I'm not actually. I thought it was going to be a 4, but again, Kay Williamson chased it down. Again, it'll be 3.
2.
Was it 2? Can't be 2. No, it's 3. Pope.
No, 3.
So that's the end. Very nice to meet you, Aaron, and goodbye to you, Al. It's going to be
See you later on, Aaron.
Tony, Messers and Forthy will be taken over for the next half hour, and it's all right, don't you worry. And carry on, boys.
Ciao.
Have we got a Tony in the house?
Oh, Tony's undoubtedly waiting to get into the chair.
There he is. There he is.
Just while we're waiting, Toulon says hi from John in Germany. Great to be listening, but the sound levels on web radio, again, very varied. Too soft to appalling. Yeah, it is a slight problem for us sometimes in terms of getting stride. I'm sorry about that, John. But great to have you on board.
Right then. 46 for 2, 277 the target. Trent Boult with ball in hand, left arm around and left by the worshipful Bishop of Rome, my ecclesiastical brother. Well, those 2 wickets have put a different complexion on things, I think, Forthy, haven't they?
Yes, not an unexpected one, of course, Tony. If for those of you who've been on the journey of the last 20 Test matches watching England,
this is very true.
But at some point, the worm will turn. Let us hope it is today.
The worm will turn.
That's the third time you've tried that on.
Absolutely ripped out the middle stump of Ollie Pope through the gate, hook, line, and sinker. Pope has gone. The collapse is on. Oh, England, oh, England, oh, England. Where is that wicket? I don't quite know. We'll just. I shall hold off on the jingle because we're going to have a lovely view of this from behind. Absolutely, this is off stumps out the ground, bouncing along. Boult has his man. It's England's probably not for long in the number 3 position. Ollie Pope. That has gone, I'm afraid. Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
That was.
After you've gone.
Goodness me. What do you make of that, chaps?
That was that was Forthy's wicket. I mean,
yeah, thanks very much.
The minute he said the worm turns, the wicket fell. The same as last time when there's 3 wickets in the over. So there'll probably be another 2 this over.
First thing I thought of was the 2 Ronnies when he said that.
The worm turned.
The worm
yes,
that turned.
The worm that turned.
Yeah.
Well, look, I mean, yes, the 3 guys. I mean, what was Pope doing at number 3 in the first place? I don't know, because we only saw it once, and the naked eye can deceive whether it was an absolute Jaffa or whether he played round the straight one. Another replay might tell us, but
I think
okay,
it nipped back a bit.
Here we go again.
I think it was probably
Did
quicker
come
than he
back a
thought.
bit.
but it's going to be the man who's been warming up for a tough Test cricket innings with a few IPL thrashes. It's Johnny Bairstow, 84 matches for him, averages 34 and a bit. 8 tons, and boy, could England do with him getting one of those and making it 9 today. It's an all Yorkshire pairing at the crease. Joe Root, they're really looking for him to dig in, our England, and I hope Johnny Bairstow can do it with him. We do look at that again. Did seem to jag away a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, just jagged a touch. It was a bloody good ball. But he's just not a natural number. He's just not a natural number 3, is he, Ollie Pope? I don't know whether Joe Root would have dealt with that ball any better. But he shouldn't be there. Should be batting at 5.
Well, he's gone for 10. It's 46 for 3. So England have lost Lees. They've lost Crawley. Crawley did have an expensive drive attempt, which he nearly edged, and then he actually just seemed to play down the wrong line defensively, and that was him done.
Yep.
Caught at third slip.
Well, I think they're going to make a fist of it. It's the 2 men at the crease and the one to follow Ben Stokes. It's all on them. It's an awful lot to ask because they're still 230 off.
They are indeed. Bolt will be in, nicely met by Johnny B. Tucks in everything behind it. I mean, it would, after all, be, isn't it, the 3rd highest run chase ever at Lords that they're after?
but you know, that's a fairly restricted data set. I mean, it's not a huge. It's something like the 51st highest in Test cricket in terms of success. So it's not a huge task, really.
I was there for the second biggest one, which was in 2004. It was a great day's cricket. I think I mentioned it last
was against New Zealand as well, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Only 2 or 3 wickets down, wasn't it?
It was. Yes, it was. That was Nasser Hussein's last innings.
That's not the one where he was pointing at his back, trying to prove the case. Funny enough, he wanted to be number 3.
Yeah, that was a one-day match when he was doing that. Yeah, that was the one where he ran out Andrew Strauss and prevented him getting 2 centuries on debut.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. 16 and a half overs gone around the wicket. Oh, Bairstow has a wild swing. It was very wide of off stump. Through to Blundell.
Why would you do that?
Goodness.
Well, the thing is, it's a bit like alternating between very hot and very cold weather. If you've just been playing in the IPL for goodness knows how long, I don't know because I've never done it, but how easy is it just to snap back into test match mode? I suppose others have done it successfully, but Johnny Bairstow doesn't seem to be one of them.
I think he possibly just pulled the bat away from that on the replay. Or he tried to make it look like that. 2 slips and a gully.
That was very generous
stump.
interpretation.
Left. Yeah, probably. I'm trying to be kind to him, to encourage him along. He's yet to get off
What's
the mark.
Words?
It's the
ex post facto.
Ipso facto.
Ipso facto. Yes. Highest ever run chase, 344 in 1984 by
Gordon Greenwich on one leg.
Yeah, the magnificent West Indians of that era.
We do have an evolutionary question from Angelic Scooters.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
He says it's a batting order where 20 for
Bairstow
3
is off the mark.
Like
Nicely tickled away. Wide of those slips. Chased down by, who was that? Latham? Not sure. But off he went. And it gets a single. It should mean, indeed, that Bairstow would keep the strike. Or did they run 2? Did they run 2? It's 49 for 3. They've run 2.
They've run 2.
They did.
They've run 2. Yes.
Anyway, Messers, the floor is now yours.
Sorry about that. My feed is way off. So, I keep overriding you. Angelic Scooter says it's a batting order where 20 for 3 is far more likely than 150 for 1, considered a vestigial tale.
Oh, that's good.
Very good. I definitely like that. Well, it's a very lanky
Tim Everingham is with us. Says, evening, Gorilla. I'm wondering how big of an impact does the English captain have on team selection? Could Stokes coax a team with folks and wokes? I showed myself out.
Well, I'm not sure Wokes
I think
will be
they
fit
just
for a while.
end up with chokes.
As up onto his toes goes Joe Root, guides it to Gully. The first ball from this
Jameson over. What is he? 6'7", 6'8"? Carl Jameson.
You know, 6'7", I think. I was going to say my friend Glenn, who won't be listening, so I can be slightly rude about him. And he's always quite rude to me. He had a lot of trouble with his back, and he went to the doctor, and the doctor said, "Well, I can see what your problem is. You've got an extra notch on your spine." So I do know someone who's got a vestigial tail.
Oh, really?
I like the story, in fact.
Well, that's true. 3 slips a gully. A point. Cover and extra cover. And it's a cover that will, in fact, be brought into play by Joe Root there, as it's just gently eased in that general direction by the former England captain. 277 the target. 90.
Yeah, sometimes the affairs of state fall off the shoulders, rather like Alistair Cook. As soon as he found he wasn't going to be captain, he smashed that brilliant final century. But I never really got the sense that Joe Root's batting had been affected, certainly not in the last year. Indeed, quite the reverse.
Yep. Root tapping the bat. Yet to really get into the swing of his innings. He's nicely forward though, but there's a man at mid-on, and it will mean that he won't get a run on that occasion. 17 and a half overs, 49 for 3.
I guess if the one thing which, probably agree you fellows, the one thing which unites Williamson, the best player on the New Zealand side, and Root, the best batsman, is playing it late and under the eyes. That is the great trick which really distinguishes the elite batsman.
Well, it also distinguishes why Crawley gets himself into trouble, because that's the one thing he doesn't do.
Yeah,
too often
exactly.
doesn't do. As
one of the things he doesn't.
One of the things he doesn't do.
That's exactly right.
Lack of footwork and hands thrust forward. I'm no batting coach, but I can tell you that's not ideal.
No.
Root waits, and as if to illustrate everything we've just been talking about, waits for the ball, plays it late, right under his eye line, solid defence, no run.
I mean, you can play the other way. Marcus Trescothick did, Adam Gilchrist did. Just absolutely, if you've got brilliant hand-to-eye coordination, you just trust the swing of your arms. But you'll A, never be an elite batsman that way, and B, it's not the correct technique.
Well, you're in a very forthright mood, Forthy, today. Stated as absolute fact, but
it's not how you should teach young players to play, I guess.
Absolutely
it's
right.
What I
Down go those
say.
3 slips. In comes Jameson. Oh, that really hurries Joe Root. There's playing it late and there's panicking, and I think that was more the latter. New Zealand hands on heads in that slip cordon as that really hurried Joe Root, who just got the bat down on it in time. And there is no run, but it could have been spelt further disaster for England, I'm afraid. Poor old Joe Root, that came on him way quicker than he was expecting.
Yeah, just got him, I think, in the breadbasket for a moment.
Well,
not
the inside edge.
A little lower than that.
Well, if he's got a French loaf down there, he's a lucky lad, but nonetheless.
Oh, well played, Tony. That was
very, very good. Very good.
Jameson in, left by the aforementioned Joe Root, whose breadbasket has clearly, obviously, recovered from that momentary shock.
A little bit of baguette banter there. Very nice.
Banter. But there is a name for a band, if ever I heard one. I'm just off to the Astoria tonight to watch, baguette banter on their nationwide tour. 49 for 3, 18 overs completed.
So I've got a message from Jeff Perkins saying I'm very faint. So I've just turned my microphone up. I don't know if that's any better. And Neil Harris is saying NASA looks like a granddad is definitely a pot and kettle analogy. Not that there's anything wrong with looking like a granddad at all. I don't know what you said to prompt this. Leah says, did you just assume my pronouns, Forthy?
What?
And
I have no idea where that's come from, Leah, on this occasion. I hadn't realised there'd been correspondence.
Trent Bolt.
She also welcomes John, a fellow German. Nice. From where exactly? I'm Leah from Hanover.
Around the wicket comes Bolt. Bairstow drives rather sweetly past cover. That's going to make it all the way to that cover boundary for one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Now Johnny Bear
Bairstow played that rather sweetly, I think, on that occasion.
He did. And look, I hate to be a curmudgeon, but he also played it away from his body.
Yeah.
And it looks absolutely magnificent
when it works.
When it works and it sings to the fence and everybody applauds. But we'll see.
What time is it in Australia, Forthy? Where you are in Melbourne?
It is 5 to midnight. 5 minutes to midnight.
Might explain why you're being such a grumpy fucker. No, I'm joking.
Jesus Christ!
Well, I'm not sure any of us are at our best at 5 to midnight, and well, obviously,
no.
Unless you're Dracula, with who we know Forthy's well acquainted.
Straight after COVID as well. I'll tell you something, well, odds just happened in my room. But anyway, I'll get back to the cricket.
Not
No pigeon. But,
pigeon related.
For no reason whatsoever, one of my doors has just swung open and a huge breeze has just started. It's quite spooky.
That
I'm here
does
at
sound
midnight.
vaguely ghostly, yeah.
I might just turn the camera around for a second.
Are you? We're gonna
see it.
We'll just wait for Trent Bolt, who's in wide of the off stump,
Midnight in Melbourne.
driven straight to point by Johnny Bairstow, and there is no run. We're having a little look round Forthy's room.
Ooh.
Sorry if you're on radio without the benefit of pictures.
I've got to say, Forthy, you've brought more entertainment from your webcam than any other gorilla has so far.
Yeah, I guess that's true. It's just bizarre.
Ghostly tales.
It's like an M.R. James ghost story.
Of 40 towers.
I'm quite a connoisseur of ghost stories. Do you like ghost stories?
I do actually, yeah. No, I do. 3 slips, but a kind of a first and second, and then a little bit of a gap with a sort of a wider, really fourth slip. So there's a gap between second and fourth, as this one is driven again very sweetly out through the covers by Johnny Bairstow. Very similar to the last one. Bat away from the pads. Forthy won't be happy, but it is 4 more to the...
It's 4 runs. It's 4 runs.
It's 4 runs, it is. Let's have a look.
Nice shot.
Yeah. It is very sweet timing, though, and when it works...
It is
just
absolutely
magnificent.
beautiful. No foot movement whatsoever, but beautifully struck.
Yeah.
Have you any idea who the ghost might be, then, Forthy? Who's decided to come and visit you? Are they an apparition?
I think
Have they appeared?
It's Hope leaving the building.
Oh, yes, that's probably what it is. Yeah. The little winged creature fluttering out the window.
In comes Bolt. Now that was sweetly played by Bairstow. He just waited, guided the ball down towards third man between, I think, that second and fourth slip, making best use of the fact that the gap was there. Did it very tidily indeed. Get 2 for his trouble. He'll move on to 12.
Yeah. I mean, from a technical point of view, a much better shot, but
well, we'll have a look.
But fewer runs.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's cricket.
Actually, it was wide. It wasn't between the gap between some slips. It was wide of the fourth slip. But nonetheless, beautifully executed by Johnny B. Has he got his eye in? He knows. This could be, I mean, for him, or both, or for any player at the moment, and a watchful new coach. Everyone's position, I suppose you could argue, is up for grabs. This one again is slashed backward of point beautifully by Johnny Bairstow. It's 4 more. If he is going to take England to the highest ever run chase, he's going to do it his own way and
2 plus 2 is on man.
That was quite delightful, that shot.
That was a beautiful shot, actually. Technically superb.
Although he's being offered width by Trent Bolt, and consistently one wonders if, almost as with Crawley, are they deliberately trying to entice the drive? You get the feeling they probably are with the way that Bolt is bowling.
Yes, I'm absolutely sure that's the case. These bowlers know what they're doing.
In he comes, over the wicket this time by the left arm, and Bairstow this time just nudges to mid-on, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 277 is England's target. They've got 63 of them, but for the loss of 3 wickets.
Okay, some tweets from when the last wicket fell. Warren said, "Oh, bedknobs and broomsticks." Mike said, "England win probability dropping fast." Leah would really like some feedback that you promised her.
Oh,
Warren says,
yes.
what position does Harry Brook bat?
Well, 5.
Neymar says, hello, Tony, Bear, Messi, etc. It's me, Neymar. I've missed you, boys. We've missed you too, Neymar.
We have.
Just Ideals pedant alert. In my Callow youth, persons with the surname Jamison were pronounced as in Jam rather than Jame. Methinks because of their English preference for the ease of the tongue. I think St. John for St. John. Any intel? Guerrilla cricket. Oh, well, whatever's easiest, I reckon we could go with that.
You jerked in and out a little bit there. But you're
sorry,
back.
Are we back on? We still got time.
No, you're all right. You've got Jameson just turning at the top of his mark, so it might be best to wait. Or Jamison. Jamison or Jameson, as we were just discussing. His right arm over. Pulled by Joe Root. It was short, and Joe Root said, thank you very much. Swiveled, and away it goes to the mid-wicket boundary for one of these. Dug in, wasn't it, by Jameson Jamison.
Jameson Jamison got smashed there by a beautiful technical shot from Joe Root. No problems with that.
There you are, you see. And, he's pleased. The headmaster of Melbourne.
Man from Melbourne. Oh dear.
As this one is steered backward of square. Be an easy single. Bring Johnny B back onto strike. Root moves on to 9. 68 for 3. On to 10, I beg your pardon. 68 for 3, England.
I've closed the offending window, so all is well.
We don't think it was a ghost. It was just a breeze, was it?
I think so. I've got a great fondness for M.R. James and Arthur Macken. Marquis Smith of the Fall was the president of the Arthur Macken Society, funnily enough.
Was he, by
Talking of ghost stories. Yes, he was.
Anything to do with the Fall, go to Forthy, he knows.
That is correct, yes.
Who wrote The Woman in Black?
That was Wilkie Collins.
H.R. James. I
thought you would.
There you go.
Certainly know the answer to that.
Well, I think so.
Johnny Bairstow is actually counting very precisely where the fielders are. So, well done him. There's 3 slips. I can tell him that, as that one is left alone by Bairstow, and he has a little, quite brisk and determined walk away. He's like somehow he's not quite happy with himself just yet. Get an impression he's telling himself not to do anything daft, don't you?
Well, very much so, yes. I know he wrote The Lady in Red, if that helps.
Susan Hill wrote The Woman in Black.
Susan Hill.
Susan Hill, right, there we are. What am I thinking of with Wilkie Collins? Something else in black.
Oh, it's a big no ball from Carl Jameson. So I think we should definitely celebrate that if I can find it in extras. Not too late now, he's in again. Bairstow forward, away towards point, no run. Something's causing messes to chortle.
Josh Robinson says, Marquis Smith of the Fall, is that to distinguish him from Marquis Smith the Undertaker?
Oh, very funny, Josh, very funny, very witty. Susan Hill, funnily enough, was one of 2 great literary titans that came from Coventry, my hometown. The other one being Philip Larkin, I suppose.
Oh, did he, by Joe? Wow.
And George Eliot, arguably, but just outside Coventry. She was sort of more Nuneaton.
In comes Jameson, nicely met by Bairstow, guided away. I've told you I've sang at the old cathedral.
That's beautiful setting, the old cathedral, isn't it? Yeah. No, I didn't know that. When were you a choir boy?
I was, yeah. I was in the my school, the motet choir.
Dear, here we go.
Pretty as a picture. Pretty as a picture.
I was. I absolutely was. I do remember our music teacher though was barking mad. Barking he was. He used to take his eye. Well, I'll hold that thought for a second. And as we wait for Jameson, who's into Bairstow, who has a swing, and has he edged it? I think he has. No, he hasn't, but he really should have done. And all of that determined chatting to himself to not do precisely what he just did clearly hasn't worked. I think Jameson is having a bit of a laugh with him. I do like the spirit this game's being played in.
Dreadful shot.
I totally agree with you, Tony. I have never seen a test match which has been played in a better spirit. Everyone seems so keen to be smiling and laughing. The Fast Bowlers Union, it was as if it was a night out in the pub. They were enjoying themselves so much.
Well, Jameson's having a word. Bairstow, I think, is through gritted teeth. He's either smiling or baring his teeth. I'm not quite sure which. What's Jameson got for him this time? Fuller, he's bowled him. That's the perfect answer by Jameson. Through the Bairstow gate. Oh, my word. It's 69 for 4. Johnny B has gone. And New Zealand are scenting blood. Goodness me. Johnny Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow.
Got him! Why did he do that? Unbelievable!
Well, that, Forthy, is the perfect riposte by Jameson.
Absolutely, and you know, we were just saying on there, those fours that he had, they were absolutely sensational, $1 million, but they were fraught with peril, and so it proved because his bat was you could drive a coach and horses in the gap between his bat and his pad there.
Yeah, I'm afraid that we have said that before. 20 overs are complete. It's now 69.
I'm a little behind, so I will catch up if I can.
Yeah.
Farong says, will my 5:46 p.m. Black Caps victory eventuate? Rain looks a few hours away from saving England. Yeah, well, no rain before midnight, I don't think, but it's going to be over today, and I think Aninda will be able to have tomorrow off. Jeff Perkins says, not sure if they're batting order of vestigial tails or vestigial virgins. Chris the Choir says, if cricket were allowed in Gilead, under his eye would be the oft-repeated commentator's mantra.
I like that.
Neil Harris says, damn, Tony Bishop is on fire today. I'm sure that was a breadbasket comment.
Oh,
Leah says, make me a gorilla and I promise distinctly changing background entertainment of conflict simulation covers, weird Perry Roden collectibles, obscure Jambara references, all of which is pretty obscure for me.
Well, I'm intrigued by your picture. Is it Tomo bowling with D'Oliveira at the crease, or have I got them completely
it's DK Lilly.
Oh, it's DK Lilly. Oh, it's hard to see.
Greatest fast bowler I've ever watched, to be honest. Chris Aquarius says, a jingle for Forthy should perhaps be a variation on a certain fizzy drinks advert. Another grumpy bear. It's frothy, man.
It's Forthy, yeah.
Frothy. Well, I'll tell you what, that was an ad from my very own advertising agency, Bose Massimi Pollitt, by the all-time legend John Webster from back in the early 70s. And its Frothy Man character was based on Jack Nicholson in Easy Rider.
There you go. And Neymar Button says, didn't Wilkie Collins write Woman in White?
Woman in White, that was it. Yes, that's correct.
So, it's all our listeners have all the information and they choose to share it selectively when we need it. Brian says, back in sunny England and passing Watford Junction, has England decided they might be able to get a win and are using more of their batting brain? No, is the answer to that. And Leah says, I don't know what you're thinking of, Forthy. All I can tell you is that the Traveller in Black stories were written by John Brunner. And Brian says, can I please retract my previous tweet? Because obviously the wicket went down straight after that. Farang says, are we back on?
No, we're not. We're watching a tumbling of wickets, 3 of which have gone to Jameson.
Bairstow in Hyderabad mode. Warren just says, fuck sticks. And Madan Mohan Sharma says, once more English batters are throwing their wickets needlessly. Now I fear they will lose all 10 wickets today. 4 have already gone in the hut.
Yeah, well,
and Warren says, what's the collective noun for advertiser? Well, that is asking for trouble.
Yes. I think I might move swiftly on from that particular question.
Yeah, that's true. It turned out I had a copy of The Woman in White on the shelf behind me. All I had to do was look over my shoulder.
As Bolt is in, left by route outside of his off stump. The new man, of course, at the crease is Ben Stokes. So we will jingle him up. Not that he needs any introduction, but here is one for him.
Ben?
Ben Stokes.
Are we going through to the end of the over, Tony?
I think we will, and then we will change at the end of the over as Bolt comes around the wicket up onto his toes. Goes Joe Root again, guides towards gully. There is no run. There are 4 balls left of this over, and then we will have a change. I'm trying to remember who's doing what.
I think I'm on ball by ball.
I think you are, from memory. Oh, I think Steve Jones is coming in.
Yes.
Who's entirely responsible for a terrible hangover I've had today. But there we go. Bolt, around the wicket he comes. Down go the slips. Nicely flicked off his legs, but there is a man down at long leg. We'll just get a single for Rooty.
Did you have absolutely no say in them? You have absolutely no say in the matter, Tony. You just lay there and he poured beer down your throat.
Well, the good thing was it was extremely nice Rioja that we happened to be drinking, so it means that the hangover was not as bad as it may have been were it less pleasant wine, shall we say. 70 for 4 are England. Remember, 277 they need, so they still need 207, and that seems quite a long way off with those 4 wickets having tumbled. Lee's just left one that he really shouldn't. Bairstow, we thought the Bairstow gate had been closed. It hasn't. It reappeared. In comes Bolt. Nicely worked by Ben Stokes, but straight to square leg. There is no run. Crawley did get an edge. Not driving on this occasion, but really just playing down slightly the wrong line, and the edge was taken. Who have I missed? Crawley Lees. We must have
Pope.
Oh, Ollie Pope, who was
bold.
comprehensively bold, wasn't he? Yes, he was. Indeed, he was.
Yep.
74-4. Forward comes Ben Stokes. And away to Colin de Grandon. I would imagine Colin de Grandon might just be starting to feel a little bit more relieved, because it was his sort of absent-minded moment that started the New Zealand tumble. But now England are 4 down, he's probably just feeling a little bit happier about life, I would think. Were England to have gone on, or were England to go on a win, one suspects he'll look back on that moment. This one is driven straight to extra cover by Stokes, who curses himself angrily because he really feels he should have got past Williamson, who's stationed there, but it went straight to him.
I don't think we've had the Grand Homme on yet, have we? We only just bowled 8 overs in the first innings.
No, we haven't. We haven't. I'm not quite sure. I don't think that was the end of the over, was it? Why
well,
it
it
seems
seems
to
be
be being subjected to a... Was it the end of the over?
Oh,
it was.
It is the end of the over.
Well, in that case, Forthy, you're going to take over. I think I'm going to do some social media.
Okay, Leah is the next tweet from 3 minutes ago. And that'll get you in half an hour.
And I shall say hello to Steve as well. Again.
Yeah. Just give me one moment. I'm going to let my Cocker Spaniel out. Not a euphemism.
What? Thank goodness for that.
We can't see it, Ian. So.
Oh, Lord.
Good afternoon, one and all. How are you, Tony?
I'm very well. I'll just probably take this ball as Forthy's gone to get his Cocker Spaniel out, as this one is played back to him by Joe Root as in came Jameson.
He's a big man, isn't he?
Forthy's put his Cocker Spaniel away for now, and will be... No, he's not quite yet. He's not
rigged up yet.
I'm not sure what he's doing, actually. We're getting some headphones. You're with us now, Forthy.
Yeah, the
Cocker Spaniel's been sorted.
He stole some garlic bread out of the bin, and he's probably about to be sick, but never mind. the show goes on. How are you, Steve? Yeah.
I'm very well, Ian. How the devil are you? Been enjoying following your commentary, actually, the last 2 days. Thank you very much.
So. Well, that's very nice of you. Thank you. And we've been following your shenanigans last night. In comes Kyle Jameson. Well pitched up, defended by Joe Root. There is no run. Where were you guys hanging out last night? Some Den of Iniquity, no doubt?
Yeah, very nice Spanish tapas restaurant in SE4, just up the road from us. And the Bear. So, yeah, they're very good.
Okay. Quiet night out, not?
No, it wasn't. But, a few extra glasses at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, we sent everyone else home and get on the outside of another couple seemed like a good idea.
Oh, yeah.
Very good. In comes Kyle Jameson once more. This one just rays onto leg stump, and Root takes advantage, flicks him down to long leg, and takes a single. Slightly overthrown, but an athletic take from Tom Blundell.
Ruchi's looking quite comfortable, I think. I'll touch wood for having said that, but
Yeah, he does. I mean, he always does, really, doesn't he? Even when he gets out, it's usually it's very rarely to a flashing aberration. The flashing aberrations, they would be good, along with
they're a good band.
See them at the Astoria.
Yep, I'd definitely pay good money.
Oh, the other one, the Baguette Batters or something.
Baguette Banter. In comes Carl Jameson again, round the wicket this time. Left well alone by Ben Stokes. All the responsibilities of the captaincy now lying on his tattooed arms. And he finds himself with quite a lot in his in tray here. England 71 for 4 with the target still at 277.
I'm just reading with interest Leah's tweet. I'm going to save it until the appropriate moment, but it's an interesting point of view.
Always an interesting point of view from there. In comes Carl Jameson once more. Nicely defended, absolutely straight bat. Ben Stokes has got one of the best techniques, along with Joe Root. Probably these two are the best two technical batsmen in England right now. It's a joy to see them at the crease together. And you can get great pleasure as a cricket watcher observing superbly executed technical defensive shot, and that was one.
If they're still together by the end of the day, the game will look different. But at
Sure
the moment, you think it would be unlikely.
Oh, done.
Jameson in for the last ball of the over, and then Stokes sachets down the pitch for 3. Shuffles down for 3 steps, but plays a defensive shot when he gets there. That's the end of the over. England 71 for 4 at the end of the 22nd over. What's happening on socials?
Well, Leah is saying, all I can infer from Messi's proclamation that Lily is the greatest fast bowler he ever... Oh, she's actually written fat bowler he ever saw. But I think that is an error. So I'll read it as the greatest fast bowler, even though it says fat bowler. Is that he never saw Lasith Malinga. I'd have to side with Messrs on that one. Warren suggests a pickling of advertisers, which I rather quite like. Name our Butlins. I'll have to wait and let you pick up the story for you.
Yep. In comes Trent Boult, starting his 9th over, coming round the wicket to Joe Root, who watches it sail past his stumps. Now that was a ball that Johnny Bairstow would either have crashed to the boundary or got a huge inside edge and knocked his off stump over. So there's the difference between the two players, I fear. Is that getting loose? Looks like the Grandhomme is just stretching his hamstrings there. It's the Grandhomme time imminent.
Oh, good, because I always enjoy playing his jingle.
In comes Trent Boult. Beautiful ride of the ball. Just let it ride onto his high on the bat and guides it wide of the slips for a single. And the score moves on to 14 for Root, and England move on 73 for 4. Always a pleasure aesthetically to watch Joe Root play, of course. I reckon that century he got in a losing cause, as it turned out, against India last summer was one of the most exquisite aesthetic exhibitions I've ever seen.
You just missed a ball there.
Trent Boult, yeah, sorry, yes, I was waxing lyrical. Trent Boult in again and just defended into the onside, no run by Root.
I'll tell you, Neymar Butlins says, weird, I was talking about Woman in White this week when a friend told me the term gaslighting comes from a film called Gaslight. But I think the Gaslight plot was taken from W. Collins, Let's All Pretend You're Bonkers and Get Your Money.
Trent Boult in again, left well alone by Joe Root, not to be tempted. He knows that there's a bigger picture here. Remains on 14. Well, I was just reading the back of the Wilkie Collins' novel. It says, if The Moonstone was the first great detective novel, The Woman in White is probably still the greatest mystery thriller in the language. I don't remember it as such, but probably the first mystery thriller in the language anyway.
You guys back on ghost stories?
Yeah. Are you a fan, Steve?
I enjoy a good ghost story, yeah. I do like them. Haven't read one in donkeys, I have to say, but...
Well, it's because we started because of Fourth is Poltergeist.
Yes.
Operating in Melbourne.
No thoughts of that for Trent Bolt. Comes over the wicket, left-handed bolt, and Root always looks as if he's about to be struck in the breadbasket or just below, but manages to steer that one down to fine leg, moves on to 15, takes a single, very nicely played. The score moves on to 74 for 4.
Was it Messers who said it was the ghost of hope departing the room or something?
Yeah,
yeah.
Few would disagree, I think, of an England persuasion at the moment.
I think that was Pandora's box. They opened it and all the horrible things came out. There was one little fluttery creature right in the bottom that was hope. I think that was Pandora's box. Doesn't come out very often for England these days. In comes Trent Bolt for the last ball of the over. Left by Stokes, but there's a shade of varnish away from taking his off stump out. Stokes is now seems to be gesturing towards the crowd. Maybe there's something put him off at the last minute, but I mean, there's leaves, and that was a good leave in as much as it sailed just. It didn't even miss his stumps. I think it actually went over the top.
Went over the top, yeah.
The
castle was left intact. It's a good leave.
It was. Leah says, I suggest a landfill, sewer or septic tank. I think that's with the collective noun for advertisers. There's 3 of us here now. So. Mog says, right then, what have I missed? Well, you've missed 4 wickets, mate, I can tell you. Let me see. Oh, Messi Jazz just says the usual. It's what Mog has missed. Armchair Cricket Podcast. Would we see the home side in the World T20 Cricket Finals game then? Lord's like to host World Test Championship Final in 2023. Apparently is the latest news, which I think would be great. Farong, since quite a few bowlers trained with some pretty good bowlers, and trained with pretty good bowlers. Seen, I think he means. Seeing as he was a cricketer himself, was Farong.
Well, it's Tim Southey time again. He's back into the attack for the start of his 6th over. Starts with a fairly loosish slow ball, but Root decides against giving it some welly and just plays it defensively out into the covers, no run.
Actually, I'll just finish that tweet because it's very relevant to our conversation. Most underrated bowler for me, Sir Richard Hadley. Not saying the best, but better than Maslinga. I don't agree with his baseball action. Obviously a purist, along with you there, Forthy.
Well, it's a legitimate baseball action. The great thing about cricket is it has many houses in its mansion. There is much closer to the stumps there, Southey, but Root is, as always, reading it very well. Just lets it sail past. Didn't come back at him. No run. Straight through to Blundell.
Well, Messers was talking about Dennis Lillee as the greatest ever. Remember, he bowled with Tomo for a big chunk of his Australia career. Tomo had a real slingshot.
Wasn't he? Yeah. He was quick as well, wasn't he, Jeff Thompson? My God.
Quick and nasty Aussie. Southey in again. Nice ankle view of Joe Root from the umpire would see. Defensive shot played out to point. Root just playing himself in very nicely. You think, oh well, I'm sure he hasn't got. He's already got 15 off 32, so doing that thing that great batsmen do, gently accruing. Next thing you know, I'll probably put the hex on him as well. But next thing you know, he'll be progressing onwards.
Well, we do only have 2.5 days of this match left, so
yeah, time's anything but the issue, is it?
Almost a timeless test now, isn't it?
Bring them back. In comes Southey again. Pretty straight ball. Nice orthodox defensive shot down to mid-off from Root. No run. This is a little quiet passage of play, but rather like the quiet passage of play this time yesterday when Mitchell and Blundell were playing themselves in, that will suit the batting side. They want to take the heat out of it and just get their heads around the task. And if Root and Stokes can match what Blundell and Mitchell did, and theoretically there's no reason why they couldn't, you could still be in for something very interesting here. The chances are stacked against it, of course. Southey in again.
But there's no gremlins in the pitch here or in the atmosphere. There's no swing or really extreme movement.
It's gentle swing, but it's nothing extravagant. You're right.
It should just be a sensible day of batting, really. Rather like the New Zealanders did yesterday.
Yeah, it's a pitch for the sort of practical batting that New Zealanders specialise in, to be honest. And they did very well on it. Last ball of the over. Ooh, that one maybe just kept a touch low, and it certainly came back a touch at Stokes. Root. And he was good enough to get Jag the bats down on it in time. That's the end of the over. No run. England 74 for 4. Stokes yet to get off the mark. Root on 15.
Steve Kellett says, well, isn't this all becoming grimly predictable? Leah says, a true throwback, but as he surprised everyone back then when he came onto the scene, there will be others that are as unorthodox and exciting as he was. I think that's all about Malinga again. O'Neill Harris, hello to you. Fourthie, gone to get his Cocker Spaniel out, Mr. Bishop, and his euphemism. Farron says, I've read that one, didn't I?
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Is Steve touching Fourthie's Cocker Spaniel is what Warren wants to know. You'd have very long arms to be able to reach from Sydenham to Melbourne. Either that or Fourthie's got an extremely long Cocker Spaniel. I'm not sure which way around it would be. We'll have to wait. It is Colin de Grondel.
It's the Grantom time. It comes in, bowls a sort of classic de Grantom delivery from round the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, which sails through without any difficulty. We're going to jingle him.
I turned to look, but I was gone. I cannot see my own reflection now. My body's gone, my face is gone.
I am watching Colin de Grantom's second ball of the over, which Stokes charges at and then leaves, and sails harmlessly through. Comfortably Numb by Pink Floyd. Everything everyone regards it as an absolute classic of the guitar solo from David Gibb, but I only found out subsequently he stitched that guitar solo together from about 15 different takes.
Oh, really?
Which is interesting. Yeah. Well, there we are. De Grantom in again. Stokes charges again, and Stokes leaves again. And this time the ball doesn't even get up to ankle height as it sails through. That was only at 77 miles an hour, so you can see why he might be maybe attempting to dominate and put de Grantom out of the attack, which would be in England's interests, but he hasn't actually played an attacking stroke yet.
Yes, three dances and 3 leaves.
Interesting strategy. What do you think's the thinking behind that? We'll get back to that in a moment. De Grantom in again, this one just wider of the crease. Stokes stays at home and watches it sail by for no run.
He's been very cautious, hasn't he, Ben Stokes? Very cautious indeed. He had one shot that he really cursed himself because it was a fairly full-blooded drive into the covers, but he picked out Kane Williamson and really felt he should have cleared him, I think.
Grantom in again, round the wicket. Stokes down the wicket again. 3 strides down. He plays it defensively out into the covers. Stokes is capable, we know from history, of maybe scoring 2 runs off 80 balls and then going from first gear to 5th almost immediately, almost uniquely amongst world batsmen, of course.
I'm wondering if he's trying out a new trigger movement here, Stokes.
Maybe that's it. He had a little nibble at that one. It was a good ball from de Grantom, shaped into him and then cut away off the pitch, and Stokes was tempted. You could see from the look on his face he's a little angry with himself from having a little nibble. He definitely had a little nibble, and he was fortunate not to get an edge. That was a good ball. Came in and then shaped away off the pitch.
Mog says, the most familiar of calamities, the collapse. Lefty Addick, who has a picture of, is that Chris Powell, Lefty Addick? I think it is. I follow England in the cricket, Charlton in the football. Is it any wonder I drink? Well, you should try being a Watford fan, but there we go. Leah says, as Ian Forth is someone who is very steeped in... I'll have to wait.
Steeped? I'm concerned now. In comes Tim Southey. That's a nice curving delivery, but it's just a little bit straight, and no difficulty for Joe Root of all people to clip it, but straight to mid wicket. What am I steeped in?
A classical literature. I'd like to get his view on William Gibson. The sky was the colour of a TV turned to a dead channel. Has to be one of the greatest opening lines of a novel. Yes, well, it's very good. I mean, if you're into William Gibson, what was the name of his classic book? Neuro something. In comes Tim Southey. That's a beautiful looking shot from Joe Root for no run. Goes straight to the man at cover. Yes, he's regarded as something of a prophet, something of a predictor of the world we've always all ended up in. I think William Gibson was writing sort of sci-fi stuff 20 or 30 years ago, and the world seems to have come around to his way of thinking. It's a great opening line, it's true. Chris the Choir says, I've no doubt that Jeff Thompson was the fastest bowler I ever saw live.
He was measured as such, wasn't he, on the speed gun? Although there was some doubt about its validity, but there it is. That ball well pitched up outside off stump. Joe Root plays a very orthodox forward defensive into the covers. There is no run.
Chris went on to say that he saw him from the square at Chelmsford. The ball seemed to come from a ballista wound up to maximum. Or wound up to maximum, not wound, wound. I was wondering what a ballista wound was. It sounds most unfair. A ballista wound up to maximum.
When he brought his arm back, its furthest extent, the ball was only about 6 inches off the floor. It was a javelin throw, really, wasn't it? A straight arm javelin throw from Tom. That's a nice ball. That's a nice shot, rather, from Root. And he goes for 1 run, I think. Yes, 1 run. Just wide of the man at mid-on, using his feet now. It's obviously a strategy that's been talked about in the dressing room to, I guess, I don't know what you guys think, to negate any movement, and because ball's actually not coming through very fast from any of these bowlers.
Yeah, they've all gone very pedestrian, haven't they?
Our friend, the groundsman, is fast a kip on the...
Two of them.
Oh, yeah, they are. Look at that. How to spend an afternoon at Lord's.
The second one's actually on his phone, but the first one on top was well away with the Zs.
Round the wicket comes Southey. Left well alone by Stokes, who is being extremely vigilant. No runs off 14 balls. England remain on 75 for 4. It was a nice shot. They actually have quite a stressful life, don't they? They have to get up about 6 in the morning and all that kind of stuff around here.
Oh, bless them.
I'm not sure I can. I just saw this. I do believe he might be snoring as well. He's, if you haven't got pictures, talk us through it, Forthy.
Well, Homo recumbens is how I would describe it. In comes Tim Southey round the wicket, and that's played. It gets a very thick inside edge from Stokes out to the man at deep square leg, and picks up his first run. He moves on to 1. Root remains on 16 at the end of 26th over. England are 76 for 4.
We can't obviously hear because we don't have the sound on when we're commentating, but there was an effects mic literally right next to him. I've got a feeling someone had crept up and put the effects mic on, and they will have been playing his gentle snoring to the entire nation, I think, or indeed around the world. Ravi Nair says, for Ian, who seems to be getting Wilkie Collins wrong tonight, T.S. Eliot considered The Moonstone to be the first and best mystery novel ever, and The Woman in White was perhaps the first instance of gaslighting in fiction, but the film wasn't based on it. Mog says...
I know all that.
I think we could describe him as affronted at Melbourne now. Mog, goddamn, that the Grandom jingle is golden. Yes, it is.
Very
good. I do love it. Messages, but I'm sorry, Forthy, but almost unique. I'll leave it there.
Yes, almost unique's not quite the way to go, is it? We all know that. Colin de Granton round the wicket, comes in for the first ball of the over. Stokes does his usual charge and then knocks it out defensively into the covers. There is no run.
It's not a phrase which is welcome here. Consider yourself on report.
It's an oxymoron, isn't it? Is that correct? Almost unique can't be correct. That one left well alone again. This is rather stalemate between de Grandhomme and Stokes. Neither prepared to blink as yet. De Grandhomme bowling fairly dry outside the off stump. We're entering a slightly more placid phase of the game. Everybody knows that one of these wickets is the absolute prize, which will probably open it up for New Zealand irrevocably for England. De Grandhomme comes round the wicket. You won't be surprised to hear that Stokes sachets down. This time it's arrowed in slightly more at his legs, but the result is the same. A defensive shot and no run.
I think de Grandhomme deliberately pulled that back shorter, knowing that Stokes was going to be on the walk to him. I think de Grandhomme saw it coming.
Oh, he's got him!
Well. He's gone. De Grandhomme gets his man. The stalemate is broken. Do not really know what Stokes' strategy was there. A sort of cross-batted wahoo, striding 3 steps down the wicket. Certainly not in any NCC textbook. He's gone for 1. England in deep trouble at 76 for 5.
You flipping muppet!
Yep.
There's a big contrast, isn't there, between our innings and theirs?
Yeah, 76 for 5.
Still 200 behind.
Oh, hang on, guys. What do you know? It's the return of our friend the no ball.
A no ball.
It's a reprieve for Ben Stokes. Could that be the turning? It probably won't be. But could that be the turning point of the entire Test match, the entire summer? We shall see.
Just don't do that again, Ben.
De Grandhomme's day, which started pretty badly, has just taken a massive turn for the worst. Was it a big no ball?
Yeah,
big enough.
Big enough. Yeah.
Enough.
There's not even any suggestion that there could be anything behind that white line there.
Over the line!
Tim Southey giving some advice.
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Psychologically now, that's really interesting. In his head, Ben Stokes was out. And, he's now got to reset, to borrow a
Stokes has got to absolutely capitalise on this reprieve. There's no point having one if you don't. De Grandhomme, looking suitably chastened, has got to return to his day job, coming round the wicket to Ben Stokes. Let's see what happens now.
Carries on as
Stokes
before.
does something slightly different, doesn't he? He just takes one step across the wicket to, but again, plays a defensive shot. No run.
Interesting contrast, actually. It took Ben Stokes 15 balls to get off the mark, by which time Johnny Bairstow was in and out and had scored 16.
Yeah. 16 ain't going to cut it, though, is it?
No. It was a very pretty 16, but...
Exactly. We've had plenty of those over the last year.
As Tony said, the
Grandhomme in once more.
As Tony said, the Bairstow gate was back.
Yes, it was indeed. No run off that one. In fact, we're having a look at a replay of the Stokes non-dismissal. You've got a huge inside edge which crashed into middle stump.
You see, I am... and I know I've said this... to wait, I think.
Yeah. So, 5th ball of the over. Stokes sets off for what can only be described as a reckless single. He just knocked it down, and the man at mid-wicket scurried forward. A direct hit would have been incredibly close, let's just put it that way. And the replay might tell us exactly how close.
Yeah, I think he'd have gone with a direct hit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would have been gone with a direct hit. But so actually, the fielder could maybe have done a little better there. He wasn't very far away from the wicket, but failed to make contact. Stokes absolutely riding his luck in that over to a ridiculous degree. That's the end of the 27th, England 78 for 4.
Ruti set off very...
sorry, he did. Yeah, that's all right. Mog said Gibson essentially set up Cyberpunk along with guys like Bruce Sterling, and to think he wrote Neuromancer on a manual typewriter.
Well, right.
Warren says fairly sure IT Botham was the fattest bowler I ever saw.
I think we've got one over left in us. Tim Southey's going to bowl it. And that one is defended by Stokes, who seems to be rather dominating proceedings. An awful lot of action from Stokes, and very few, if almost no runs. But he's very much the centre of attention at the moment.
Piers Morgan, you tosser.
Morgan says, your average classic literature buff wouldn't even consider Neuromancer to be written in English, snobby pricks.
I think on the Row by Jack Kerouac was written on one continuous scroll. Perhaps social media can confirm that. Tim Southey round the wicket. Oh my word, what is going on here? Stokes, there's only word for that, he's a flail. It's a huge outside edge which sails over second slip for 4 runs, but the riskiest, to be honest, most stupid ball edge you're likely to see.
Yeah, I mean, there's positive cricket and there's.
Well, they say if
daft.
you're gonna, as I say,
you've got 4 runs, I suppose.
If you're going to swing hard, and he certainly.
I suppose so.
Put everything into that.
Do we think this is a McCullum-inspired strategy? We'll come back to that in a moment, because Southey is about to bowl the 3rd ball of the over.
Ooh, proper cricket.
Oh, goodness me! Just let orthodox leave, sails through to the keeper.
No dancing down the wicket. Shouldered arms.
I just don't get it, really.
McCullum's laughing his head off.
Well, he's probably laughing at the reprieve for Ben Stokes, to be honest. He's got Stuart Broad, who is the one looking like he's about to go and rob a post office now.
Hoodie up.
It was Marcus Trescothick yesterday.
What, in the hoodie? Was it? Oh. Is it the same hoodie? They're just sharing it.
In comes Southey again. Left this time in a more orthodox fashion by Stokes. Let's hope to God he's got all that nonsense out of his system, but I fear he hasn't.
No, I think we've got a bit more of this to come, actually.
Do balls of our stint together left. Anything you've left unsaid? As Melvin Bragg says at the end of In Our Time, anything you wanted to say that you didn't have a chance to during the episode? Anyway, let's move on to the 5th ball of the over from Tim Southey. Well, we're still waiting for it to come. Just having a look at Ben Stokes.
Great take.
Almost a strangle down the leg side. That kept moving. Nice and very nice take as Steve mentioned by Blundell, with one-handed low down to his low down there. Having a look at de Granton's ignominious dismissal from
and his no ball
Pope earlier in the day. now we're having a look at his no ball.
They're rubbing it in, the de Granton, aren't they?
Oh dear me, goodness gracious. One remembers all those sort of terrible moments in Lord's history. I particularly remember Mike Atherton getting run out on 99. Last ball of the over, and that's a nice one from Southey that Root, Stokes rather, is beaten by. Root is on 16. He'll be on strike. Stokes on 6. Perhaps Root can calm Stokes down a bit here. The end of the 28th over. That's the end of our stint. England 82 for 4.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Over to you, Al.
Sterling work, Forthy, keeping those other 2 in check. The Rioja brothers.
Rioja brothers. Is it just me, or is this a complete shit show, Al?
Define shit show.
Well, fuck. I mean, nothing seems to have changed for England, does it?
No.
Absolutely nothing.
I was cursing Stokes.
Let's get this absolutely straight. If you thought English cricket was going to change because of the appointment of Brendan McCullum and the appointment of Ben Stokes, without having played any test, without any of them playing a single game, you must be out of your goddamn mind.
It's true.
It's going to take years. People are going to have to leave the setup. There's going to be people who leave who we thought were absolute pillars of the England team. If you keep doing the same thing, you'll keep on getting the same results. Because de Grandhomme is in, that is on Root's hip. He will guide that, as he does very well, to deep square leg. Carl Jameson does the fielding, and he'll move on to 17. England are 83 for 4, chasing 277.
I mean,
it's going to take years.
I mean, you look at the wickets that have gone this morning. Lees, I think, got a decent one actually. Oh, he was a bit discombobulated about what stance he was on. Crawley got out the same way as he always does. I mean, actually, everyone said it was a good ball to Pope.
So de Grandhomme comes in to Stokes around the wicket. Stokes look a little awkward as he plays that down towards mid-on, but no run.
But actually, he should have been playing back to where the ball came from. I mean, it was a wide ball, and he's trying to clip it off stump, or just outside off stump onto the leg side.
And Bairstow's trying to drive a ball back over the leg as de Grandhomme is in again, and Stokes is all present and correct in defence, and there'll be no run.
They're trying too much to force the game. You play each ball on its merit. You don't it's not T20. You don't premeditate. You don't need to premeditate.
They're playing like they've got, that they've got a dinner reservation at like 6 o'clock. Back of the lane.
That's right. Yeah.
Got a date with a golf course tomorrow instead of the test match. Yeah.
Pushed into the covers for no run. That fourth ball of the over. Time's not an issue. But why are we batting like we've got the meter running in a taxi? It just seems a little weird.
Well, I tell you what summed it up for me is when Stokes got out, got a reprieve because it was no ball. The next stroke, we was just going crazy as if he needed to get 50 off, 10 balls or something.
Yeah,
just nuts.
Resolute forward defensive shot by Stokes off that fifth ball of the over. The charging down the wicket seems to have at least abated over the last half a dozen balls or so.
Yeah. It's possible Root might have had a little word in his shell like here.
Maybe. And he's come down the wicket. De Grandhomme does kind of see him coming, kind of angled in towards the hip area. It only goes as far as Blundell behind the wicket. There'll be no run. That's the end of the over. De Grandhomme as miserly as always. 83 for 40 total. Jez.
So, our listeners get around. Spangly Size says, just seen the score. I'm on holiday in Rome and right next to the Vatican. I'm going to pop in and ask for some divine inspiration.
Oh, that's a good idea.
The Bishop and the Pope have failed so far.
Yeah,
so
I was going to say, I'm not entirely convinced that Francis can pull that out the bag.
It's a test of
Harris
faith.
says, when's the last time Stokes had an innings of note in England Test colours? He's been out of form, hasn't he, for England? Well, he got 120 in Bridgetown against the West Indies in March, so not completely out of form.
There is that. Southey in, and that is left Joe Root. Joe Root does have a tendency to kind of just leave the bat there as sort of a wet noodle as he in defence sometimes, and that's swung, jagged off the pitch and beaten the outside edge. That was a fabulous delivery there.
It was not bad. He definitely played it. Didn't get too close to it. Is tea at 4:10?
I believe so. I believe we're all that separates the world from tea.
That's a scary thought.
Indeed. As a bit more uppish, and Root tries to drive but can only hit cover, and there'll be no run. Southey in his 9th over. All the focus seems to be on de Grandhomme.
Well,
it seems a little unfair.
He's had a bit of a shocker though, hasn't he?
You might describe that it's not his day.
The mullet's looking good again though, I have to say.
Yeah.
That's a phrase I don't like to hear.
Wow, it kind of suits de Grandhomme, the mullet. And there are not many people you can say that about, has to be said.
Sure enough.
That's true.
Uppish ball, driven to extra cover, but no run. What would you prefer, Tennessee waterfall?
What for? What are you on about?
Instead of mullet.
No.
Short back and sides. Go on.
Yeah. Is the Tennessee waterfall? Is that a haircut?
Yeah, it's just a different way of describing the mullet.
Oh right.
You're making it up as you go along, aren't you, Hotchkiss?
I've never heard
been
that
doing
before.
that for years, Jess. I only heard it. I heard it a couple of days ago. Someone was describing it to the golfer Cameron Smith, who definitely has a mullet.
That's a shocker he's got.
Yeah, it is. I said that when he, proper Australian with a mullet like that.
Yeah. Back of a length. That fourth delivery. Root rides the bounce. And it bounces straight to gully. And there'll be no run.
England just got to be patient here, haven't they? I mean, it's a very similar position to what New Zealand were in. Look what their, two of their batsmen managed. There's no reason why these two can't manage that. They're totally capable of it. The pitch isn't, it's not a great deal.
Southey in, fifth ball of the over. No real swing or movement to think about there, but Root just pushes at the ball.
I mean,
reaches extra cover, no run.
You look at Root, and he's just taking his time, and he looks quite untroubled. He's playing the ball back where it comes from, full face of the bat, out to the offside, or drives it. He's not fussed that it doesn't beat the infield. He's just happy to be out there playing shots, And when it comes off, he gets runs, and then he just carries on. He'll go and get out now, but he looks.
Do you want to go the whole hog, Curse-wise, and say that he's not going to get out? As that is, a horrible attempt at a late cut there by Root, and he misses it completely, and hasn't moved as if shocked at his own shot.
No, I think it got a little bigger on him than he thought it was going to be.
The bounce has been a little inconsistent, hasn't it? Armchair Cricket Podcast says, what a present from CDG to Ben Stokes on his birthday. Has he overstepped bounds for winning the game for New Zealand? I doubt it. Neymar Button says, are the Kiwis gaslighting me? I think I'm saying for following England, but the Black Caps are proving that I'm nuts. Leah, talking about the writing, says, Gibson's prose is weirdly timeless to me, though. Like in his worlds, the futuristic meshes with the old and discarded to create a timeless place. That's a discussion for another day.
We're in the over.
Sorry, thank you. We'll come to you between deliveries, I absolutely promise. Speaking of timeless wastelands, Stokes just dabs the ball down into the covers and there'll be no run. There seems to be an endless repetition of the same delivery with Grondon. He steps out of the off stump line for the next delivery and just plays that defensively. So, Jez, what were you half reading?
Hang on. Well, I'm used to the IPL 2-minute turnaround at the end of overs. I think I'll come back to it in a minute.
All right. There's no see it strategic timeout. Not here. There's T in the second foot.
Yes.
More angled in towards middle and leg stump by de Grandon, but again, Stokes gets himself in the bat behind it, and there'll be no run to middle.
Yeah, Steve brought in some freshly cooked cheese scones.
Oh, nice one.
Now, scone or scone?
Well,
scone.
I don't know. I think I've changed throughout my life. Sometimes it's scone, sometimes it's scone.
De Grandon in. Stokes down the track half a step and just pushes it back to mid-off. No run.
You're a flexi bear. Roger Melly says, why the fuck are no balls by bowlers tolerated by selectors? If I was selector, I'd be the one saying, get back to us when you learn how to keep your foot behind that line, son.
Wow. Roger Melly there, slightly intolerant of genuine mistake. De Grandon in for the fifth ball. No real footwork to speak of from Stokes, and it is fielded in the gully area by Southey.
I think Root has got in his ear, and it's finally taken root in the
words of Root have taken root.
Well, the commentators out there, I was listening to TV, I have dual commentary in the other room, obviously us as well, and they were saying he's batting like this he was batting like that in the county championship. Oh. Colin de Grandon
is pulled up lane. Now it's a good job he's not at Epsom.
He'd be shot.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. Is Mark Wood's physio available? So I think he might have just rolled his ankle.
I don't know.
But there's only one.
More like a snap than a roll.
It did. He just
seems to be walking.
So watch his feet. Watch his feet.
All right now.
No, he didn't roll anything.
No, cramp maybe.
Maybe it's just a twinge.
You have to be careful. I mean, he's not pulling up with a hamstring. That's lower leg. That's either calf.
Yeah, that's calf, isn't it? And it looks
it's
like he's
calf
going
or
off.
possibly
Calf or Achilles.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that he's not writhing around on the floor in agony means it's probably not his Achilles.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just cramp. Who knows?
Could be just cramp.
It'll only be, it's not a serious injury only if his foot changes today.
Wow. Yeah.
That would kind of polish the day off for him, wouldn't it?
It would.
Run out.
Somebody else is going to bowl his last ball.
Yeah.
Well, that means that Ajaz Patel is going to have a little bowl at some point today. We're going to get to see the Kiwi spinner.
So, from what I can see, the replacement bowler is going to be Mitchell.
Daryl Mitchell. Yeah, he bowls
Daryl.
a bit. He's a bit of a doobly doubler as well, isn't he?
He's pointing more towards the sole of his foot than anything else.
Maybe a spike's gone through the bottom of his shoe. Then why didn't you just change it, wouldn't you?
So Mitchell, who about has as much hair as Grant and Bill, will come in.
No, dear.
And that's squeezed out towards point by Stokes. He thinks about a single. Root quite rightly sends him back. And at the end of all of that, Mitchell's had one ball. It's the end of the 31st over. De Grandhomme now takes his lead and gets polite applause by the
He's hobbling.
by the MCC, but he doesn't look to be good.
No.
Jez.
No. Warren says, is this what we're going to expect from Stokey McCullum? Further spiralling of the Test match team down the plug hole that is short form cricket.
Well, the thing is, it can't go on forever. There is a rock bottom somewhere. I don't know if we've reached it yet.
You and Forthy keep saying that. There's no evidence to support that. Leah, talking of fat fast bowlers, says, let's not forget Uncle Rangana. But Botham was probably the beefiest. To which Warren says, good point.
Racky and Cornwall, surely.
Yes. BBC.com played Vaughan's commentary for Pope's dismissal, says Miss Luigi Magpie. Oh, God, Vaughan. Warren says Cameron Smith is the archetypal Aussie with that tash as well. Yeah.
True. Southey's first ball is maybe dabbed part outside edge, just wide of second slip, and that's going to go for full.
It is indeed.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A chanceless edge there, boys.
Yeah, he did sort of let it come softly off the face. It was a kind of half victory by the bowler, but he recovered it. You kind of feel.
Was it a Pyrrhic victory?
Pyrrhic? I don't even think it was Pyrrhic. I think he had enough control of it. It's the sort of thing that Kane Williams would do. We go, ooh, that's a great shot. It did look like he was a little bit late on it, but he was in control.
I think more of a moral victory than a Pyrrhic one. Pyrrhic victory is where you end up losing anyhow.
Yeah. This will be a Pyrrhic victory for England if we lose.
Or just normal. As that ball shakes to go away. Root leaves it as it bounces with a little bit of tennis ball bounce through to the keeper. And the score is 87 for 4. Just your 190 runs to win.
I mean, this is almost rock bottom, isn't it? I mean, rolling a side out for 132 and then not managing to get a decent lead is pretty close to rock bottom.
You'll only be able to perceive rock bottom after the event.
Yeah, that's true.
So there's no point looking for it whilst you're on the journey.
I want it to happen. I want to be on the upslope, Al.
Well, you've got to be able to look back and be looking down, and at the moment you're still looking back and looking up, so you're just not on the upslope yet.
There's a great line in a Beauty and the Blowfish song. I don't know where I'm going, boy. I only know where I've been.
Yep.
That ball by Saudi just gently pushed back to the bowler, and there was no run off the third ball of the over as Root seems to have something in his eye. Is it the glint of victory? No. It's a agitated stone.
Probably a fly.
Yeah. It's causing him no end of hassle. Oh, it is. Then I wouldn't. If I had something in my eye and I couldn't get it out, I'm not sure if I'd want Ben Stokes running towards me with a cricket a cricket glove on hand. I've got it.
Yeah.
How is it now? Thumb in eye.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus Christ. It wasn't even, do you mind if I do this? It just went straight in.
I mean, Bairstow was just a fucking idiot, wasn't he?
Well,
I mean, it was just brainless cricket.
The ball that he got out to is
brainless.
It's what we've talked about with Kyle Jameson, is that what is a natural length for Kyle Jameson is back of a length, and it's not a drivable ball.
No. Is that live?
Root takes a step forward and tries to drive for the ball past mid-on, but cannot do so.
I mean, it does show you that if Root is even coming down the track, the pitch must have slowed up considerably.
Yeah.
It must be quite difficult to get it away unless it's wide from the straight.
I got no. It becomes this sense of like, just like we said, just play the ball on its merits. Now, if that means you've got to come forward a bit, then go right ahead and do it. Southey in on the pads of Root. A very strangled appeal by Southey. There's no way that's going to be LBW way down the leg side. It's going to be a leg by.
I thought it was closer than that. I didn't think it was a bad appeal if he missed it. I wasn't sure he didn't get an inside edge.
I reckon it hit him outside leg.
Do you reckon?
Let alone going down. Yeah.
You can see off stump. No, yeah, it's going well down there. Sorry, I got that all wrong. I thought it hit the other side of the pad.
Not being there will do that to you.
Yeah.
He's going to come. Southey's going to come around the wicket for the last ball of the over to Stokes. An interesting 6 of 39 deliveries.
I don't mind
in towards him, and he's pushed that to deep square leg. Is there a fielder there? There is. That will be a single. 40 deliveries for Stokes' 7. And England are on 89 for 4. Jez, what have you got?
Well, Farong's wondering whether we've mentioned the fact that the UAE under-19 women bowled out their Nepalese counterparts for 8 earlier today.
Someone mentioned it. We didn't know what game it was, and we didn't go and
Mog did, yeah. I thought he said 9. Warren says, "Come on, Bear, you grammar school boy. It's scone like cone." I don't think there's a right or wrong. It's what you want it to be. I'm becoming much more tolerant in my old age.
The fact that it's got the fact that what Steve's brought in has got cheese on it means that I can't even ask jam or cream first.
Well, there you go.
It's light cheese. I think you can do. Oh look, I was just about to say, surely Patel has got to come onto bowl even. And sure enough, we're going to see the first overs by this man.
Like the southern hat, it reanimates. He'll try to do you between your legs. Yeah, that's just what Ajaz Patel will do.
He's bowling over the wickets to Ben Stokes, who immediately tries to slog sweep him from outside off stump. It's quite a slow loosener. And I thought for a minute there he dragged it back onto his stumps, but he didn't. He dragged it back onto his toe.
Isn't he the only man who's got 10 wickets in an innings but didn't win man of the match?
Yeah, something like that.
That's right, yeah.
Well, he slapped that one. He's going to get the treatment here. Ben Stokes has picked that one up and planted it. I think it's the first of the match. Has planted that over cow corner. This could get exciting. 6 runs. Well, this is the legitimate tactic. If Colin de Grandon was injured and England want to tire out Kiwi bowlers and they can knock Ajaz Patel out of the attack, it leaves them with 3 and Daryl Mitchell, which could, if the game drags on, could be an issue for them.
Certainly could be. Patel is in, and that's been pushed past mid-on, and there'll be a single.
There was an easy single there. Stokes didn't want to take it. He wants to bash him out of the park, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, no, I can do it all from this end.
Yeah,
we don't have to. We don't have to run.
But they ended up taking it, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Love the idea that Stokes is protecting Joe Root from Patel.
And Joe Root's protecting Stokes from himself.
Well, as long as everybody's protecting somebody, then that's all right. So we've got a slip. We've got a short square leg. Patel in. Just on middle stump. Root plays it to a shortish mid wicket, which will keep the bear happy.
Yeah.
That sort of mistimed chipped drive. Patel settles at his mark. Walks in. A little paddle sweep down the ground, and for a minute there I thought that the fielder had just completely given up on it, but there was a fielder who was running round, and Root will take two as it runs down to long leg, fine leg.
And this is where it could be fun for Joe Root. He's got all the shots here. Gone at 50 miles an hour. There's not a great bit of turn. There's no inconsistent bounce, or it's not kicking out pitch anyway.
So I know there's only 4 minutes to go till tea, but I just feel like New Zealand are taking too much pressure off here.
Last ball of the over, pushed through the covers. There'll be no run, and the score has jumped to 98. And I think you might be right, Jez. I think they might. It might just feel like there's a bit of pressure being taken off.
Yeah.
Well, the clouds are rolling.
On the subject of fat, fast bowlers, Roger Melly says, surely someone's mentioned Merv Hughes. And O'Neill Harris says, yeah, Merv Hughes and Angus Fraser. Leah says, the bear calling Raheem a fast bowler says a lot about the bear's pace. I know he bowls spin, but now I can outpace him with my...
No, I didn't. Yeah, I know Raheem's a spinner. But I just, he's a lard ass, isn't he?
He certainly is. Mark Zipp's with us. He says, we don't often ask for thoughts and prayers from the gorillas, but we join you while on the way to the cable internet company office. Please offer your best.
Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers.
Oh, you'll need more than that, Mark.
Yeah. Southey in, ball swinging back into Stokes. Plays it to mid-on, and there is no run.
Well, oh, dear God.
He's
I think a large wrench might be handy.
At least Stokes seems to have settled now. I really don't know what was going on in his brain when he was running down the track earlier. It's totally unnecessary. He's got a reprieve.
Mike Black says some of my toppest shelf bowling was when I was at the upper end of my proper weight ratio.
Whatever makes you feel free, I guess. Southey in, outside the off stump. Defended with no real effort or movement by Stokes. And as we said, there is now the element of just watching the time tick over until tea. Probably this will be the last over before tea if 10 past this your time.
Yeah, they'll try and make it so, won't they?
And all of a sudden, at 98 for 4, with Stokes, Stokes of course, with his reprieve as Southey is in again. It's the big step forward and defends. The game feels slightly more in the balance again. New Zealand obviously still favourites, but it feels like there's been a bit of clawing back into the game by these pair.
They're checking the ball out here. It seems to be going through both hoops enough.
Meanwhile, Raffles the Gentleman Thug says, good evening, gentlemen. Ray Oxymorons. I think my favourite is almost unprecedented, which as far as I can tell means it hasn't happened since the last time it did.
Almost unprecedented, I believe, means precedented.
Yes.
There's some dude peering out from behind a sight screen.
You with the high-vis jacket, sit down.
Get out of there.
Get out of it.
Oh, there's fighting talk from Aninda.
Hold on.
As that ball is played out to mid-on. Mid-off, and there's no run.
Seems to tail in a bit now. Go on then. What's fighting talk from
He says the bear is a finger spinner. A lesser one. Wrist is the real spin.
Ooh, fighting talk. Well, it is true. I mean, wrist spin, you're going to get more turn. And there aren't that many wrist spinners. Well, there's more now. It's a hard skill. And if you can do it well, generally you are more successful. I'll agree with that on Nintendo.
So the fifth ball of the over, and that is defended resolutely by Stokes. I think we'll just have one ball left before tea.
I think they have managed to scoot it through till 10 past 4.
Yeah. So on the scone thing, Steve Kellett says, where I grew up, they ate a scone.
Yeah.
And he also says, if the target gets under 10, I might start to believe. Nah, this is England we're talking about.
Yes. If we're going to talk about scone, then isn't that where the granite for curling stones comes from? The island of.
Yeah, they could only come from one place, can't they? In the whole world.
I think so. Or at least traditionally, that's where it came from.
Monopoly.
Yeah. It's like Melton Mowbray pies.
Yeah.
Terrible that only one company plays Monopoly. Hint of an inside edge off that last ball by Stokes, but they will scamper through for a single, and Stokes will be on 15, and he'll probably face the first ball after tea.
He will do. It's getting quite dark at Lords. That one swung in quite a lot, didn't it, with the angle?
Seemed to.
But he got away with it, as you said.
As there is a trudging off of all players in the same direction, 34 overs in the books. England are 178 runs from victory, 4 wickets down. 68 runs scored so far in this, scored in the afternoon session. 3 wickets went down. Lee's departing at the end of the morning session. Crawley, Pope and Bairstow. And really, Pope and Bairstow not really helping themselves.
No.
And there is something to be said that Crawley just, played a defensive shot maybe down the wrong line, but it's been, while the regular fall of wickets comes.
Well, it has, and of course,
Stokes
got off with a big one, didn't he? I mean, he came charging down the wicket, looked like a complete idiot to Colin de Grandhomme, under-edged it into his stumps, was 3/4 of the way to the fence when he was called back because it was a no ball by Colin de Grandhomme, who then later went off with what looks like a little niggle in his foot or his calf, something like that. And he's still out there on 14. He seems to have settled a bit more now, but yeah.
Okay, well, we're up to date on tweets, and there's been some great cooperation between people on YouTube to, it looks like, purge the bloody bots. Thank you, all of you, for working together on that. And the last tweet there is Jay Solanki says Stokes will take chances against Ajaz, which is probably true, and it may prove fatal.
Yeah, indeed. I'm looking for a quick time. It's tea, and I've got a little video that Dave Brooke did yesterday.
Oh, brilliant.
From the ground at Lords with Annie and a writer from The Guardian. I can't remember his name, but he'll tell you in the intro. So I'm going to play that. It's only 6 minutes long, and then I'll switch back to the remainder of the interview that we were playing earlier.
We're back on at 4:30, aren't we?
And we'll be back on at 4:30.
All right, bye-bye.
Ciao.
See you shortly. All right, bye.
Thanks very much in the studio. Things are hotting up in Coronation Garden here at Lords. I've got Will Buckley of The Observer and Annie Chave, Canny Cricket Matters, and of course our own gorilla. Will, thank you very much for joining us as our guest.
Hello, David. How are you?
And I know, does county cricket matter to you, Will, or are you just a Test match fan?
Test match predominantly, but county cricket as well, of course.
You've got some strong views, I know, about matters out there, but you're particularly pleased to see Matt Parkinson out there, I know.
Good to see a diminutive spinner. I think for a long time someone bowling with a lower trajectory could confuse people. Well, who I've really been watching today is Joe Root. Difficult test for Joe. Used to be the boss, now he's senior pro. He's doing a lot of ball shining, and he's obviously got used to that well. But he runs up to Stokes a lot, and I'm not sure Stokes really wants to hear from him. I think it's only a matter of time before Ben goes, short leg, Joe, can you do a shift there? And what happens then, I don't know.
Acutely observed as ever from Will. Annie, I've got to bring you in here. The news in the past week coming out about county cricket, which has delivered Matthew Potts, the product of Division 2, 36, 37 wickets in the county championship, got him this game, and he's done fantastically well. What about these plans for a 10-team county championship that we're here reading about?
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because obviously, if you have only 10 games of a championship match, that's 5 home games. You're looking at weather conditions as well. You probably only end up with 4 home games for the counties that don't have the 100, for example. That's going to be really, really difficult. It's how do you run a business when you have 4 home games of county championship, a bit of T20, which they're also talking about reducing the amount, and some second downgraded Royal London One Day.
It doesn't sound very well thought through at all,
No.
Annie. So Andrew Strauss has talked about fans getting involved and hearing from them. That's where county cricket matters and guerrilla cricket matters. Guerrilla cricket can come in.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we can do. We need to get it out there. We need to get county cricket to be seen and loved and enjoyed by everyone, and we can do that very well with all the streams that we have.
Indeed, there's a precious little promotion coming from the centre for county cricket. It's not a priority of the ECB, and that's why what you're doing in County Cricket Matters is great. Have you been pleased with the response to your contretemps with KP?
Yeah, I did very well out of new followers and quite a few new subscribers to the magazine as well. So thank you, KP.
Yeah, exactly. You've been noticed. You are a cricket influencer, Annie. What does it feel like to be a cricket influencer?
Well, I have to say it wasn't particularly nice what Kevin said, and it was a bit shit for a couple of days. But I had so many lovely phone calls and people getting in touch with me that it was actually probably a positive thing.
Well, I said to you before, it's a sign that you're getting noticed, and that the arguments you're putting across promoting county cricket are getting across. And it's interesting that it should be KP. It will use as an observer, for ex of the Observer.
Yeah.
What did you observe about that whole situation with KP? I mean, what do you think it's right that he should be saying these things?
It's free speech. He can say what he likes, and if Annie wins the argument, that's even better. He gives prominence to the argument. You want your opponents to give you the oxygen of publicity.
Are you one of these free speech campaigners?
Not particularly. I don't know where that came from.
No. Yeah. Will, I've got to ask you about the opposition today, the Kiwis. You've been quite tough on New Zealand, the country.
Yeah, but that's why when we're having a beer at lunch. I have a problem with New Zealand. They're almost too good at sport. They're more boring. People tell you they're more boring than the Australians, and that's a very low bar. And then they said that's where we filmed Lord of the Rings, and that's the clincher for me. I got through.
Not a fan of
half a page of Lord of the Rings. No trolls, hobbits, whatever. Leave it alone. We should be sledging them. They're now famous. They're now famous, really, for zero COVID, which was an interesting policy, easier pursued by an island in the middle of nowhere that people have forgotten about. But I wonder whether
we are an island.
We are an island, but
Yeah.
we are also an international hub, and Heathrow is one of the most important airports in the world, which I don't think Auckland is. I wonder if a bit of COVID sledging could be going on there. A bit of coughing, sneezing. Hey, Popey, my COVID test this morning is off the bloody charts. Prince Andrew, hasn't he just got COVID? Can we reenact the royal visit with Prince Andrew all touchy-feely, come in, give him a hug? That's the kind of sledging.
Well, he won't be sweating anyway, will he?
He won't be sweating.
No, he won't be
That's
sweating
true.
about it.
So, Annie, what are you looking forward to most about the rest of the summer after this match is over?
Well, there's a couple of county matches sort of slotted in very briefly between the tests and before the 100. So I'll be going to those. I'm going up to Chesterfield, which I'm really excited about because I've never been there before. And then in August, I'm really looking forward to getting the hell out of this country while the 100's on and going to Greece. So yeah.
Actually, you're absolutely right. That's a great time to take a holiday for cricket fans. Take it during the 100.
I also think Annie's on something with long-form sport. I'm a big believer of going against the grain, and as everything gets shorter and shorter, there seems to be an appetite for events like the Tour de France, 5-day test match, 4-day county championship. People like a story that goes on a bit longer, something that isn't just wham bam, and it'd be interesting to see how one can not exploit but appeal to that demographic.
I think it's really important. I think it's really, really important for people. We get this image that kids just like things.
Variety to different audiences, and in some cases to all. I mean, before I was involved in cricket, I loved all forms of cricket. I was loving the Blast, I was loving county championship cricket, loving test match cricket, and that was when I was running an airport.
I started with John Player. I remember sitting behind Mike Selvey when he was fielding. That'll date me. I used to see.
I'm not making any comment about that in case he watches this.
Well, exactly. Well, hopefully he does. Viv Richards, I saw Clive Lloyd. I saw. I mean, it was just not just the talent Middlesex were fielding, but some of the opposition were just the most fantastic players. It was a brilliant way to spend a Sunday afternoon. What I do want to touch a little bit on the 100. Is there evidence for Middlesex that we're seeing London Spirit interest migrate towards Middlesex, or is it too early to tell? No, you tell me.
So I don't know. I'm not sure I fully understand the question.
Right. So we have a team playing at Lords.
Mm-hmm.
Our Middlesex players play in different places. Are we seeing the 100 starting to find people who are going, well, I like this. I wonder if I could start coming to watch more cricket at Lords generally, and that would then lead them to Middlesex. I guess I'm fishing really for the early seeds of a pathway that takes people from the franchise to the county. That's what I'm looking to see, if there is anything there.
So absolutely, what the strategy set out to do was to find new audiences, and there is no doubt that the 100 has begun to find new audiences. You have to remember it had quite a difficult start. The first year was cancelled. Last year there were restrictions on overseas players and overseas superstars getting here because of COVID restrictions and actually having COVID. I think for me the big standout for the 100 last year was women's cricket, and the double headers and the support for women's cricket, and that is bringing in new audiences, family-based audiences, which is what the 100 set out to do. And they will, there were people watching cricket on TV, coming to see cricket. They'd never been to a cricket game before, and all the research that's been done around the 100 says that those people, a lot of them want more cricket and will come and find more cricket. We need to make sure that we're the first door they come knocking at.
That's a bit of I certainly hope so. Now, a lot of people have kind of drawn or made a direct connection between England's disappointing test results of late and the timing and structure of the county game. Do you think that the structure and timing of the championship in 2022, worry about what we don't know yet, but do you feel that for this year it is going to start improving the quality of performance across the board?
Hey, I'm a chief exec. I'm not a coach, and I'm certainly not Sir Andrew Strauss, who's definitely the right person to be leading this, and probably the right person for you to ask that question to. What I can say is that the county championship has got more cricket in the middle of the summer.
Yes. That,
from what I hear from the coaches and just instinctively to me, says that's got to be better for performances and a closer alignment to test cricket. What I can say with a degree of authority is that this is really good news for members. That they're getting, as lovely as it was here the week before last against Derbyshire and last week in Glamorgan, it's still very, very chilly. And it would be really nice to be watching some cricket for our members in the peak of the summer, and some county championship cricket is going to happen in the peak of the summer. Now, people would always like more, but this is a good step in the right direction.
That's good to hear. How would you respond when people register a fear? I mean, again, you have to unpack speculation on what you read from possibly reality going forward. But a lot is spoken about franchise structures, city bases for the 100. Do you feel that some fans' concerns are justified, particularly around a kind of a what's the word I'm looking for? A centering around the Test match grounds, and the potentially therefore marginalisation of some other counties? Is that something that registers on your radar, or not?
No, it doesn't. I mean, I've heard it talked about, obviously, and you read the press like anyone else does, and I think this conversation's been going on for the last 20 years anyway. It's not a new conversation. What I would say is, decreasing the number of counties or centralisation just reduces the opportunities for young men and women to play elite sport. So I think that's totally counterintuitive. If anything, I'd be going the other way, to be honest. Now, it may not be possible to do it in the same way, but you can see in a sport like football, where they have semi-professional leagues, long way down the system, there are people that make a part of their living at least through playing football. Now, I know football's on a different scale to cricket, but I think we should be creating more opportunities for people to make a livelihood, even if it's not 100% of their livelihood, through professional cricket. So I wouldn't be reducing those opportunities. I'd be looking to increase those opportunities in whatever way you do that.
Well, that's also good to hear. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to project yourself forward now, you personally, Andrew. If it was 5 years from now, we're having a beer, and I'm asking you, well, Andrew, the last 5 years, what were the highlights? In other words, when you look back 5 years from now, what are the things that you think success will have contributed to what you want success to be?
So they're probably they should be aligned to the things that I said earlier about the platforms that are really important. So I would like to see Middlesex men's, women's, and Sunrisers team with some silverware. It is a performance-based sport at the end of the day, so let's have some silverware. Let's be realistic, though. We're not going to win everything tomorrow, so let's start on a journey that's be better than we were last year, and let's get some more wins under our belts. Let's sort this issue out in terms of inclusivity, in terms of diversity and inclusivity from a playing standpoint and from a membership standpoint. So let's truly make sport, the cricket, a sport for everybody. Beyond, race and gender, there are huge issues in cricket around socioeconomic issues that are less obviously visible, but they are issues that keep people out of following the game, and in some cases participating in the game. Things that we are trying to address here at Middlesex. So I'd like to see that moved on significantly. I'd like to see our membership, which is around 7,000 now, something like that. Wouldn't it be nice to see that at 12, 13,000 members? Like that, I think. Well, we have to be 14 or 15, and we have to beat them. So as much as I said we'd like to be very inclusive in a London approach, but we've still got to be better than them as well. But they set a good benchmark for us to go at. Let's put it that way. So that's something to aspire to for us there. Mm-hmm. I'd like us to be in a place where we're able to invest in the future. So the club was financially sustainable over a long period. We're not in a bad place now, but I think it would be nice to be able to look 5-10 years ahead as opposed to 3-5 years ahead, which will enable us to invest in other things, which again help to grow the game of cricket overall. Because if you grow the base of that pyramid that I was talking about, then what comes out the top of the pyramid is likely to be bigger and better as well.
Well, so wins, inclusivity, doubling membership, investing in the future, and growing the base of cricket across our area, which are beyond our own area because we're owning all of London jointly and beyond. Those are worthy and highly supportable objectives. Andrew Cornish, thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure, and I hope our Middlesex followers and all cricket followers will enjoy listening to those points of view.
Thank you. Thanks for continuing to support.
Revolutionary cricket commentary. Perfect timing. Look at that.
Look at that.
Got to the end of the interview, and we're back on. I'm joined by Al, same team as before, and Jesus is about to join us from somewhere in North London. Come on, John, where are you, mate? I'll just let you in. There you are.
Afternoon, chaps.
Afternoon. Well, I can imagine what your thoughts are on some of these fucking shots that have been going on this afternoon, John. Please do tell.
Well, hello, Bear. Hello, Alan. I just think we've not seen anything that we can be surprised about, really. We've seen another sort of half start from Lees and a misjudgment, which is irritating. We've seen Crawley. Yes, people will say he got a good ball, but that's why he's opening the innings for England, because he's supposed to be able to deal with good balls.
Yeah.
And yet again, he hasn't been able to, which is also frustrating. Pope just looked all at sea at number 3, which isn't his fault because he shouldn't be being asked to play there because he's never played there for Surrey. So it was a stupid idea to begin with. And Bairstow played like he's been playing IPL cricket for 2 months, but then of course he has.
Yes.
And therefore shouldn't have been playing in this test match. And what will happen now is everyone will say, well, he'll have to bat 7, so we'll kick out Stokes. Which will really hack me off because it's a really stupid idea. I mean, the number of people you read on social media who basically say, well, you know, we have to address the fact that we have a long tail and blah blah blah. No, we have to address the fact that we've got a blinking useless top 6 with people batting in the wrong place.
Yeah, and you know, not just batting correctly, are they? So
no, not at all.
Well, straight after tea, first ball was a massive away swinger. It started wide and went even wider, and Stokes doesn't even have to address it, and there is no run. I presume who was bowling that? Who bowled that first delivery?
Trent Bolt.
That was Trent
Bolt. So we'll have a jingle for him. Goes like this.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout? How does he call? Trent Bolt's mouth is really small.
Facing up. Left that alone. Through the keeper, no run.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
There seemed to be a lot of movement in those first 2 deliveries.
Yeah, they did a bit.
Yeah, because the half hour before tea that Bear and I were on beforehand, the ball didn't really do an awful lot of anything.
Well, no, but it's really cloudy now, isn't it? As that one swings away and it's played off the back foot by Stokes out to cover, and it is no run. That's
no. I was going to say. I mean, yes, there was a lot of movement with those 2 balls, but they were miles wide of the off stump. But then, of course, when you're playing against England, that doesn't matter because you know that sooner or later one of them's going to have a go at one of them.
Yes, exactly.
And nick it.
Or drag it back on.
Or drag it on, yeah, exactly.
Wide of their off stump. That's straighter. Well covered up, though, this time by Stokes, and defends it square on the offside, and there's no run. Just remember how to play cricket. Good lad. Let's have a jingle for Rooty. What's this one?
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Yeah, it's Joe Root.
Yes.
Actually,
I wondered where that jingle had gone. 'Cause it didn't get played yesterday, and I love that one. It's
no,
great.
exactly. I've pulled that in and replaced the other one. That one's played up to mid-on the back foot by Stokes, and there's no one. There's one here for sympathy for the bowler. I want to hear this though.
Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a batsman whose style and taste I can bat for a long, long time, sapping many bowlers' soul and faith. And I was there when the falling rain ensured we retain
Bolt
the
into
edges.
Stokes, and it's played square on the offside. There's no run.
Dropped during the whitewash fall, balance in the return clashes. Pleased to meet you, Joe Root is my name.
That's alright. I don't think I've heard that one before. I probably have.
No, that's a new one on me. Steve Keller on Twitter says if the target gets under 10, I might start to believe. Nah, this is England we're talking about here.
Absolutely. Madness.
Well, I think what's all the more frustrating is we've now got a situation where Colin de Grandhomme breaks down just before tea, so they're now a bowler short. But the problem is we're 4 down.
Yes. Well,
you know what I mean? It's now okay. You can't predict that's going to happen, but
no. But a partnership here could get you up to close to it anyway. You know, these two could do this on their own. I mean, they don't even need to both get a ton, do they?
well, they've got to do what. Blundell
Yes, well, exactly.
did
I mean,
yesterday, haven't they?
well, yeah, precisely. The only two proper scores in the game, really, as that's defended out in the offside. And there's no run. A couple of other 40s on either side, and nothing else of a note entirely. So,
Statement from the Black Cap. Colin de Grandhomme has left the field. He sustained a right ankle injury. He is currently being assessed by the medical team to ascertain his involvement in the remainder of the innings.
Ooh.
So it was an ankle injury.
well, he didn't seem to turn it either. So it's
No,
that's a bit worrying. That's a kind of slower delivery from Southey, hanging an outside off stump. We thought about driving it, or had a go at driving it. Got a thickish inside half of the bat that goes out towards mid wicket, not where he wanted it to go at all, and there is no run.
So yeah, he didn't roll it. So unless it's
something going on, ligamenty type thing in the
Yeah.
ankle,
or just some
jarred
sort of
it.
compaction thing, or I don't know.
Yeah,
He's had a day to dread, hasn't he, poor bloke?
yeah.
Running up first ball.
Yeah, he was really fucking dozy, wasn't he?
He was dozy.
Southey is in, and it is clipped round the corner to long leg, and it's a single. Or you could say that actually Pope was very aware. There are a lot of batsmen who would have done that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So you have to really say that Pope was the most aware man on the pitch, whilst everyone else was appealing. He was collecting the ball and throwing down the stumps.
I think he kind of got distracted by the appeal.
Yeah.
And he turned.
He might not have even
turned
known
the other
exactly.
way. He would have seen that Pope had the ball.
Yeah,
because he turned the other way.
He didn't know exactly where the ball had gone either, had he? And he's kind of taken it.
Which I suppose illustrates that it's always worthwhile appealing.
Yeah, true.
Because you may create confusion.
And of course, the thing was that they pointed out in commentary, if he'd have been given not out. Oh wow! Stokes has got away with that. That's nearly how he got it. Well, that was how he was bowled off a no ball from Colin de Grandhomme. He's charged down at Southey. His bat just doesn't come down straight. It comes down at 45 degrees, and of course, if he misses it, he gets it under edge, which is exactly what he did there. But this time, unfortunately, it didn't come back onto his stumps. It bounced either over leg stump or bounced and went down leg side.
Yeah, I don't understand all this charging business.
It's not necessary, is it?
He's not getting anything out of it.
No, except for getting himself in trouble.
Yeah. Let me put myself in a poor position.
Yeah, weird.
It's just bizarre.
And especially when he can play like that, he gets right behind that, plays that nicely up to mid-on, and there is no run. It's like he desperately wants to impose himself on the game.
But it just looks frenetic and uncertain.
Well, it doesn't look necessarily uncertain. It looks too certain. It looks stupid. It looks over-aggressive when it's not necessary. Listen, if he gets to 50 and the bowlers are getting tired and England are pushing towards winning, then you can see this as, putting your foot down and accelerating and getting England over the line. But if you're, struggling to stay in the game, you want to counter punch, but you want to counter punch sensibly. That is sensibly. That's nicely driven by Stokes. Can't beat mid-on. And there'll be no run to end the 36th over. 100 for 4 England.
Cooper Cronk. No hurry for New Zealand. The run's coming very slowly, so all good. The wickets will come. Just need one of these guys then into the Tailenders.
Wow. What time can they go until? Can they go until 7 o'clock today?
I'd prefer it if they didn't. We've got places to go.
Yeah. I prefer it if they didn't, but I think they can, because they've moved everything else half an hour, so presumably the last session is an extra half hour too.
Yes, I presume they can, and they'll certainly need to, because the overrate's been pedestrian again. Charge Joe Public £160 for a seat, and then don't bowl 10 of the overs in the day, or 12 of the overs in the day. That's just adding insult to complete nonsense, really. That needs a reset as well.
But hardly anyone ever does it. So we can, you're shouting into the wind on that one, aren't you? Really?
Yeah, you are.
That was defended into the leg side, and there's no run. You can give people penalties and all sorts of shit. It still doesn't happen. Maybe just let it. I mean, you can't let it slide, so you've got to keep the penalties. But it's never really bothered me that much. And other people, it gets really under their skin, like you and Gary.
Well, I just think if you're going to charge people that amount of money, then they shouldn't be cheated out of.
Yeah, but are you cheated?
20%
on day one? On day one, there was only 76 overs. But were you cheated until 17 wickets? I don't know if you're cheated when you see 17 Test wickets in a day of Test cricket as dramatic as day one. It's a nonsense just to say, because I didn't get 90 overs. As that one's worked down towards fine leg, and they'll get a single. I think about 2, but it's not there.
I think there's acceptable compromises. So where there's a lot of wickets that fall, inning changes, that sort of thing, you can understand it. But it's where you see the days where it's like 250 runs, 3 wickets.
What do they allow? They allow for 3 minutes or something in the bowling for a wicket. 17 wickets is 54 minutes, and then there was a concussion to Leach, so that's an hour, and an hour is 14 overs.
Yeah, there was some extenuating circumstances on day one.
That's defended out to the offside, and
there weren't any on day 2.
How many wickets?
In my view.
Well, they're only 6 overs short, and there were
7 wickets fell.
7 wickets. That's 21 minutes. It's supposed to be 4 minutes and over, something like that. So
but don't forget that's already going half an hour beyond.
Yeah, that's true. But I always assume they're going to go half an hour beyond.
Yeah, well, so do they, and that's part of the problem.
They're going to get bloody 90 overs in before 6 o'clock. You're mad, unless you're in somewhere. Even in as that's defended by Stokes, stands tall in the crease and defends up to mid-on. There's no one. Even when you go to somewhere like India or Sri Lanka or Bangladesh, where you spend the whole day bowling spinners, they rarely get 90 overs in a day. Occasionally you come off at 6 and you go, ooh, or often it might only go 10 minutes over. Who's that?
It's not just a problem in England.
No, exactly. Bolt is in, and again Stokes defends, and there's no run. That's it. Enjoy your batting. Just enjoy being out there, Ben, and play your game. Know that you can get a big score. The ball is now closing in on 40 overs old. It should get a bit easier from now on in. The bowlers will get tired. It's a long session then. They're going through to 7 o'clock.
Yeah, the ball, as you say, the ball's going soft. Just wait it out a little bit. That was the other thing that was so disappointing about Bairstow.
Yeah, totally. That is a good shot, Ben Stokes. Hung out a bit wide. Finally, Bolt cracks and offers one. It's too full and too wide. And finally, see, you can play a beautiful shot like that, Ben Stokes, and it looks great. He slams it out to the point boundary. There's no one out there. It's 4 runs. upset if I had the volume down. So it's 4 runs.
So it's one of these moments where I just swear blind I'm going to go absolutely crazy. Fat Bastard 52 says, cut out the drinks breaks if it's under 70 degrees. That's one way of doing it. Warren, can they get this over with now so I can focus on how to stream the footy? England, of course, playing Hungary in the Nations League later on.
Yeah, they got how many fans? They managed to get 36,000
Yeah,
fans in.
behind closed doors.
Yes, with 30.
But you can bring kids in, and an adult needs to accompany 10 kids. They've got 40,000 people.
Exactly. So that's cut by route out to point. There's no one. Of course, England are doing the same thing, but rather than work out how to completely, we're letting 3,000 kids in or something, aren't we? Yeah, they have for every 10 children that can be one adult, can't there? So
yeah. So there are 2 England players on debut.
Are they?
Bowen is on debut, and Justin, who plays for Leicester.
Yes, indeed.
That's Bowen. He's all right. That's down leg side, and Root tries to follow it, and there's no run. Now, what I don't get is I thought was there a Nations League final last year? Because we didn't get into it. We didn't qualify last year, did we?
No, that's right. We didn't.
So is it every year there's a Nations League and every year there's a final, or is this stage 2 of last year's?
No. It's a separate. It's like a resetting of a competition. It's trying to provide competitive football in
the summer,
not in non-World Cup years.
Okay. Well, this is a World Cup year. That's left alone through to the keeper, and there is no run. And it's running.
Yeah, come on, chaps! You're trying to make some sense of FIFA. That's.
This is no. It's your UEFA. This.
Well, UEFA. I mean, that's.
Yeah.
That's even harder than making sense of the ECB. Come on.
True enough.
Come on.
It's all about money.
Let's
all about
be
money.
sensible. Yeah, it's all about dough.
Saudi number 28, 12.3, 105 for 4. Jameson's got 3 of them. Saudi is in. Oh, and Stokes drives outside of that one, I think. Goes inside his inside edge. Gets through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I think that's Root.
Sorry, I meant Root.
Yeah.
Did I say Saudi?
No, you said Stokes.
Did I say Stokes? Oh.
Yes.
He didn't
He's a long way outside.
He's way outside it, actually.
Yeah, I know. He's. I think he's thinking. I think it's going to swing a lot more than it did. It's very dark at Lords.
Yeah, the only thing you can surmise from that, John, is he guessing. It's 9,925 runs. Is he guessing?
Yeah. Well, he defends that one late and under his eyes, and it just drops out behind square on the offside, and there's no run. Interesting little passage of play here. Both trying to establish themselves after tea. New Zealand wanted a quick wicket after the break.
Well, I think I was saying when I was on Thursday, Bear, that really this pitch now is just like all the county pitches have been at Lords all year. It's low and it's slow. If you decide you're going to stay in, it's quite hard to dig you out, and eventually they'll bowl you a bad ball.
Yeah.
Well, so it's a patience game.
Exactly, and there's nothing with the ball now. The ball is nearly 40 overs old, and as that's driven nicely by Root out to extra cover, and there's no run. And both these two guys know how to accumulate an innings. And
it's a patience and discipline game. That's all it is.
I mean, if they get 100 from here each, they'll get 155 runs, and that would be 260. I mean, if they replicate what New Zealand did, the next wicket will fall when we need about 25-30 runs to win. And
well, even if they don't get that close, you know that if you can tip the game back into the balance, that cricketers do strange things. But in order to do that, you have to have patience and discipline. And unfortunately, too many people that we've seen today have, Bairstow in particular, hasn't had that.
No.
I'd have liked to. It was the last ball of. It would have been the last ball of Jamison's spell, for God's sake.
Exactly. Well, that's short and wide, and it gets again the treatment as Stokes latches onto that, smashes it out to the cover boundary, and it's 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Who would have thought it? Letting the ball come to you.
I really would have liked to see Harry Brook given a run out. I do understand it's quite difficult to probably leave Bairstow out on if you're going on the last time that England played a test, but as you said, he's played 2 months of the IPL.
Bairstow chose money over Red Bull cricket, which he's entitled to do because it's his bank balance after all, but he's not entitled to walk back into the team.
No. Defender back down the track and there's no run.
And he's played two white ball innings and scored virtually no runs.
Yeah.
And we've left a guy averaging over 100 carrying drinks. Total and utter nonsense.
Yeah, it does make nonsense.
Utter nonsense. When is that guy going to be in any better form to play for England? Answer, never.
What, Bairstow?
No, Brook.
Oh,
when
Brook,
is he going to be in better form to play for England? Never.
Exactly, and if you come in with a good start, it leads to better things, doesn't it? That's Fuller and a better line closer to the stumps by Trent Bolt, but it's swinging away pretty predictably, and it's left alone by Stokes through to the keep. Then there's no run.
And the argument you will get is he's a young guy, blah 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 blah. Well, that never stopped India picking Sachin Tendulkar.
No.
I'm not saying that Brook is Sachin Tendulkar.
No,
I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is,
if you're good enough, you're old enough.
Exactly.
Exactly, and if you're scoring the runs, I mean, there's a case for Ben Compton, isn't there, really, to be put in the opener?
Absolutely there is.
Ooh,
Get him
that
in.
one's short and into the
Ow.
ribs of Stokes, and that's hurt him.
Ow.
He stands up after clasping his chest.
Well, it's hit him right in the sternum, I think.
Did you? Yeah, I thought it hit just to the left of it. Or right of it, sorry.
That's painful.
Yep. Got tucked up by that when it came onto him. Yeah, it just hit to the left. Nearly
A
under
little bit of extra bounce.
Yeah, just under the arm. And that did hurt. They have a nice bruise there in the morning. He doesn't seem to be wearing a chest pad.
No, I don't think he is, and I think he wishes he was now.
Yeah, probably. That one's straighter, but he gets right behind that and defends it. I'm feeling a bit more confident about Stokes now, I have to say. He seems to definitely have settled down.
That's the kiss of death if ever there was one.
Of course it is. 109 for 4, England.
Don't say things like that.
There is a great 30-second video on the BBC website where Vaughan says just how well he believes Ollie Pope is playing, and then he gets bowled. It's his first reaction afterwards is, I think I'll just shut up. To which
everyone says, yeah! As that one is guided behind square on the offside by Stokes. He'll get himself a single and retain the strike. As that ends the 39th over. 110 for 4. England go out.
Warren says that because of the whole thing that we were talking about the kids, I envisage a whole load of Angus Young lookalikes heading to the stadium. O'Neill Harris Nations League is being played now because the footy season starts again next month due to the World Cup being in November. Simar in the USA, they say misery loves company, so perhaps you would like to know that by the time I could load a stream, the USA were 8 for 2 or 15 balls in their ODI versus the UAE yesterday.
Oh well.
8 for 2, we'd pay good money for 8 for 2, wouldn't we, normally?
Normally, yeah.
But just England.
When's the first game of the Premier League then? That means it's on before the end of July.
No, Community Shield, 30th of July. First game of the season, I think, so week the 6th of August.
Yeah.
14 game weeks and then stop for a month.
Okay. Presumably the Charity Shield or whatever it is now is Liverpool and City again, isn't it?
Yep, and that will take place at the King Power Stadium on the 30th of July.
Yeah, 14 game weeks and then a break, basically because somebody gave someone a fund to give it to Qatar.
Yeah, ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. And isn't it the World Cup going to be on at the same time as the Cricket World Cup?
No, the Cricket World Cup finishes and then it's a couple of weeks and then it's 4 games a day in the World Cup.
Wow.
Here is the dangerous Jameson.
Yeah, the dangerous Jameson is coming around the wicket to Stokes. Bowls a short one first up. Thinks about pulling it, but lets it go down the leg side. And there ain't no run. It's this guy.
And that's the story of how Kyle Jameson became a man.
He's a big man. He's coming around.
He's a very
wicket.
big man.
Down the track comes Stokes. Pulls it. Not got enough of it. It should get back for 3. Ajaz Patel is down at deep square leg. He's got a long way to come round. They do only decide to stick at 2.
This is the bit I don't understand, where bowlers decide to follow batsmen. So he's come down the pitch. So Jameson's like followed him down the leg side, and it's like if you bowl at the stumps, he'll never get there.
No, true.
It's a fairly ugly looking shot.
Yeah, it was a fairly ugly looking shot. But he didn't get bowled, which is a bonus.
No, he didn't, which is one plus.
And he's on 26. That one he's left alone outside the off stump, and it is no run. I mean, he is a class batsman, Stokes, and he's certainly got a lot of time.
Well, he certainly got the, as you said earlier, Bear, he's certainly got the capacity to do this if he applies himself properly.
Yeah.
But will he?
Well, that's the question. He certainly, well, he didn't, and then he got a reprieve, and then he still didn't, and then he seemed to hold himself in for a bit. He's gone back a bit. Maybe, you know, I suppose he's got self-belief. That one is into his hip, and he works it out to mid-on, and there is no run. What, 2.5 hours left in the day's play. Long way. England could be a long way there tonight if they're still in at the end. If these two are still in at the end tonight, England will be a fair way there. You'd imagine another 100 runs on top of this.
Well,
in 2.5 hours.
I suspect that's the other reason behind the wanting to be aggressive, isn't it? Because you're probably trying to eradicate the chance of the second new ball.
Well, there is that. Yep. It's played back down the track, and there is no run. So it'll be very similar to England, won't it? I mean, they'll either get it just before the end. 40 overs in 2.5 hours. I mean, they should be able to do that, really. Yeah, it's going to be touch and go.
So yesterday, New Zealand in the last session scored 100 runs.
Yeah.
There ended up being like 30 odd overs and 100 runs. So, you know, if you consider that New Zealand should bowl at the same rate.
Exactly. Gets defended back down the track. Stokes thinks about a run, it's not there. Jameson fields with his own bowling, throws it at the batsman stumps, no trouble, and no run ends the over. And these two, you'd imagine, would score quicker than probably Mitchell and Blundell if they get going. And incidentally, they're a bowler down as well. Is Daryl Mitchell going to have to bowl? I don't know what Daryl Mitchell does bowl reasonably regularly, doesn't he?
He does. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a medium pacer.
And he's bowled here. He's bowled here at Lord's.
Yeah.
Before, so.
Do you do requests?
Me?
Yeah. Can you say from Adrian Lowe? Can you say hi to Conrad?
Hello, Conrad. How are you, mate?
So that's from Adrian Lowe.
I wonder where they're listening.
Are they at Lord's? They were at Lord's yesterday. I think he said he went in for the last session, 20 quid.
Fair play.
That's not a bad shout, no.
Well, it wouldn't be a bad shout today because you'd see a lot of cricket.
Yeah, totally, and possibly a victory.
You'd see nearly half the day if they bowled it all.
Well, Bolt's coming around the wicket to Rooty, trying that line, but he strays down leg side, and Root just helps it down a long leg. And does that a no ball as well? I thought I saw the umpire sticking his arm out, but I don't think it was. He was just pointing to something.
Hey ho.
McCullum's having a chat with Bairstow. Presumably they played IPL together at some point, maybe. Or was McCullum his coach in the IPL?
No, possibly.
Possibly, but he came out. He gave that up halfway through, didn't he? Bolt in, pulled, short, pulled by Stokes again. I don't think he got all of it. Probably feels he missed out a bit there. Goes down to Jameson at long leg. It'll be another single. I mean, I think these two would like to put some pressure on the bowlers. You got to wait for it to. They'll get tired, and there'll be a time. In an hour and 20 minutes, they'll have all had a spell. They'll all be coming back for their third spell, 4 spells of the day. They'll all be a bit more tired. They're all feeling a bit dejected. The score would have moved on by 40 or 50 runs, and you might well be able to put them under the pump. Wait for your moment. Bolt around the wicket into Root, who defends that out to point, and there's no run. I mean, you have to say Root doesn't often get out. Touch wood, when he's if he gets to the 20s,
that's what you've got to hope, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
you've got to hope that Root just keeps on batting.
Yeah,
and that Stokes and folks can do enough batting around him to make it happen. Really,
ideally, you'd like to see these two take it home. As I said, I mean,
it's a long way home.
Well, they both. I mean, it's not the fact that they both need to get a ton to get them home. Even that's the thing. There's Stokes. Bolt's bowling around the wicket to Root. He gets right behind that and defends it back to him, and there's no run. See, that was the thing about Pope, wasn't it? I mean, the ball was bowled from around the wicket like he's bowling now, and he's trying to work it into the leg side.
Yeah.
And
so he's playing the wrong shot.
Yes.
He's playing completely the wrong shot, and therefore he ends up completely squared up.
Exactly, and getting a slight outside edge that goes onto his off stump. He needs to be playing the ball back from where it's coming from, which is a wide angle from one outside.
So, the bowler's made an adjustment, so you need to make one.
Precisely. As that one's clipped into the leg side and there's no run. I've got time. Having said that,
or I assume it's not.
Having said that, I've got time for Pope.
Yeah, I have too, but not at 3.
No. But then that means dropping Bairstow, and we've still got to find a 3 or a 4. I suppose he does bat a 4 for Surrey, doesn't he?
Well, I suppose there's going to need to be a discussion in this Red Bull reset about does your best player have to bat at 4?
Well,
if by batting at 3 he would then accommodate both Pope and Brook to bat at 4 and 5.
Possibly, as he essays a drive at that one, and gets a big inside half. The batter goes out to mid wicket. There's Root to end the over, and there is no run. That is the question. But then, I suppose Root has batted at 4 for so long. I mean, he had a reasonable success batting at 3, but he clearly prefers batting at 4.
I mean, do you get more from your team if you bat Root at 3, Pope at 4, Brook at 5, or do you insist that you have to play Root at 4? If you do, then presumably you have Pope or Brook at 5, in which case you need a new number 3 to come into the team.
Who isn't Bairstow?
Well, Bairstow wouldn't be in my team anyway.
Good number 3s around the county circuit. Could you get Ben?
Well,
could you put Zach Crawley back at 3 and get Ben Compton to open?
Well, I think they've got to look at Compton. I think they've got to look at Haynes as well.
Well, the lights are on, and Jameson's coming in for his 11th over. He's got 3 for 26. He's bowling around the wicket to Stokes. He's coming cramping up for room. He just defends it down at his feet, and there is no run.
He cramped him a lot.
Yeah, it's coming in a lot with the angle.
Which way's down the hill?
I think it's coming down the hill at. I'm trying to think.
Nursery end.
He's bowling for the nursery end.
Well, because it slopes down towards the tavern, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bit weird, but
it seems to be coming. It'd be fascinating if he's bowling and making it move that much up the hill.
It's he's not. It's going down the hill with it. As that is defended, and there is no run. So it's carrying on down the hill. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Jill Tom says that a lot of, well, first of all, unmatched, but then changes that to unhatched chickens are being counted by the commentary team. I feel that's not quite true. I think all we're doing is pointing out that patience is a virtue. This isn't trying to make something happen because it's end of day 4, moving into day 5. This is still just day 3.
Exactly.
Patience is still a virtue.
There's so much time left in this test as Stokes once again comes down the track. Followed by Jameson. He can only cut it into the ground out to point, and there's no run.
Why are you charging Jameson?
I know.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
I
It's
don't
not, as if,
try.
it's not as if on a single occasion that he's charged him, he's
got anything on
smacked
it.
him into the crowd for 6 or
No.
something. It's not happening. It's not getting him any runs. It's just putting him at risk.
Yeah. Well, Jameson's going to continue. Stokes plays that off his hip fine down towards the tavern.
That's better.
And he'll get 1. Are they going to come back for 2? They are going to come back for 2. That's good running. Bolt throws it in.
A much more sensible shot.
Yeah. England move on to 116 for 4. We're in the 42nd over. Root's asking for more gloves. I was trying to think of Taylor's last name next door at Temple. It had gone out of my head, and Thatcher kept coming. Mark Thatcher kept coming into my head. I was like, no. Jameson around the wicket. Gets that one to go up the slope a little bit. Good line outside off stump. Well left by Stokes.
You need to talk about your visualization skills then.
Yeah. Jim, we should have,
what?
We should have changed at the beginning
The
of this
famous
over.
Australian opener, Mark Thatcher.
You're supposed to be doing ball by ball, so you're going to take over from me, John, at the end of this over. Aaron's supposed to be joining us. All right, okay. I shall let him in.
You're sliding into the social seat, are you not?
Oh my word, am I?
Mr. Bear?
Oh God, I am,
I think
yeah. Left alone outside the off stump. Jameson can't believe it didn't hit the off stump, but it was, yeah, it was a good 3 or 4 inches wide of it. It was a good leave. And there is no run, so I guess we're due a change. Al, you'll be back after this session.
I'll be back soon. Emily Elizabeth says, drinks for the mods. And you're up to date on socials.
Okie dokie. That's good to know. The fucking porn bot is still banging away, and we're still seeing it off. It must keep
It's
changing.
still trying to get rid of it.
Well, it must keep changing its address because it keeps getting
Changing its IP. Its IP.
Yeah. Why is it hassling us
Elusive
so
character.
much? I have no
What can we
idea.
do?
All right, Aaron, how are you, mate?
A little bit so-so, to be honest, lads. Obviously, this partnership absolutely huge for England, but it's not been a great afternoon, has it?
No. It's been a typically English
It's been a
afternoon.
bit from behind the sofa routine, isn't it, really?
It's the hope
Hey-ho.
that kills.
What
Most
can
certainly
we
is.
say? Jameson back on the boundary on the sweeping duties, and we're back with Mr. Bolt from the pavilion end. 2 slips the gully
Good bit of
into
fielding.
Root, who pulls this away, and it's brilliantly fielded, and there's a scramble back by Stokes as the throw comes back in.
I think it hit his bat as well, and went off
Wow.
towards long on.
Yeah, me. There's a lot of laughter around the place, but we could have been very undone there again. Stokes, he says, "What, me? I wasn't in danger of getting run out." Well, we believe you, Ben, but lots of people that are watching wouldn't. Yeah, that was all very frenetic stuff.
It was a good shot.
It was a good pull shot. It's a good piece of fielding, and he's up very quickly, throws it back in. Oh, if it doesn't hit Stokes' bat and hits the stumps,
He'd have been in. He'd have been
that
in.
would have been tight.
But the thing is, I think, yeah, exactly, there were memories of the World Cup final there, weren't there? It's hit his bat and gone flying off down towards the boundary. And if it had got there, presumably again, it would have been runs.
Maybe that's what Bolt said to
I
Stokes.
think that's what they were
certainly
having a
seem
little
to find
discussion
it
about.
both very amusing.
Yes.
But
It's been played in a good atmosphere, this game.
yeah, it has. Well, I think it's fairly difficult to fall out with the New Zealanders, isn't it? They just seem to be good blokes, generally speaking. Here's Bolt again into Root, who jabs down on that and pushes it out on the onside. Bolt sort of skips across the pitch in order to field on his follow through. No run.
There's a lot of chat between Bolt and Southey.
Yes. Another little scheme being brewed and plotted. So Holt picks the ball up again and goes to work with the polishing routine. Tosses from hand to hand. Back at the top of his run. Back in. Bowls, and this is played off his legs by Root out to the man on the mid-wicket fence. That's Patel. Throws the ball back in. It's a single. 17 for 4.
Now, do you think it's a lot easier for a bowler to come out of the IPL and play longer form cricket than a batsman?
Oh, that's a very, very good question. I think, yeah, probably. I think it's a lot easier, but
it does feel that way, doesn't it? You're not having to worry about getting hit for, as we just saw there, his average in the IPL was 7.94 and over. Must be quite a thrill not to, have to deal with that.
Here's Bolt again into Stokes, and this one moves away, but it's wide enough, and Stokes, having taken a pace forward, just lets it go through. Wanders down, does a little bit of gardening on the Lord's wicket. Yeah, lights are fully on now, aren't they? So
yeah. Although that cloud does seem to be now passing through, it's certainly brighter. It was cloudy down here about half an hour ago, and now the blue skies are sort of coming through. Fluffy clouds up there.
The trouble is, I think once you put them on, you've got to leave them on. So
yeah.
Stokes drives this one up to mid-off, and there's no run.
But presumably they have much less of an effect when a bright sunlight's out. You don't notice them, presumably.
Well, hopefully not. So we're seeing some imagery of where the seamers have been bowling since tea, and there seems to have been very little that's been full. A lot of it is sort of length, which I suppose is fair enough. You're trying to hit the top of the off stump. Here's Bolt again. He's in, and this is played up to mid-on this time by Stokes, but again there's no run.
That was a good ball by Bolt.
17 before.
That jagged back. Away.
To us on
oh God, yeah, it's
media.
me, isn't it? Oh look, Frank Rockefeller has given us a 50 quid tip on YouTube. Thank you very much. $50. He says his money's on England. Well, Frank, I'm hoping. But I don't know if, like me, you've watched a lot of England over the last 2 years. We don't have a very good record. 17-1 in the last 2 years in the negative column. Let's go.
Blimey, he's given us $50 and his money's on England.
Yeah. I don't know where we were on Twitter, but I'll start with Nestlers. He says, I need some advice. He's ridden myself into the ground 60 miles around the Essex countryside and thinking about ordering pizza. I'm too tired to cook anything. Should I? Oh, well.
Here is Jameson, and this is outside off stump, left by Root. It goes through very low to Blundell, no run.
I would suggest, Nestlers, that as supreme athlete as you are, you burn so many calories that possibly a pizza will be okay. Supreme athletes are allowed to eat a bit of junk because you burn so many calories.
I think that's got to be a tweet that's basically asking permission to do what you really want to do, isn't it?
Yes, knowing that you shouldn't.
That's all good.
We had pizza the other day. In fact, I think we've had takeout 4 days in a row now, which is really fucking lazy and expensive.
Here is Carl Jameson. He's in, and this is again outside off stump, and it's left alone by Root. Goes through to Blundell, no run.
Considering we're in a cost of living crisis, I really shouldn't be eating out every day, but
yes, cost of living crisis, £160 for a ticket at Lord.
Yes.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Somebody didn't get the memo and read the route. 117 for 4. Root waits again. Jameson comes in and bowls, and this is right behind this one, which is on the line of off stump. Just pushes it back along the other side of the pitch. No run.
They're bowling quite tight at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, Jameson seems to have come back on and got right back into that groove again, doesn't he? Of just not giving them anything. But this is good. I mean, this is proper Test cricket. We're not going to give you anything easy. And England have got to play. We're not going to give you a wicket. Here's Jameson. He's in, and Root pulls this one from outside off stump, and it flies away to the mid-wicket boundary for one of these.
That's a good shot. You have to say there is some parallel with this and when Mitchell and Bundell were batting yesterday. You know, when the ball's harder and it gets up that little bit higher and it's harder to play that shot, it comes through that little bit quicker. It seems that's
reasonably short, but it's just sat up and said hit me, hasn't it, really? He hasn't actually even got all of that.
No.
It's almost off the sort of bottom half of the bat and into the ground and gone a bit squarer than I thought and gone for four. Here's Jameson again, and this is punched away off his pads by Root. He's got the fielder chasing out towards mid-wicket, and he throws it back in, and they'll settle for two.
Could have got three there, you'd have thought.
I think the previous shot, the thing about it was that Root picked it up so early.
Yeah,
That's the thing. He picked
that's
it
what
up
I
so
mean.
early and he was
Exactly,
on it.
but the ball's softer, so it just comes off that little bit slower. And as you say, the pitch isn't particularly quick, and it's just sitting up and says hit me. Starts
Maybe that negates Jameson's height a little bit, which it wasn't doing earlier. Here he is again anyway, he's in, and this is well wide of the off stump, and Root kind of crouches and just lets it go. And, no run, 123 for 4 at the end of the over.
O'Neill Harris says it's been played in a good atmosphere because Australia is not playing. Warren is having a good time. He's managed to find the stream for the England game. I'll have to give it a squad. I don't know who's in goal because that's covered by his iPad. Maguire, Cody Walker, Justin Rice, Bellingham, Alexander Arnold in the midfield. Interesting. Oh no, I suppose he's on the either side of a back three. Mount, Kane and Bowen are up front. What time's kick-off in that?
5 o'clock.
So he's watching that and he's got us in his ear hole.
Multitasking and all that. Nice to see Bellingham start.
Yeah.
He is a player.
He's still playing in Germany, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is a player. Good grief. Here's Bolt. In bowls to Stokes, who plays that out on the onside. Short mid wicket comes into field, no run.
123, nearly halfway there, aren't we?
Oh, don't say that, Bear. Do not say that.
54 to win.
Don't give us hope.
Yeah, after
Yeah, it's the hope that kills you.
Yeah. 139, we're halfway there.
Here's Bolt again into Stokes, who again pushes this up to short mid on, no run. We see we've got what this, including this one. You've got 36 overs to the second you ball down.
Yeah.
36 overs of soft ball.
Yeah. Average, if you can go at 3 and over, it's nearly 100
yeah, that would
runs.
get you to 230, so
Yeah.
you'd be what 45 runs short.
Yeah.
At that stage. So here's Bolt in. Oh, that's struck Stokes on the pad. It's outside the line, so there's no appeal because it was sliding down, but gave him a little bit of hurry up.
Yeah. It's the first time he's missed one for a while. Genuinely good ball.
Yeah, a little bit more zip in that one from Bolt, I think.
Interesting. Ajaz Patel seems to be warming up in the background. Will they try a little bit of Daryl Mitchell? Well, they're going to go. I suppose Ajaz Patel is a bowler in the side. They probably feel they might have to go to him first.
Here's Bolt, and this is left alone by Stokes through to Blundell. Well, I mean, if you've got a spinner in your side, then who doesn't particularly bat, if you're not going to bowl him, then it's a bit of a waste of time having him, isn't it? Really. Trouble is that so often that's the spinner's lot, isn't it? That they're the bowler of last resort.
Which should be changed in my view as a spin bowler. I think
yeah, of
spinners
course.
deserve a lot more credit.
Of course,
absolutely.
It should.
Well,
I agree entirely. Here's Bolt again, and this is pulled round by Stokes to the man on the square leg fence. Throws it back in. Another run to the total. 124 for 4. Takes Stokes at 30.
I mean, it depends a lot on the wicket, though, Aaron. You know, I mean, and how many overs have been bowled. If you've got a newish, hardish ball, you want to use your pace bowlers as much as possible, really. And as the game drifts, a decent spinner is going to block up one end in a first innings. I mean, in England, spinners aren't generally that successful, but certainly.
Well, particularly at Lords.
Yeah.
Where it doesn't seem to offer them a great deal, but I mean the ball's soft.
Yeah.
You've got to rely on him to block an end up, haven't you?
Precisely. Which you know, Stokes took a liking to him when he first came on, and wasn't prepared to let him settle. And that, you know, that is, and that should be that is a genuine calculated plan. They consider.
It's his outside off stump and through to the keeper.
Because if you don't have Colin de Graham as your fourth bowler, and if you're going to get Ajaz Patel on, if you can hit him out of the attack, the other bowlers are going to have to bowl. Then they're going to get more tired, more ragged, hopefully offer you more bad balls that you can hit runs on.
Yeah. The only thing is, obviously England have got to factor into that they're still 150 runs short, and they've got a longer tail. So can they afford to go after him in that fashion?
Yeah, you've got to back yourself. I can't imagine for Ben Stokes, there's not a lot of turn. If he's going to bowl it out of the off stump, over the wicket to him, he's going to be hanging up outside his off stump with a tiny little bit of turn that's going to come in. Nothing that should, bounce unexpectedly. And gentle turn, he's just playing with a spin. Someone like Ben Stokes loves that. And if you toss it up too hard, he'll get battered as well, and he hits it a long way. Pickford in the net, says Warren. Jeff Perkins says, thought Bear was going to say that as supreme athlete, Nestle Boy was allowed a supreme pizza. Yeah, you're allowed a supreme pizza, although supreme pizza is nasty. Alex Cottrell in Croatia, Tony sends us, he's playing cricket on a beach, and he's got a few locals involved, and he doesn't know how to explain the forward defensive to them. And he wants some advice from the listeners.
Clearly, they've only been watching white ball cricket.
Yeah. Clear the front leg and just heave.
Clear the front leg, have a good swing. If you hit it, it goes a long way. Yeah. This is true. This is the problem.
Well, yeah. As we look at highlights of Daryl Mitchell.
Yes, we look at highlights of Daryl Mitchell reaching his 100 earlier on today. Fortunately for England, he didn't go much further than that. But we're back live now, and Jameson's into Stokes, who plays that out on the onside. No run.
Yeah, and I think New Zealand would have think they missed a trick there as well, wouldn't they? I mean, they were so far ahead, those two settled. They were probably looking at 350.
Yeah, which would have batted England right out of the game.
Exactly.
So.
England at least gave themselves a chance, came back well.
Yeah, so one of those inspirational broad moments.
Yeah, plus a bit of doziness.
Happen every so often.
And some doziness from Colin de Grandon.
Here's Jameson. It's in, and Stokes gets everything behind that and plays it out on the offside. Whenever I see a full defensive like that, it always reminds me of the great John Arlott once commentating at the World Cup, where in his sardonic way he said, Secunda Bact comes in from the football stand end, rolls to elbow, and he covers up everything in his bowl. With absolutely no change of intonation whatsoever.
Covers up everything in his bowl.
It was just like classic. It's like, John Arlott, how can you say that? Here's Jameson, he's in, and Stokes
finally
backs away to the leg side and slaps it through cover point for 4.
Finally got hold of one.
shot.
He's been trying that for about 15 overs.
He fully has, yeah.
There was quite a lot of premeditation about that. I think he decided wherever that was, he was going to slap it. But yeah, I'm not sure that fills me with great glee, but it got the right result and went for 4.
Well, if he starts connecting with them, it'll at least make them think. It'll move the score along.
Yeah. Oh, this is a wild swing.
And that's the problem right there.
Indeed. That was just ugly. He just literally got down on one knee as if to say, I'm going to deposit you back over your head. The only problem was he missed the ball.
He did. I thought he had got an edge to it as well. And I think Jameson thought he had
as well.
Goodness me, that is close.
It actually swung in a fraction.
He held the pose nicely, though, Stokesy, didn't he?
Yeah.
Watching it imaginarily racing to the boundary like a tracer
As if
bullet.
to say, that should have disappeared. But
Yes.
of course, it didn't. Yeah, it was almost like he played the golf swing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Waiting for it to hit the green. Here's Jameson again, and this time he decides he's not going to have a swing at that one, and he just lifts the bat high above his head, and there's no run. Yeah, well, it's never dull watching Ben.
No.
But it is quite frightening today, I think.
It's been an interesting innings, hasn't it? He's not quite looked at his imperious best, but he's played some lovely shots. The shot against Ajaz Patel, that shot right there, but there does seem to be that kind of inconsistency about his shot selection today, doesn't there?
Very skittish.
Indeed. Here is Jameson again.
Oh, horrible.
This is horrible. That's a horrible ball. And it's gone for wides. It's actually been signalled wides.
And 5 of them.
And 5 of them. I thought originally Stokes might have actually got something on that and he kind of...
I did as well, but I think it might have gone out the footholes.
Yes, I think we'll find it did when we look at the replay. I mean, it's miles wide. Oh my goodness! I think that would have been a wide in a one-day game.
Oh yeah, definitely a wide in a one game.
Even if it had been bowled to the opposite-handed batsman, you know. Yeah, it's completely missed the return crease. Dear me, that's dreadful. Oh, that one's much better though. And Stokes just about gets some bat on that before it cannons into his pad, and therefore there's no run.
And that ends the 46th over. I'll get to some tweets in. We'll have one more over in this configuration and we'll have a change. Nesta says he's gone for the veggie sizzler with an extra topping of pepperoni. Well, yeah, you know, what are you trying to do? You're saying you're a veggie and then you're adding pepperoni. I don't feel like a supreme athlete. I feel like a broken man. Well, that's a good effort, 60 kilometres or 60 miles. Leah says, there he is again. Our very own Grigory Yefimовich Rasputin. That's you.
That's me,
clearly.
Yes.
Yeah, for me you look like Jesus, but for Leah you're Rasputin. Old Fart at Play says, do the England bowling attack.
Here's Bolt into Root, who lets it go, and it goes through to Blundell. No run.
Do the England bowling attack get told to ease up in the nets so that the batsman can get a bit more time at the crease?
Well, you wouldn't have thought that looking at the footage the other day where Root edged, I think it was Potts to behind him, didn't he, and called himself a tit, I think, on audio. Oh, Joe, you tit, I think was his expression. Here's Bolt into Root. Oh, and that's an awful shot. That's just an awful shot from Root.
Yeah, he fenced at that.
And he's very annoyed with himself and swings the bat in annoyance, but that was a real get-out shot, that.
Yeah.
It's quite wide, it's lifting a bit, he just waves at it, he's very lucky he didn't nick that.
Yeah, it's too high, too close to be playing that shot.
And Mitchell can't believe he didn't nick it. There's a look of absolute disbelief on his face at first slip.
Well, you've got to have a bit of luck, haven't you?
Bolt's pretty frustrated as well.
Yeah, there was an old fuck in there somewhere.
There was, yes, absolutely, yes. If that had been, if he'd been mic'd up, then people would have been saying, "We apologise for any bad language you might have heard." like anyone can do anything about it.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's my fault that they decided to say that. But hey, Mitchell claps from his position at slip. Root settles in again as Bolt comes in, and this is down the leg side and flicked at by Root. It's not gathered cleanly by Blundell, and they run through for a bye.
Yeah, he didn't get anything on it.
The umpire says it missed everything.
Yeah, it did.
But,
it often looks like it's close to the bat, but hardly ever.
it wasn't a very good piece of cricket altogether, that
No,
really.
it swung too much, didn't it?
Swung too much. Root didn't make the most of it. Blundell didn't field it properly. Other than that, it was all good.
I think the Kiwis are starting to feel it a little bit here now, aren't they? You know.
Bolt looks a little frustrated.
Yeah.
I think you would say. Here he is again. Ooh. I thought for a minute Stokes was going to play and miss at that. He was a bit sort of indecisive, but he got the bat on it.
I reckon you've got
offside, no run.
You've got one more good spell out of all the bowlers here, and then after that they're going to get tired.
Yeah.
So I reckon these two have got holding for about what probably turn out to be about another hour and 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
15, 16 overs.
Because you're going to get another Saudi blast in a minute, aren't you? And
but that'll be the lot, because then they'll have to be, then there'll be in the third spells after tea, and they've already rolled 2 before, you know. So
yeah. It's a patience game.
Yep.
Here's Bolt, and this is down the leg side, flicked around the corner, down to long leg by Stokes, and they go through for a single. It's 135 for 4. And I think we're having a switcheroo.
We are having a little
who's
switcheroo.
coming in.
Al, Messers and Steve is going to take over from me in the studio. And I will see you for the overspill later today.
And I will see you another time.
Good to see you, John. That was fabulous stuff.
Cheers, Alan. Cheers, Messers.
Hello,
Bye.
Al. Hey, John. Goodbye, John. Hey, Al. So what's your prognosis?
I believe there's a song by Bon Jovi. We're halfway there, living on a prayer. I think it's. There have been such flashes of wanting to get it all done instantly that it worries me. But it's all been close calls and near misses and stuff like that. But the problem is there's no margin for error for these pairs. There's nothing really behind. Jameson in, outside the off stump, lifting up a good length, and Stokes leaves it alone. All right, Steve.
Hello, chaps. How you doing?
Excellent.
Must be late for you, isn't it, Messrs?
Yeah, it's midnight.
Blimey.
It's gone past late. It's officially early.
I don't usually go to bed before 3 a.m. at the earliest. And a lot of that has to do with cricket, to be honest, because that's when it's on.
That's when the rest of the world is playing it. Yeah.
Same way with baseball and basketball and like. As Jameson is in, Stokes backs away. Jameson follows him again, which allows Stokes to be able to, from outside leg stump, to manoeuvre a single past Gully.
They showed a WinViz prediction about an hour ago. 33% England and 67% New Zealand. So.
Yeah, well, New Zealand are $1.75 on the sports bet bookie, and $2.08 for England. I'd have them level,
close,
to be honest.
yeah, it's getting close, isn't it? Closer than WinViz.
I think there's a little bit of understanding the relative backgrounds of the sides involved in that pricing a little bit.
Yeah, well, 1 wicket would make a huge difference, wouldn't it?
That becomes the thing.
It is just the 1 wicket.
And that no ball.
Yeah.
Indeed. Jameson into Root this time. Root gets up on his toes, but can't beat the point. And there's no run.
De Gondro has quite a big influence on this game so far, doesn't he?
Certainly has, and the biggest influence might be his ankle injury.
Yeah.
Because
it's a heel, apparently.
Well, with three seamers and Patel, then Williamson may well be one bowler light.
Yeah. And I think Bear's...
Jameson abort.
I think Bear's right. These bowlers are going to start getting tired.
Do you think Jameson ever gets tired though? Maybe his oil needs changing every once in a while.
He's a unit though, isn't he? My God.
Yeah. It's interesting. He's very much a test player. He doesn't seem to have had much impact at the white ball level, particularly T20, does he?
Sure. That's fended at by Root. It's just dribbled behind square. The wicket keeper will do fielding, and there's no run there. Root smiles.
Does he play in the New Zealand white ball team?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% positive, but I'm pretty sure he does. But, you know, New Zealand doesn't have a massive pool of players available to play different formats.
What they do have are bloody good though, aren't they?
There does seem to be a conveyor belt. I mean, Mitchell...
What they're really good at is making use of what they've got in a really good way.
At the very last minute, Joe Root backs away. Now that's... unless there's a really good reason for that, that seemed... Jameson was in the beginnings of his delivery stride as Root backed away there. I'm not sure what that's about. Because there's no idea that there's someone behind the wicket keeper's arm there. I think he just didn't see him.
It's a very exaggerated withdrawal, wasn't it?
Joe Root's in his own little world. I think someone needs to have a bit of a word with Joe about that.
Well, he just wasn't ready. I mean, I think everybody respects him enough to know that he wouldn't do that out of gamesmanship.
He tries to drive this ball past point, but can only find the fielder. And with one ball left in this 48th over, there's 136 for 4. So nearly halfway. Jameson, the man with the damage, 3 for 44. And this will be the end of his 14th over. As he just requests a movement in the field. At the top of his mark, he comes in, past the umpire, slightly wide of the crease, gets the ball to jag back in a little bit. Root, resolute in defence. That's the end of the over. What have we got on social media?
I have mixed feelings about this tweet from Roger Melly. He says, speaking of pizzas, the most fucked up thing about Australia is that they put fucking pineapples on them. Well, I mean, we could have an argument about pizzas and pineapples, but if that's the most fucked up thing there is,
right,
then we're doing pretty well.
Let's take issue with two things. First of all, right, the most fucked up thing, and secondly, it's called a Hawaiian pizza. Why on earth do we think it comes from Australia? We're gonna test your jingling skills there, Steve. Whilst Joe Root is having someone look in his eye, I think Patel is going to come on and have a bit of a trundle.
Yeah. Is there a jingling?
Do you want me to jingle? Is it coming up? Yep. Here you go.
Like the seven-headed reanimator, he'll try to do you between your legs. Yeah, that's just what Edge's Patel will do.
So, either some sort of salt tablet, maybe, or a headache tablet for Joe Root.
Right on the fingers. Ow.
Oh yeah, maybe a bit of a painkiller.
Well, I'll just get a tweet in. Farung says, well, 28 overs scheduled for the remainder of the day, but won't be bowled within an hour. Well, they've got another hour and 20 minutes, actually, because they can go to 7. There's a decent amount of rain brewing out of Paris, may hit London around 6:15 to 6:30, so you should get away with it. Any score predictions? I think it'll be much later than that we get the rain.
I think the rain won't affect the play. It might affect the pitch tomorrow, but it certainly won't affect the end of play today.
And my prediction is England will have lost 2 more wickets and be about 60 runs short of the target at stumps. 50 runs short.
Patel in. Stokes doesn't move and just plays a defensive shot. And Patel enthusiastically dives to field off his own bowler.
My weather forecast says no rain until 11 o'clock here in London, so...
Yeah.
That seems good enough to us. Patel in. Stokes down on one knee, sweeps. He sweeps high, he sweeps hard, he sweeps for 6.
Wow.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lift.
That is the second 6 that Stokes has hit off Patel. And there was a fielder on the boundary and he didn't move a muscle.
He didn't need to, did he?
No.
Got hold of that well.
An indication maybe of the placid nature of the pitch for spinners as Stokes comes down the track and maybe changes his mind halfway through. Reverts to defensive and there's no run.
6 is nice to watch in replay, actually, right out of the middle.
Tell in. And again, a sweep. It's gone high, it's gone hard, and it's another 6.
I believe in miracles since you came to bat. You 60 things. I believe in miracles since you came out to bat. You 60 things.
I think that one's in the second deck.
That's the thing with Stokes and spinners, it can change very quickly, can't it?
Well, 2 6s in 4 balls. Your move, bowler. Comes in. And he's swept again and he's missed that one. And so has Blundell, and that's going to possibly go the distance for 4 byes. Yes, it does. That one's 4 byes. Doesn't matter how they get added to the total. England's total is now 150 with 152 with 1 ball left in this over. That's taken a wicked bounce over the top of Stokes' back.
That was a good ball, actually, wasn't it? Right.
He's got every right to look a little bit aggrieved as Ajaz Patel there. Just maybe a little bit of a warning to Stokes that you can't just get down on one knee and play any old shot. You've got to be maybe a little bit careful. Last ball of the over. Stokes back in his crease, punches the ball back to long on, and he'll take a single, and he's now on 49. He's raced to 49 as a result of that over. 153 for 4. Jez?
Oh, totally predictable reactions to Roger Melly. Mayank says, Hawaiian pizza is great. You don't know what you're missing. Leah says, I agree that pineapple on pizza is Pizza Hawaii. A genuinely German thing, by the way, is fucked up. I can't be mad about Toast Hawaii, though, in honour of Andy Fletcher. Warren says, did de Grandam go off with a bruised ego?
And, it was definitely a heel injury or an ankle injury.
Yes. He's getting a scan on it, apparently. Madam Mahan Sharma says, this is the partnership I've been looking for. English camp will be feeling very relaxed right now. I doubt that. Squeaky bums, I think. I guess that one more wicket will fall today, and tomorrow we will witness a super exciting finish either way. Well, if Patel stays on and Stokes stays in, it may end up tonight. You never know.
Who knows? Jameson in, back of a length, punched behind square by Stokes. It's definitely going to be his 50. Will it be a boundary? Maybe, depending on how that was fielded. But it's definitely 3, possibly 4. Ben Stokes, you've reached 50.
And Winviz suddenly has England as favourites.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs.
the job has only just begun.
That's 4.
That's going to be 4.
That's a 4.
You can get that jingle out.
I've got that ready.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
That's the 38th time that Stokes has reached 50 in 80 test matches. What England fans are hoping is that it will be the 12th time he reaches 100.
Yep.
He's 53 not out from 106 balls. 5 fours and 3 imperious sixes. He faces Jameson again. Jameson cramps him up for room, but there's a good defensive shot in the end, and there'll be no run. Steve, Jez,
Yes.
I have a question for you.
Fire away.
Yeah.
Is it Jameson looks to bowl quicker than the mid-80s? I don't know whether it's just about the way he looks or the height that he bowls from, but
I
he
think
seems
it's
to
the
bowl
height.
quicker than 86 miles an hour. You know?
Actually, I've been.
Slightly slower from Jameson there, just outside the off stump. Push behind square, but there'll be no run.
There's so much of him that actually I've been watching him, and he doesn't look fast to me. So you know, whippets like someone like Jimmy Anderson or Stuart Broad. And Broad is nearly the same, not as big as him quite, but he's nearer him in size. But Jameson is just a unit, isn't he? And it all just the effort of getting the bloody thing moving and going and getting up to the crease. I'm
just kind of judging it on the reaction of the batsman, really. Stokes down the track and cuts, but there is a fielder there at deep cover, and that will just be a single. Stokes now on 54.
Joe Root has trundled to 33.
Yeah.
Leaving Ben to do the work here. And why not?
Joe Root safely the eye of the storm, as 119 runs are required. Too many runs for today, I feel.
Probably.
Even with the extra time.
Unless
well, it depends on how long Patel bowls for, I suspect.
You have a jeweler's eye for detail there, Joe.
I'd also say in relation to his height, I think that height makes a big difference. It adds another dimension to his bowling that batsmen are looking for. Same with Cameron Green for Australia. You know that he's not super fast, but very, very heavy ball, as they say.
True enough. Root turns that ball to deep square leg and will amble through to a single. It's almost like a completely different game to the cut and thrust and blood and guts and thunder that is happening every time Stokes faces the ball. One ball left of this over. 159 for 4 for those of you scoring at home, or even if you're by yourself. Jameson in around the wicket, and that is.
He's gone. He's
gone. He's gone. Stokes has tried to. It's been bounced out. He's tried to uppercut the ball. In the end, almost he's played a shot he really didn't need to play a shot at. Stokes looks angry as well as he might. Just started to turn the corner, and Jameson has done the business. His fourth, and that might be it.
It was a good bouncer, though. It really was.
Just off his glove. He looked as if he was trying not to play it in the end, didn't he?
Well, he started to look like he didn't want to play, then tried to manoeuvre his body into a position to kind of uppercut it over the wicketkeeper and the slips, and in the end did really nothing, because as Jez said, the ball bounced but followed him, and so he was really cramped for room to be able to play that shot.
Anyway, here's a jingle.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh.
Strike one for,
Warren makes a very valid point. He says, if we're discussing pizza fuckery, can we talk about anchovies? And Ravi Nair says, remember Rishabh Pant destroying a left arm finger spinner in India? Stokes. And then he gets out. And Nessa says, just put my feet into a basin of hot water. The simple pleasures in life are still the best.
I like your picture of Dennis Lilly behind you, Messrs, by the way. That's fantastic.
Thank you. It's a great. I just happened to come across it today, and I thought I just love that photo.
But
it reminds me of watching him at the Wacker.
Yeah.
It's poetry in motion, isn't it?
But you look at that and you compare that to Jameson. Jameson could never look that still fly cut. That looks fast, Dennis Lilly, doesn't he? Maybe.
Well, it wasn't just fast; it was poetry in motion, as Al says. The style, the rhythm, it was just all perfect. It really was wonderful to watch.
He kind of there's him and Michael Holding because I remember Holding being described that he could run on water and he wouldn't break the surface. You know, it was just like a skim on top. But a proper athlete, Jez.
Absolutely. He had a lot of back issues, of course, as most fast bowlers do, but he was smart as well. I mean, he was sheer pace initially, but he worked out how to be a really, really good bowler as well.
So, 159 for 4, everything all right. 159 for 5, panic stations again. And Joe Root now needs to play the role of Atlas, the weight of the world on his shoulders. Great, in the end, a great bouncer by
good take by the keeper as well.
But by Jameson, but in the end, Stokes is going to look back on it and realise he's just trying to play a shot that
didn't need to
play.
Silly little boy.
He's just as he's grasped the game by the scruff of the neck, he's let it slip it through his fingers, and that might be a symbol of what's happening to England over the last 18 Test matches.
Anyway, the new batsman is Ben Folks. Here's his jingle.
He's better than just Butler, and his name's Ben Folks. He can keep wicket at least 9 times as well. Ben Folks, you're the best.
Oh dear.
So, Folks joins Root. Certainly competent enough technically to be able to hang around for a good time and a long time, but certainly is going to have to play the role of second fiddle here. Whilst Root has been able to kind of hide in the shadows a little bit, it's going to have to be his show from now on.
Yeah. Trent Bolt coming back.
Roger Melly makes what is optimistically the final comment on pizzas. Why has no one invented a chip pizza? That'd be a treat.
It has been invented. It's awful. Yeah. So should we have Trent Bolt's jingle?
Here you go.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout? How does he call? Trent Bolt's mouth is really small.
Root plays that just outside his off stump, plays it as far as point, and there'll be no run.
Well, that settles the conversation about if Root and Bend stay in until the end of play.
Well, indeed. Indeed.
They couldn't.
Now, the typical English behaviour is one wicket gets you 2, gets you 3, so we'll have to see whether there's a little bit more backbone left for the fight here as that swings into Root's off stump. He'll push that out.
I bet Windies
has changed. Pretty vacant cover. There'll be a single there.
Changed, yeah.
What's the betting done, Mason?
Hang on, I shall have a quick look. So England's out to $2.70, New Zealand $1.47.
Oh,
massive change.
Massive change. They're not stupid, those bookies.
It is always interesting in a game that potentially lasts 5 days how we can boil it down to single moments.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now Ben Folks has taken guard a good half step outside his crew, and maybe an indication as to the pace of the pitch. And if that is the point, then even more kudos to Jameson for that bouncer. as Bolt is in, and that slants away and is just missing the outside edge of Folks' bat, but he did have a nibble. A good nibble there, Steve.
I think so. Yeah, I think the best you can say is he did well to miss it. Yeah. Oh no, he sort of withdrew, didn't he?
He was quite a last minute.
Yeah.
A last minute withdrawal, but
there was clear air there. So. And WizViz is England 31%, New Zealand 69%. So
yeah,
England were just over the 50 for not very long.
That's right. England need 117 runs, and with 5 wickets left, the last 5 wickets in the first innings, they made 43. So you know,
Folks has
it could get nearly halfway there.
Folks has scrambled that behind square on the offside, and it will take a single. They did think about 2, but Southey rifled the throw in, which limited everything to just 1. Root's on 35. It's going to go some.
But I tell you what, it's a bloody good for cricket, isn't it? You know, anything could happen, and we haven't ended up with a one-sided board draw, or somebody overwhelming somebody else. It's great.
We'll come back to that point just after this ball, because it's a fantastic point you make. As Root prepares for Bolt's 5th ball of the over. Bolt is in, and that is guided behind square, down to a deep point. And he'll take a single. I mean, if you think about why New Zealand were at lunch on the first day, you know, were they like 6 down? Like something like 50 odd for 6, something like that.
39 for 6 or something, weren't they?
You know, if you were to turn around and go into the New Zealand dressing room and say, "Listen, lads, half a session left in the 3rd day, you're going to be 5 wickets away from victory, and it's going to seem pretty comfortable." Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Test matches recently where there's been a wrestling of momentum back from one team from another.
Yeah.
So I think that bodes well. Certainly, if you're a New Zealander, as Folks check drives this ball straight down the ground. It's well timed. It won't reach the sponge. There is a fielder there running alongside the ball for a second. At 2, I think. Yeah, Folks is going to be on 3. That's the end of the over. Jez, how has the Twitterati responded?
Steve Kellett says, "Oh, flip, it's the hope that kills." Fortunately, I have none left. O'Neill Harris says, Axar Patel got him into an attacking mood and Jamieson gets him out. Well, at least he didn't get out trying to hit Axar for 6. He'd have looked like a right tit.
I think, but the thing is, though, the way he got out, that to me is even more frustrating. Don't you think, Jez?
It was frustrating, but it's understandable. I mean, geez, there's so much weight that gets put on Stokes. Everybody expects him to do it every time, and the fact that he doesn't is hardly his fault. Varong says, if people are going to complain about pineapple on pizza, then it appears to me they haven't visited Asia recently. Thailand has the worst topping concoctions ever known. China just copies the well-known varieties but fall apart. Haven't quite mastered cardboard as a dough substitute.
That's fighting talk. Jameson continues. Root goes back in his crease and defends straight back to the bowler, and there'll be no run.
What you haven't said, Farong, is whether you can get a decent pizza in Bangladesh.
Steve, can you get one in central London?
Yeah, you can actually. You can even get a very, very good one in southeast London, where I live. So
that sounds good.
Lovely little Italian place.
Do you want to put a bit of advertising in for your favourite pizzeria?
Hold on.
Or maybe after this ball from Jameson, as he lets that ball too far outside the off stump and won't let it go through to the keeper. So, Steve.
It's a lovely family-run restaurant called Nonna Maria's. Fantastic pizzas they do.
Yeah. So, what's your go-to pizza?
Well, they do a Nonna Maria, which is rather good, and they do a very good carpaccio, which is what I had on Wednesday.
So what goes on a carpaccio?
I've forgotten.
Meat.
There was some meat in there and a lot of vegetable things. No pineapple though.
No pineapple.
No.
Back of the
I
length.
think we're due for a
Or-
change at the
or
end of this over
anchovy.
too.
Root plays the ball to mid-wicket. And they'll run and take a single and bring Folks onto stroke. Root's on 37 now. $165 for 5 is your total. Halfway through the 52nd over, so won't be too long, and a small psychological victory of getting the runs needed down to 2 digits rather than 3.
Renuova makes the point, well, at least we get to see what Folks can do with another batter to play with, as behind him are 3 number 11s. Well, he's right. I mean, when Jimmy comes in at number 10, because you know you got problems.
The order's always subjective. As Jameson is in, good length ball. Folks get a good stride forward and defend. No run. 2 balls left. Steve, I believe you're slipping into the
BBB,
missionary position, central missionary position, as I know there's been called by Grubby in the past. And I will go to social media.
Yeah, Bear's coming in as well. I think Bear might have forgotten that.
Nah, he's always on top of this stuff. Jameson wide of the crease. Attempt at a mistimed drive there by Folks. It only goes as far as the edge of the cover fielders. No run, just 1 ball left of the over.
They presumably they'll bowl another 14 overs or so today, which probably means about 40 runs or so.
Bear had
which
forgotten.
would leave them about 70 runs short.
Maybe.
Ball to go.
1 ball to go in this over. Jameson steaming in wide of the crease, angling in towards Folks' off stump. He defends to mid-wicket. That's the end of the over. 165 for 5.
Okay, I should see you in half an hour. Steve Kellett is the next tweet about
Kellett.
Pizza Hut.
Thank you, sir. I will try and find that. Oh.
Moving like gazelles here, Bear and I. Whereabouts are you, Al? Whereabouts are you, Al?
I'm in our conservatory.
Whereabouts?
I live on the Wirral.
On the Wirral?
Yep.
Where my father was from, Liverpool.
Yeah, we're about 20 miles in a stretch of water away from that.
I was just dozing off on the sofa.
I thought I could hear some snoring coming through.
Did you see the Stokes dismissal?
Yeah, no, I did. And, it was a bit annoying, wasn't it?
Anyway, there's an aborted attempt by Trent Bolt to start the 53rd over. Joe Root has pulled away as well. So, just to recapping, the 165 for 5, 112 required, or 5 wickets. I think the money is on the 5 wickets at the moment.
Yeah, I'd have thought so.
Bolt in again, beautifully pulled away by Joe Root. I think it'll only be a single as Patel comfortably fields it on the boundary, and it is just 1 more run to the total.
It'll certainly take longer to get there if we're going to do it.
Well, without Stokesy.
Without
there,
Stokesy, yeah.
You saw the dismissal, yeah?
Yeah. It was a good delivery. I mean, the shot he was trying was a bit daft, but the ball was following him as well, and it was difficult to get out of the way of.
Bolt in again outside off stump. Folks just sort of flashes it away into the covers. No chance of a run.
I've forgotten that Folks had got a first class ton. Was that in that match in India that we won?
I was trying to think what sort of runs he scored for him. He hasn't done too well, has he, really?
No, he hasn't, but he's got a test match ton. So, maybe it was in Sri Lanka.
Well, I'll be quite happy with him getting a 50 here. So,
well, if he gets a 50 and Root gets a 50, we're virtually there, aren't we?
Still a bit short.
Well, 50 from here, I mean.
This is quite high on Folks' bat as he fends it out into the covers. Again, no chance of a run.
I mean, that's it. Root doesn't even have to get a ton from here. If they both get 50 more runs, he wouldn't get a ton, and we'd still win. So we're within distance of some sensible batting.
We can see hope on the horizon.
Yeah.
There.
Well, it'll soon be into double figures. Only 12 more runs.
Yes. Bolt in again, and firm forward. Defensive shot by Ben Folkes, punched into the leg side. Bolt fields off his own bowling. Again, no chance of a run. It's quite tidy, folks, isn't he? He's got quite good technique.
Yeah, he does look that way.
Obviously, if he has scored since he has scored a century, obviously got the talent.
Yeah,
plays well for Surrey, I think, doesn't he? So.
Well, he not particularly well last season. I don't know how he's doing this season.
Oof! This is down the leg side, going away and Blundell, the keeper, is unable to hold on to it. But I don't think Folkes actually touched that. So I think it'll just be the one. Bye.
No, he never got near it. It was definitely a bye. One more to the total, though.
Yep. But nothing more to but Folkes' 3. Just watching the replay, it was miles from it. And Bond a full stretch, couldn't quite catch it in his left hand.
Second time he's done that.
Saved 4 byes. That's quite a poor ball.
Did you see the 4 wides from Jameson?
Yeah, great.
That was extraordinary ball. He looked quite miffed with the umpire for calling it wide, not
It's a test match, damn it, man.
And Bolt's in again, and Root just firmly punches this past Trent Bolt in his follow through, and they come through for a single. Root has moved on to 39 from his 97 balls faced.
Got to keep busy.
Yeah, keep ticking it over.
Right, Steve Keller, about 20 years ago, Pizza Hut in Malaysia localised the menu and filled it with delights such as tandoori chicken pizza and sambai prawn pizza. It didn't last. Warrant least successful contraceptive option, the last minute withdrawal. Ravi Nair, as my computer slip plays tripped. Watch Capel Dev at the moment before delivery, side arm, left arm across the body, poetry in motion. Lily, Hadley, Botham, Imran were nothing compared to that perfect cap. Certainly was. John Batham. Stokes becomes the second English batter today to get out what would be almost certainly been the last ball of Jameson's spell. Not sure crass stupidity covers it.
Tim Southey has taken over from Jameson and is greeted by Joe Root with a firm prod towards the deep leg boundary for 2 runs.
Came down the track again there, didn't he?
You're going to jingle him or not bother?
What, Southey?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
It's all being a bit slack. You know, we're into the 3rd day of the test.
I had a busy jingling time.
Yeah, I heard.
To fly with Tim Southey to tonight. I probably won't fly with Tim Southey. And again, I just might.
Southey in again. This one's swinging away from Joe Root. It was fairly wide of the off stump, and Root didn't make any effort to hit it. That goes through to the wicketkeeper, but certainly some movement there.
Yeah, it was a shame because that over that he took for Ajaz Patel for 17 was good fun. Well, could have done with 5 more overs than that.
So will he bring Patel on again? I suspect he probably will at some point now that Stokes is gone. He's whirring his arms a little bit, is Patel, so he's expected to, I think. Southey starts his run up past the umpire. This is outside off stump, flashed out by Joe Root, flashed hard, and it's gone to the boundary for another 4.
Oh yeah.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Bit lucky there. Attempted cut and it's gone over the slips. Could have gone anywhere really.
One more of those, and the target's down to double figures.
Yep. I think he wanted to go along the ground. But he won't be complaining.
Very
that it
top
went
edged
over the slip.
actually.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Wasn't quite what he intended, but it was well over the slips, and no danger of being out. Southey champing at his mark, and off he goes. This one's just outside off stump, a bit inside edge here, down to sort of fine leggish area. The wicketkeeper has jogged over to field it and restricted Root to 1. He moves on to 46. Getting a little bit of a move on now, Joe.
Yeah.
Good to see. Just
that was how Folks was
Folks
out
is out in the
first
first inning. It was a horrible shot.
It was a really horrible shot. It was just a poke outside
Yeah.
off stump, nothing.
Well pouched by Mitchell. So.
Potts is in next, isn't he?
Yes, I believe so. At 8.
Jesus, we're in trouble.
Where does he? I think it's about number 10 or 11, isn't he? Southey in again. Oh, this one again swinging away from Joe Root, but too far outside off stump to Folks. Too far outside his off stump to interest him in playing a shot. So goes through to the keeper.
I would honestly, I'd stick Broad at 8. I know he's vulnerable, but at least you know.
He'll either, and he'll probably hit a couple of 6s and a few 4s. He won't die
trying,
wandering. So Southey to complete his 14th over of this innings. Again outside Folks' off stump. He just jabs it out into the covers. That's the end of the 54th over. England 175 for 5. Anything on socials?
Farong. Tikka Tandoori Boona Pizza is available in Bangladesh.
What?
Tandoori Boona.
Tandoori loaded with double cheese is actually pretty good, but it's been over a year since I last had.
Yeah, it's the cheese that makes a pizza. I can imagine with tandoori chicken that'd be quite good.
Yeah.
Well, Old Fart at Play says, forget pizza, let cheeses into your life.
Yes.
Sorry, it was cheese puns yesterday.
Yes, of course.
Talking about cheeses.
I do like a baked camembert, I have to say, with crusty bread.
Nice crusty bread, dip it in.
Oh, yeah, man,
God,
that's
yeah.
good.
That's how I want to die, doing that.
Dripping in cheese.
Yes. It is Trent Bolt to continue. Left arm around the wicket. Root just punches this square on the offside, a bit more into the covers actually. I think they were thinking about 2 there. They certainly set off like hares for the first run, but the New Zealander fielder was in on it a little bit too quickly. So restricts Root just to the single. He moves on to 47. Folks looking quite collected actually, I think, at the moment. Our hope is rising here, Ben. This time Bolt is over the wicket to the right-handed Folks. Has arrowed into his legs and just punches it away on the leg side, no chance of a run. Mitchell grooming his beard at first slip. A second slip rather. No, first slip to the keeper.
2-6.
This one is just outside off stump, and Folks just parks his left leg down there, leaves the bat in the air, and just lets it go through to the wicketkeeper.
So New Zealand scored 45 runs today. Is that my maths correct there? 236 to 281.
Yes.
Yes.
For 6 wickets. To take out the 200 partnership, it wouldn't have been much of a score.
Yeah.
Bolt in again. This is short. It's just short over Folks' head. He just ducks underneath it. The keeper unable to catch it, but just tips it over the bar into first slip's hands, and Mitchell completes the fielding. Bolt winding up a little bit of pace here at the moment. He's got a bit of the teeth, grip between his teeth at the moment. Good stuff. The sun's shining gloriously at the moment at Lord's, so I don't think we're in danger of rain curtailing play tonight. This one's outside off stump to Folks. He jabs it away. Gully dives away and half stops it, but it's certainly going to restrict the batsman to just a single run. Folks moves on to 4. England are now just 100 off their target.
Currently 2-2-1. We're going to be in prime GPL territory today. We're at the start of it already. And we've got, 45 minutes left?
Yep.
Exactly 100 to win.
Yep. Route to 47 off his 102. It's Bolt to roll the last ball of his 90th over. This is aimed at the leg stump of Root. He clips it away square. On the leg side, Patel dives and stops it, restricts him to the single. Root moves on to 48. England to 178 for 5. 99 to win.
Into double figures.
Anything on social?
I'll look at. I'm just having a look. My computer to refresh itself. Nothing on Twitter. Keep on tweeting to us. The Attic Radio, only place for pizza is Rome or just Italy with wine. Emily Elizabeth, I live in a neighbourhood with about 6 pizza places within 4 blocks of my house. It's great but hard to choose.
Oh, decision.
Crazy Chaps are Naples with a pizza. Crazy Chap also talks about having to carb load for half run. Carbs then a nap, says Emily Elizabeth.
Yes, that's always a good one.
Just remember, pizzas are in moderation, I guess. You know, there's lots of healthy advice here.
So they are looking at the ball at the moment, and it's firmly stuck in the machine that the umpires use to prove how round it is. So I think we're going to get a change of
new ball
here. Yes. This is the 55th, so we're 25 off a proper change for new ball. There's a long chat going on between the England batsmen, Southey, Jameson,
and
while the man with the balls comes out.
Yeah, the strange case of the Duke's balls and the Kookaburra boxes. That looks newer than the one they've got.
He's been quite quick on his discipline there, hasn't he? No, I thought he'd already picked one.
I mean, they have loads for different types of.
Oh, they must have hundreds. Yeah.
Well, if that's the old ball, that's nothing like it.
Is it round though?
It's got to be a lot more scuffed than that, man.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, that's not fitting through at all. Must have been Ben's efforts to misshape that.
Yeah.
That's the only one who's been hitting it.
A lot of time wasting here. That one's not going through. Basically, the balls in the box don't go through either.
No.
Just get on with it. No,
can we have the box with the round balls, please?
The thing is, they can't have a newer ball, can they? So, you know.
No. Not yet. No.
They've got one in his pocket. I think they're taking a selection out, aren't they?
Probably.
Oh,
Kane Williamson's been asked for his opinion now.
No, I don't think he should have an opinion.
I don't think he is.
I
think he's just putting his nose in.
Yeah, I think it's up to the umpires to adjudicate.
Oh, that one's that's much more round.
Right.
That's a round one.
That's in similar conditions.
Yeah,
Probably a slightly better condition, but it has been sat in a box.
Kane's certainly passing comment on it. So.
And the umpires are going, well, that's the only fucking one that goes through the loops either. So it's either this or that.
Right, so we should have an interesting over coming up. It's Southey who's going to be bowling it. And Kane Williamson working hard on the ball to get a little bit of a sheen on one side. A little bit of sweat now using his sleeve of his shirt. Conflabs going all over the pitch at the moment.
Hold on, that's my wife calling me. I'm just going to nip out.
Just down to us, Steve.
Yeah. We're all right. There's nothing much going on at the moment. Joe's slowly pulling his gloves on. So,
trying to find a round ball. That seems quite difficult.
Unusual thing to have in a game, isn't it? So the New Zealanders sort of ambling into fielding positions as well. Tim Southey is going to bowl the 56th over. Joe is doing a little bit of gardening. Looks like they've gone back to 3 slips here, the New Zealanders. Hopefully the cameraman will pan out. And no, 2 slips and a wideish slip, a sort of a 4th nearly gully. Here goes Southey eventually into Joe Root. It's on his pads. He flicks it square on the leg stump, and it's comfortably fielded. 1 more to the total. Anything on socials? No, while we're waiting for him to
while we're waiting?
Yeah.
No, I think there's still There's still some talk about pizzas on YouTube, about having them with shakes and various things like that. They can't get their balls through the hoops before they go in the boot, before they go in the box. So seems to point out the
Saudi with the second ball. Folks punches this into the leg side, and Jameson's unable to field it, but they've come through quite sharply for a run, comfortable run in the end.
According to Messi Jazz's bookies, England are favourites.
Oh, right.
I'm just going to check that with my own.
Really? I haven't put WinViz up recently, but...
no, I'm just going to bring up...
We've got 25 overs of this ball to go.
Yeah.
England need to be virtually all the way there by trying to get the new ball. I don't think they want more than 20 runs with that new ball. And Root's still to be there. That could make a big difference as well, I suppose.
You know what, he's right, you know.
This time Root firmly on the back foot, defensive shot, back down the track, and Saudi fields it. The ball hasn't done anything, this new one, has it? It's gone arrow straight, all three balls so far. So.
Gents.
Yep.
According to Bet365, other bookmakers are available for.
Yeah.
England are 4-5 on, and New Zealand are even money to win the test. You can get 125 to 1 on the draw.
That's weather dependent.
I'm assuming they might have their own weather forecast.
This one just beats the outside of Joe Root's back, goes through to the wicket keeper. Didn't get anywhere close to it really. Kept a little bit low as well, I think. I was just watching the replay of it, and it
didn't get up that much, did it?
And the wicketkeeper took it between his ankles, so it wasn't a particularly fast ball either. But,
so the idea that England are slight favourites
was interesting.
Seems a little bit strange.
A bit premature to me, I have to say. Root's on 49. We just need one more for yet another 50 in his fantastic Test career. Saudi in again. Root marches down the track to him, clips it away into the leg side. They've taken the single, and there is the 50 for Joe Root.
Well done.
Well played.
Joe Root.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Lucky or lucky inducing reverie. Are a few types of half century.
3.5 hours at the crease for his 50. As Saudi comes in to complete the 56 over. Ben Folkes very firm forward defensive shot. Nothing very much happening from that. That's the end of that over.
Right. Yeah, it's all gone towards pizza and porn on YouTube.
Well, I was going to say, the porn bot has been trying all fucking day to beat our moderators.
They seem to have... They haven't blocked him yet, but they've deleted all his messages. Or their messages.
Well, it says remove him from chat and, don't allow them to post, but there's nothing that says block. They just have block this user. But they don't have that option.
Freedom of speech, you see.
So, Joe Root, 9,950 runs at an average of 49.26. Another 50 runs, it'd be on 10,000. This is Trent Bold in round the wicket to the right-handed Joe Root. Just punches this into the offside for a dot ball.
Yeah, what we got? 37 minutes left in the day. And
get it down to sort of around about 60 to
get it up
tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd like to get it up to 200, 210 tonight. Not lose another wicket. Next question, getting in the morning. If they can get in
before the new ball's due, it'd be good.
Yeah, well, A, before the new ball's due, but B, just to get in as well, isn't it? I mean, it's very easy to lose a wicket first thing in the morning. Everyone's got to reset and get themselves in. And at this rate, they'll have, 17 overs of the old ball tomorrow.
The weather forecast suggests a lot of rain, 70-80% chance of rain at 11, 12, 1 o'clock.
so it won't start on time.
No, it's
so I'll
looking
be
unlikely.
sitting here all morning.
Anyway, Brute has, in the meantime, clipped the second ball of Bolts over for a single. We're going in tiny steps here at the moment.
It's cool. Is it
Sir
Alistair Cook?
Alistair? Sir Alistair? Is that Susie Dent from Countdown?
No. It's Alison Mitchell, isn't it?
Is it? Oh, yeah, probably is, yeah. In the TMS box.
Yeah. And did Alison Mitchell ever play cricket?
I don't know.
I don't think she did.
I don't know.
They're
moving the side screens at the moment. That's why we're not bringing you any commentary. Anyway, Folks is ready now. Trent Bolt is in. He tries to bowl this a bit short. He doesn't really get up and comes off the outside edge of Folks' bat away behind square on the offside, and they've taken 2 runs.
Yeah, that was
not really a controlled shot. That was
absolutely not a controlled shot. It's Steve. He was trying to work that into leg side. Could have gone anywhere. Fortunately, it didn't go to a fielder because it was aerial. It would have been snaffled by a point.
Bolt not at all pleased with that.
No. No, you've got to take your chances. Ride your luck.
Ride that horse. Folks inching along on his innings. Bolt is in wide outside off stump, and Fox takes a very good forward step to it, punches away on the offside, but straight to the fielder, Kane Williamson. So no chance of adding to the score.
It's a shame. It's very tense. I'm tense, man.
Well, it is. I think it's sort of a wicket away from.
It's a wicket away from losing, but it's a partnership away from winning.
Which is what we want, really.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what sort of cricket matches we want.
Another day, probably.
Bolt in, and Folks is firmly forward, just prodded away on the next side. Dot ball to Trent Bolt's figures. He's bowled quite tidily here, 1 for 61. I don't think that sort of reflects how well he's bowled, really. Off his, he's in his 20th over at the moment. So.
He's been the most expensive as well, hasn't he? Jameson's gone for 51 at least for his 4 wickets. He's bowled really well.
But the 4 for makes that better, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Patel, of course, 2 for 22 off his
2.
But nearly all of those were to Ben Stokes. So give him.
What was that?
Well, bowls this one so wide on the off stump. I think if he'd have left it, it would have been a wide. But Folks has actually tried to smear it in the offside and only succeeded in hitting it straight to the ground under his bat, and there's no runs there.
Yeah.
So end of that 57th over, England 184 for 5.
You are, I believe, up to date on everything.
Good.
Oh my word! People being quiet.
Target sneaking down to 93.
Warren's give us an update in the football.
Oh, I was going to say
0-0 still.
Kicked off. No.
Hungary are 1-0 up.
1-0 up.
No.
Yeah.
All the kids going crazy.
Apparently so. Penalty, I think.
What time did it start then?
5 o'clock, I think. Yeah. Apparently they all booed the England players when they took the.
So it's nearly over.
Can't be far.
20 minutes left to go.
Okay.
Anyway, Southey is continuing his 16th over. This has been beautifully clipped away behind square by Root for a 4.
That was a really nice shot. He's tried that a lot, and that guy, square leg, has dived and caught it more often than not. This time he's finally beaten him.
Only by inches, but it was enough. It was enough. Lovely shot. Beautiful control. Lovely. The slow motion is fantastic when you're watching Joe play shots like that.
He's classy.
All in position.
We'll miss him when he's gone. Hopefully we'll get another 5 or 6 years out of him.
Yeah.
If he does, I think he'll end up being a world's top scorer.
He's at it again. Down the track to South. He slashes away outside off stump. Again over the head of Gully quite comfortably for another boundary.
I think that time that was intentional. I'm not sure the last one was, but I think that one was. I think he meant to uppercut that.
We'll see here.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit more deliberate, I think. Certainly looking that way when he was hitting it. Maybe he's seen the weather forecast for tomorrow and decided he wants to finish tonight. So.
Well, you might as well have a go. If you don't think the ball's doing stuff, the bowler's going to be fresh again in the morning.
This new ball has been quite. This replacement ball has been really quite kind to England. It's not doing anything at all for the bowlers. Again, clipped away behind square by Root. There was a thought of 2, but it's they're restricted to the 1. Kane Williamson, arms crossed. Penny for his thoughts at the moment. He obviously, I think he wants that next wicket.
Root's kind of picked up his scoring rate as well since Stokes has gone, hasn't he? He was quite happy to just sit alongside him and chill along. We're going to have a change at the end of this over. I'm going to go and get my last beer.
Are you? And this is my end of my stint as well. Southey in, going down the leg side, and Stokes misses it. Blundell, the wicketkeeper, collects it, juggles it in his hands as he safely pouches it. Again, no run. England 193 for 5 to 7 away from 200. An unusual occurrence this year. So the Winviz, England now up to 51%, New Zealand 48%. For some reason, the draw has snuck in at 1%. Again, I can only think they're seeing the weather forecast for tomorrow. Southey.
Even that's only a day, isn't it? There's 2 days left.
Southey in. Folks just punches it down the ground. Southey fields and throws it hastily back at the stumps rather than the batsman. But don't think there was any malice in it. But it was he was thinking about running and just make sure he stays
keeping
in his
him on his
toes. Yes, it's a good bit of cricket actually. Fielded in his follow through. Fielded with one hand, thrown almost in one movement. So the final ball of this 17th Tim Southey over. Folks is ready. This is outside of stump, and this time he just watches it go through to the wicketkeeper. And that is that for me today. I shall be back tomorrow. Looking forward to it very much. See what happens. Might be finished by the time I come back, one way or the other.
Well, yeah. Well, it depends on the weather.
It might
really,
still be raining.
It might still be raining. We might not have started, Steve. We'll be sitting here going mental. If that's the case, is the Formula One tomorrow? No, god damn.
I'll bring you up to date with a couple of tweets. O'Neill Harris, the pornbot is probably a rights holder trying to ruin your YouTube channel like the Indian media company did.
I don't.
Can we get Gorilla Cricket Radio bot on a porn site? O'Neill Harris, that we're not up to date. Didn't read my last tweet. Sorry about that, O'Neill. Etiette, does Bear really think Root will stick around for another 4 or 5 years? Cook seemed to get bored of international cricket fairly quickly after giving up the captaincy, even though he feasibly could have kept his place in the team for another 3 or 4 years. I think it just comes about the grind, I think.
Well, it does, but Cook was also 35 when he retired, and Cook's only, 31, I think.
I also think
Root's only 31.
Yeah, I also think Cook was more the sort of person who really believed in the captaincy and that he was destined for that.
And also he liked his farm.
Yeah.
He liked his farm.
I don't think Root misses the captaincy one bit.
Yeah. Oh, it's me, isn't it? Sorry. Driven by Rooty. As Jameson starts his 17th over. He's driven out to cover and there's no run. So a lot of smiles out in the outfield. Has been played in good humour. There's a lot of talk of Stranger Things 4. Has anyone seen Stranger Things 4?
No, I didn't even watch Stranger Things 3 in the end.
Well, it's been quite good actually. I got suckered into it.
I'm halfway through Succession.
Jameson has just dropped into your side and there's no one. Yeah, I haven't watched any of that.
I hate the fact that I'm sucked into it because they're all horrible people, but I can't let go.
That's the way it goes, man.
Yeah.
193 for 5, England. Chasing 277. 7 more runs and it'll be at 200. That's the next little target. 22 overs including this one till the new ball. Jameson is in, it's full. That's a lovely drive by Root, and it's through the fielder. Terrible fielding. And it might have, no, it's not going to have enough to make it down to the boundary, but it's having to chase it down. Is that a skipper? It is as well, isn't it? It's Kane Williamson, the skipper, has let that through. It's beautifully driven by Root. Should have been, it was just to the left of Kane Williamson. He really should have fielded that, but it burst through him and nearly got down to the boundary. Lovely shot. He is poetry in motion, is Joe Root. It just bounced up and through his hands. He couldn't get down in long barrow, so he was on the move. He was trying to field it.
Than that, shouldn't he?
196 for 5. Folks will face up. He's got 7 off 25. Been very diligent so far. There's an appeal there for LBW. It's way too high. It's hit him on the top of the thigh. I mean, it's going over the top of the stumps. Admittedly, it's in line, but that is not out. And Kane Williamson is not interested in reviewing it. And I think Jameson, when he sees the replay, will realise why. He's a tall man. It hits the deck, gets up on him, and it's probably hit him above middle stump. He's going over. Daryl Mitchell knows it.
Misery hedge for you, Bear. They're offering New Zealand at $2.80 now, which seems extremely generous in the circumstances.
Oh, it does, actually. I might have to have a look at that. Left alone outside the off stump bike, folks. Although I think my phone's died now as well, hasn't it? Oh no, it hasn't. Let's see what's. Yeah, because you kind of think if they get another wicket, it's all done, isn't it?
Yeah. With 3 number 11s, that's the way it goes.
Well, exactly. Oh, this bloody app that you have is rubbish. Oh no, there we go. Folks, 7, Route 63, 196 for 5, 58.5 overs bowled. The target 277. As Jameson comes into the bowl, the last ball of his 17th over, outside off stump, played into the ground by Folks. It was there for a back foot push, but he got it all wrong, and it's gone straight to the fielder, and there is no run. No, I don't want that. So yeah, 7-4 at Bet365.
Yeah. So that's quite attractive. Warren's asking me if I checked out Ozark. I did. I'm halfway through that as well, and I also hate most of the people in that as well. But it's hard to let go of that too.
Yeah, I liked Ozark. It's quite a weird ending. Not sure the ending was great.
I'm quite enjoying the new Star Trek series, which is sort of like the very original Star Trek series. Each show is standalone, and the characters are quite funny, and
Which
it's
one's
actually
this
quite
one?
well done. I think it's called Star Trek Strange New Worlds or something like that. It's basically the original one rebooted, and it's well done.
Oh, I haven't seen that. What's that on?
It's on Amazon over here.
Oh, okay. I watched Picard. Did you watch Picard?
Yeah, Picard was quite hard work in the end.
Yeah, it was. I agree. It's on the back foot route, played up towards mid-on. There's no run. They kind of tried it, to make it like the Next Generation, but more, sort of now and a bit more edgy. But it didn't really work. It was a bit too Star Trekky.
Eddie X says, if Bear is checking the odds, what are they offering for the tie?
They never offer the tie.
No. If they were, it'd be 300 to 1 or something, I reckon.
Well, exactly, and it should be about 10,000 to 1. Down the track comes Root takes a step towards the bowler and drives it back to him. He fields comfortably enough to Saudi.
They're offering 400 to 1 the draw.
400? Yeah, that's even.
Yep.
It shouldn't even be that, really.
Well, you could get a Jubilee protester or another free George Davis or whatever
Yeah,
it
I suppose
is.
cut up the square.
Yeah.
You could pay someone to do that if you put 100 quid on it. I'll give you 10 grand to go and fuck the square out down at Lord's. As that one is bounced into the ground by Saudi. The loops over Joe Root through to Folks, and there ain't no run.
God, our listeners know everything. Peter Loy said Strange New Worlds is not yet available legally in the UK. It's a CBS production, so maybe they've got arrangements with another provider there to stream it in a little while.
Maybe that'll come out on Sky or something. As Saudi comes in, and that's driven straight back to him again by Root, and again it's fielded by Saudi. There's no one else playing the game at the moment, and there ain't no run. I'm waiting for the second series. Did you see The Watchmen?
I tried watching that. I didn't take it.
I couldn't. Yeah, that first series was. Couldn't get it. Sure, it's lovely, but.
Yeah, I thought it was alright. It's quite dark. And once it got into the original, sort of tailed into the original story, it was it got better.
Yeah.
And it ended pretty well. Anyway.
David. Yes. It's cricket.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're getting towards the end of the day. Root! Oh, SA's a big drive out in the offside, gets an under edge that misses his off stump and goes down to a very fine leg behind the keeper. Woof, and it's 4 runs.
Wow.
And England's 200 is up. 200 for 5, chasing 277. It's tense stuff, and it's going to go down to the wire. It's not going to be today. It is going to be tomorrow. And that means the GPL is.
Do you think it might be a crucial first hour?
It will definitely be a crucial first hour.
It'll be a crucial wet first hour, I suspect.
Well, yeah, that'll be good. It'll be good bowling conditions, but the ball will be old. We're right in Mark Selleck's prime patch on the GPL. Down the track comes Roots, tries to work it in the leg side, inside edge onto pad, I think. If it had just been pad, there'd have been a big appeal, and there is no run. Ends the 60th over.
249 so far.
No, 245. They scored 45 runs today.
Oh, I thought it was 49.
No.
Okay, so Nessa says, love Strange New Worlds, and I'm watching in the UK. Pirate Bay is still a thing.
Yeah, it is.
David Stump says, do you have to start on season 1 of Stranger Things? Well, I would, because season 1 is actually really good. And does Mezzi root for England in these situations? The answer is no. Although I'm not as passionate about England losing as I would be if they were playing against Australia. But
he roots for chaos
it's kind of nice
and injuries. That's what he roots for. You root for chaos, don't you?
No, I'm actually really enjoying the fact that there is real competition in this. You know, it's not one side walking away with it. Yeah. I love it. That
Jameson bowls, and again, folks leaves, and Jameson gives him some choice words. I think has his hands on his head, but I'd say that's good judgment by the batsman. Knows where his off stump is, hey, and he doesn't need to play it. It did jag back a bit. But still, he had his off stump covered, and he knew where it was. I wish some other batsmen in this bloody side did that. Particularly Mr. Crawley.
Oh God. Yeah, he's taken over where James Vince left off, really.
He's taken over where all the openers have left off. It's almost tempted to go back to Rory Burns. As that one is played up to mid-on and there's no run. Although, how's Rory Burns doing this season? Anyone following? Anyone know? I don't know that sort of shit.
No idea.
No idea.
No.
Eddie reckons we're missing an opportunity. He said, you're giving away potential premium content for free here, fellas. Bear does TV reviews. Could be a prime Patreon extra weekly show.
It's shit. It's alright.
Welcome to Stop Being Shit. A review of second series on Netflix.
Jameson is in, and he bangs that a little bit into the deck, and Folks gets right behind it, defends it out to the offside, and there's no run.
We could branch out into doing all sorts of stuff.
Who's that? What?
We could branch out into doing all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, he could do.
You know, if you pay us enough.
Exactly. If you patron us enough, there's loads of stuff.
Yeah,
we could do.
if you pay us enough, we'll have an opinion on anything.
Exactly.
And if you pay us enough,
and
we'll
whatever
have
you
your
want our
opinion
opinion to be.
Yeah. Yeah, these are my principles, and if you don't like them, I have more principles.
Exactly. Folks, faces up. Oh, no, he's clipped that into the leg side. I thought that got through him. There's a mid wicket and there's a square leg back by the umpire, and it goes to Ajaz Patel, who is that square leg.
Warren tells us that Hungary, who are leading 1-0, just missed an open net. The Jersey jingler that said, "Don't forget that crucial first hour jingle tomorrow."
Okay, we won't. I'll have to just check where it is though.
Oh, it's in the bin. Oh,
I've got it. It's where it's supposed to be.
That's always helpful.
Jameson in, another bangs it into the pitch again. Folks can easily sway out of the way on that one. Lets it go through to the keeper. No run. Kane Williams, he's going.
Warren says Burns doesn't know where his leg stump is.
Well, yeah.
That's all right. Mitchell Stark knows where it is.
Yeah,
he certainly does.
Yeah, he does.
Although Leah says, "Who cares about Stranger Things? Watch BSG." I've got no idea what BSG is.
Battlestar Galactica, I think.
Oh God, well that's going back a bit.
Yeah, that is going back a bit. I've watched that. That's on the hip of Folks. He's gone down towards fine legs. Gone one. He's going to come back for two. That's good running. He's made it. Which means Root will have the strike. England will get the 2 more runs towards the total they require. And Jameson is shaking his head. He's looking tired now, Jameson, it has to be said. Which is good for England.
He's going to need to power down, isn't he, at the end?
Yeah. Put him in his recharging bay.
Just plug him into the mains and leave him for 8 hours.
Well, I mean, the interesting thing is how many overs till the new ball? They've had what, 61 overs. So there's another 19 overs till the new ball.
Well, exactly. So I mean, they'll probably have another 4 or 5 today. England will get a good 10, 11, 12 overs with a new ball, or without the new ball tomorrow morning to get themselves in preparation for it. And if the batsmen can get themselves in the morning. Well, if it's morning, it could be afternoon. It could even be evening. It might not even be until tomorrow.
There's a family with a bat.
Yeah.
Would you go to a test match to buy a bat?
Not for Lords. It probably costs an absolute arm and a leg.
The only other alternative is you brought the bat with you.
To get a signature on it, yeah.
Maybe? Or do you just think you're playing next?
Who knows? Southey is in, pulled by Joe Root hard out to deep mid wicket. There's a man out there on the sweep, and it'll just be the 1 run. They want to get Folks on strike, but Folks is batting okay. He's not scoring many runs, but I think he'll be content to be out there in the morning, and the Root seems fluent enough. And basically Root needs someone to stay there. I mean, Root's capable of getting these runs on his own, let's be honest. He scored double hundreds, and when he gets in, he often doesn't get himself out these days. So there was a period a couple of years ago where he'd often get himself out in the 70s and 80s. But he seems to have squashed that in the last year. So that's left alone outside the off stump once more by Folks through to the keeper, and there's no run.
It's fortunate how, certainly from an England's perspective, that Folks is technically correct enough that Root's allowing himself to play his natural game is no real
shit.
concerns.
You can't be protecting number 7.
What I'm saying is though that it just makes the whole thing a little bit easier.
Yeah. Southey is in. It's defended by Folks up to mid on. There's no run.
Whilst more aggressive, Butler might not have offered the same sort of resoluteness needed in this scenario.
Yeah, a good chance of that. He'd have wafted one and either got bowled or spooned it up to extra cover.
Yeah.
Caught in the slips. Southey is in, and that's defended again by Folks up to mid off, and there's no run. It's frustrating for the bowler when the batsman's doing this as well. He's not attempting to play a shot, just and that's when you might try something different, to slide it down the leg side, let him pick up a single down a long leg or something.
Yeah, just have this feeling that what Folks has done is he said, right, unless I have to defend it,
and unless it's a really obvious ball to hit, I'm just going to either leave it or defend it.
Yeah, you can see him kind of cutting strokes out of the way he's going to play the rest of the day.
And that one again, he defends back down the track, and there's no run. Ends up very strangely. One ball left in this Saudi over.
Yeah, well, they've been averaging basically 4 runs on over for the last 10 overs, which is pretty good.
Well, they should do. The ball's a little bit older. Yeah, I mean, this is it. It will be a crucial first hour when tomorrow's play does start. And if England get on top of it, you expect them, they probably should win. Saudi in, edged, but soft hands. The bottom hand came off the bat by Stokes, and he does get that single down through the slips. That single, however, will retain him the strike. Saudi looks hot and bothered as well.
Well, one bowler short, aren't they?
Yeah.
Slightly more stress on the old bone.
Does anyone on Twitter or anyone anywhere know any more about Stokes? Colin de Grandon.
He got taken for a scan. They're doing an MRI. Is it an MRI? A scan on his ankle. They think there might be some damage there.
Okay.
O'Neill Harris says, Messi, I'm with you completely neutral on this game. I love the Guerrilla Cricket family, and this is a competitive match. Yeah, it is very much a family, isn't it?
Yes.
That's the thing I love about Guerrilla Cricket. Farong says, if England continue to score at the current rate of 3 per over, then 24 overs remaining in the test, unless a wicket or two fairly soon, but I can't see it. In fact, they're scoring at more than 3 and over, so it could be quicker than that. And our win says it should be on Paramount Plus later this month when it launches. I think that'll be Star Trek: Strange New
I'm not
Worlds.
paying for another fucking service.
I worked out I got 5 the other day.
I know, it's defended out to cover and there's no run. I mean, Sky costs an absolute fortune now. But I have to have it, and I have to have BT Sport, and they're the most expensive things. We need it for this.
Yeah, we're fortunate. Basically, all the sports are on the one pay provider here, and that's $25 a month. Yeah, so it's about 15 quid a month.
Folks works that into the leg side. Can't be mid wicket, and it won't be a single. As Jameson's continuing into a 19th over.
What?
That's actually probably a no ball, isn't it? Back foot splitting the line. Bowled it very wide of the crease, Jameson. He's still bowling over.
Stuff like that hasn't been called a no ball for like 20, 30 years.
I know. It's supposed to be there. Jameson is defended by Stokes once more. Length ball on off stump. Played up towards mid-on, and there's no run. It's all winding down to the end of the day's play, it would seem.
Oh, this is exciting. David Stump says, interesting scandal still brewing at Worcester. Stewards confiscated any food found in bags on the gate yesterday. Apparently there was piles of it. A 4-year-old had a drink taken off her. But what was in this food? What was the problem with it?
Well, the answer to all of your questions is money.
Yes.
If you bring your own food in, you can't buy their food, which means they don't make money.
It's overpriced.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
That's off the thigh pad of Stokes. It's gone down towards long leg. It won't quite make it to the boundary. It will be leg byes again.
That's the first time I've heard about it in terms of like in a county cricket game, but in other sports it's fairly common practice.
When I went to the Oval, and I'm a man who likes to use cash, and like all these stadiums are all cardless. So I went up to the beer stand, and there's hardly anyone there. And I said, "Do you take cash?" And a little kid behind there looked at me and said, "Yes." And his mate looked at him, just to say, "Well, no, we don't." And that's defended into the offside, out to cover, and there's no run. And they didn't take cash, but they did off me. And my pints were, I think, £3 cheaper than everyone else's.
Of course.
I got two. In cash, you always get a deal. I got 2 pints for a tenner instead of 14 quid, I think it was.
I'm just looking on the BBC site. They fucking had to pull back. They confiscated a 4-year-old's muffin, right? And they've changed their policy now to allow people to bring food in. Jesus.
They should have
How
always had that
stupid
policy.
is that?
That's short and over the shoulder of Folks, who just lets it through to the keeper in his own. 206 for 5 after 63 overs. We should get 2 more in. Is Kane Williamson allowed to bowl anymore? He got banned, didn't he, for chucking? Did he remodel his action and occasionally bowl? I seem to remember he does still occasionally bowl.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect him to, surely.
2 overs to go in the day. England probably aren't going to try and smash him out of the ground.
Patel?
Huh?
Bring Patel?
Well, yeah,
Might as
might
well.
do that too, but it doesn't look like he's going to.
Nesta says, I'm not going to any major sporting events or any gig that charges over 25 quid to get in. It's all too fucking expensive. I'm with you, Nesta. It's just crazy.
Saudi is in, and Root clips that sweetly down towards deep backwards square leg. Jameson's around at long leg, and there's a deep mid wicket which allows Root to get back for 2. 208 for 5 England. 60 required. Well, 59 required now to win. No. 69 required. 69 required.
69 is right, yeah. Nice. And New Zealand are $3.20. There you go. Get your 2-to-1 hedge.
Now my phone's died. God damn it. Well, I hope there's not a wicket tonight. I'll be able to get it in the morning. Root plays it up to mid on. There's no run.
Hungary have beaten England in the football.
Is that a friendly?
No, it's part of this semi-new Nations League. Certainly not a good start.
And what does the Nations League lead to?
Doesn't really lead to anything, to be honest. It's just a bit more competitive football, really.
Then it's better than friendlies. Again, feeding that shot on Root's pads. They get 1. Are they going to get 2 again this time? Yeah, they are. 210, which makes a GPL 255. No one's there. We're in a little void between 250 and 263, which is, of course, Messengers. But I don't think
they've got what? 4 minutes left.
Yeah, 255. You need 8 runs in 4 minutes.
Oh no,
it's not likely, is it?
God, New Zealand are just wishing it was over now, aren't they?
They're also wishing that Colin Grondon didn't bowl a no ball to get Stokes out. Pushed by Root down to Gully, who hurls it at the stumps. Misses. Root's back. It's Conway. And there's no run.
Nesta says, some friends went to see that ABBA thing the other night. Cheapest ticket 70 quid to see avatars of humans. It's fucking crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, how does that? Is it pre-recorded?
Yeah,
the music. So presumably it's like listening to an album.
Well, it's
they have a live band though, don't they?
Well, ABBA recorded the music, right?
So that's dropped into the offside.
Yeah.
Out to
you
point
weren't
and
there.
there's no run. Yeah, but I mean, there's no room for improvisation or slight change at any night. If basically the singers sing the same a cappellas, as it were, over the top of the live band every night.
It's the same thing every night, but if you consider that it's, if you want to talk about minimising environmental footprints and all that type of stuff, it's probably the future.
Why can't I watch it on TV then?
Well, they'll allow you to watch it on TV if you pay for it, the same as you pay for a live ticket.
Yeah, I mean, it's just nuts. Neil Harris, are we at the end of an over or not?
No, we've got one more ball. And this is it. And Folks punches it nicely, but straight up to mid-off, and there ain't no run. 211 for 5, 64 overs gone. Probably the last over of the day coming up.
Because I need to go to the shops as soon as this is over.
I've got to go.
Neil Harris says the £160 prices at the time of cost of living crisis shows us that Test cricket in the UK is not for the hoi polloi. Punters complained but bought the tickets anyway. dollars is why Test cricket is dying elsewhere around the world. I think there's two different discussions going on there, O'Neill. But there was a really good article in the Guardian this morning about the attitude of Lords towards the cost, not just of the tickets, but of everything at the cricket. It's just crazy. I just don't know where people find that sort of money, to be honest. I don't know how you can afford to live in London, frankly.
Well, the thing is, they don't. And, too few people have too much money. And as a result of it, and because they're all in an echo chamber listening to themselves, they don't care.
Yeah, Root drives that sweetly, but can't beat cover. There's Tom Latham, and there is no run.
And Nestless tells us that the ABBA thing, there's a live band playing the music and singers. The vocals are the original recording, sir.
Well, exactly. So they've got to have a click track in their ears, because if they get slightly out of time, it's going to sound horrible. Which is quite dangerous, I think. Actually.
All of the reviews though have been.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess if they're professional musicians, they can do it.
Well, I suppose it's like a Rolling Stones concert in that the videos and everything have to be in sync with what they're actually playing, and most of what you hear is actually pre-recorded, probably.
I don't think so. That's clipped nicely by Root
a good deal
out to the leg side. He'll get himself another 2 runs, 64 for 2. He moves on to 75. Folks is on 8 of 46. Root is batting very nicely. So of course there's a wicket now, that'll be the end of the day's play. I'm hoping not, because there's only 4 balls left.
These two have put on 52 runs. That's amazing.
Yeah, and Folks only scored 8 of them.
Yeah.
Extras have got a fair few. 258 is the GPL, which requires another
5
in 4 balls. Well, that's possible. A 4, streaky 4, and a squirted single. I want to give you the money, Messi. I want a bigger pot for tomorrow.
Well, would there be one tomorrow?
There might not be, actually, because of the situation of the game. Pulled by Root, and that is only going to be 1. So there's only 4 more required, but Folks will be facing.
85, 236. Hold on, Bear. You said they made 45 New Zealand today. They actually made 49.
Hold on. They got, 285?
Yeah, and they started the day at 236.
Oh, right, they did, yeah. Is that right? How did I count? I don't know where I got that from.
I think Steve told you that.
So I want them to get 1 more run, basically. Oh no, sorry, I'm on. I am on.
What?
I don't want any more
fuck
run.
this. They got 45. I'm gonna have to.
They got 49.
That's short and down the leg side. Give us a wide.
No, straight enough.
No, I can't be giving Messi money.
Well, you get it all back.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Oh dear, that's funny.
It says they started down 236.
Well, that's what it says on Cricket Info.
Yeah, 236. Yeah. So it is. Yeah, 285. Yeah. No, okay, I'll give you that. But that's pulled, and it's down to deep square leg, and it is a single. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. It was a short ball by Jameson. I thought he'd just leave it through to the keeper, but he saved my blushes.
Look, and there's people celebrating the fact that they've got a single in the crowd. Just everybody doesn't.
As it's pulled down to deep square leg for a single.
Why does the world hate me?
I don't know.
Oh dear, but you got to say that the GPL brings a whole nother level to it, doesn't it?
Oh yeah,
everybody should get in.
So this should be the last ball of the day. Oh yeah, so the next one is you again on 273. That's not going to happen unless we get 9. That's the last ball.
That's some last ball.
Yeah, that would be, wouldn't it? Anyway, Jameson's around the wicket to Root, who does pull it, and he pulls it down towards deep square leg. We'll get 1, and that'll probably be it. It is it. And that brings up, we believe, stumps for the day. Well, interesting day's play. New Zealand came out,
Indeed.
looked really good, and Daryl Mitchell got his ton, and Blundell was going nicely towards his ton, and then chaos happened. A good ball to get out, Daryl Mitchell, one that just went up the hill by Broad, and he got just desserts. He got a little nick, and Daryl Mitchell was out for 108. And then chaos ensued. Very next ball, Colin de Grandon came out, got one that hit his pads and squirted out to Pope at fourth slip. I don't think Colin de Grandon quite knew where it was going, actually, because he seemed to be looking to leg side, thought he'd gone down towards fine leg. Anyway, just ambled out of his crease and didn't get back in time. Ollie Pope was very alert and threw down the stumps. There was an appeal for OEW, that was not out, and therefore the throwdown counted, and Colin de Grandon was out first ball for none, run out. Next ball, Carl Jameson was bowled by Broad, and suddenly the whole game changed. An absolutely cracking ball by Jimmy Anderson to get rid of Blundell before he got to his ton. There's one that nipped back into him, caught him plumb in front of the stumps on 96. He had to review it on 96, but it was going on to hit middle stump. Ajaz Patel was LBW pretty soon to Potts. A bit of a flurry from Southey and Bolt towards the end, gave it some Humpty. And then Matt Parkinson came on and did what every good spinner should do to a number 11, gave it a lot of flight outside the off stump, tempted him, and Southey was tempted, and he had a big swing and got an outside edge that was caught by Root at the slips. England came out, started off okay, some nice drives by Lees, before he shoulders arms and got bowled from around the wicket by Jameson. He'd been switching his stance from leg to off, and maybe he was a little bit confused. Ollie Pope got bowled trying to play across one that Bolt was bowling for around the wicket, and if he'd have been playing straight, probably wouldn't have been out. Who was next? Crawley fenced one. Was it a good ball? At least he wasn't driving. It was a decent ball. It was in that corridor. He went to defend it, came off the shoulder. It was well caught in the slips, third slip. Johnny B thrashed Trent Bolt for an over, and then Carl Jameson got him through the gate. There's a surprise. He was bowled. He really unnecessarily. Ben Stokes came out and looked like his head was all over the place. He was charging everybody. Got bowled by Colin de Grandon. Turned out it was a no ball, and he was on one at the time. He was called back, got himself to 53, and then got another good ball from Jameson. I mean, he did follow him, and he was trying to ramp it over the keeper, but he was also very cramped, and he had nowhere to go, really. He didn't have time to drop his hands. It flicked his glove, and he was caught behind. And at that point, England still needed over 100 runs. When Folks came out, he stayed there till the end and steadied the ship with Joe Root, who picked up the pace after Stokes was out. Not the fireworks, but as you'd expect from Joe Root, he guides it around the park and gets his fours when he can. He's quite happy pulling and driving and guiding. He's cut a couple over the top of the slips. He remains on 77 non out after 131 balls. Ben Folks has been with him for 48 deliveries. He's only got 9 runs, but he's played very straight and not looked in particularly any trouble. It's 15 overs till the new ball tomorrow, and England do only require 62? 61 to win.
Yeah.
So I mean, when the new ball comes, they should be pretty much there, and it will be a very crucial first hour tomorrow, if the first hour happens at all, because there's rain around. But we'll be here.
So yeah, Hamesy 74 says just watching the weather news in France, possibly no play tomorrow at Lords. I was just looking on the Met Office site. Clearly going to be rain overnight, but they're saying that from about 9 o'clock the chances of rain are only about 10%. It's a question of how quickly it can dry out and become playable.
Well, Lords
but
is Lords is a very quick drying ground. They changed all the drainage.
I'd be surprised if they actually started on time tomorrow, put it like that.
Yeah, put it like that. Quite possibly. You never know with the weather. Sometimes it comes through quicker than you think. Sometimes it's slower. It could still be raining at midday, 1 o'clock, or it could have got through and that should be all right by the start of play. We'll see. The TV have very quickly gone over to a T20. Just Hawks versus Sussex Sharks. I don't care. I'm quite tired. Any last tweets?
I've just a couple of tweets. Nessa says no, the Stones don't have any pre-records live. Keith wouldn't allow that. Yeah, but they do have some backing pre-records, I'm sure. Nessa. O'Neill Harris very kindly says, even if the world hates you, Guerrilla Cricket Radio loves you, Messi. Thank you. And Farong says, thanks all. Thank you all for being with us. It's been good fun today. And to you and Bear and Al.
And thanks
enjoyed that with you as well.
Thanks to my newly appointed moderators on YouTube who've been getting rid of the porn spam bots.
Yeoman's work.
Yeah, I'll appoint some more of you. That's very handy. Right, that's it for the day, guys. I've got to go and drive to Croydon and get takeaway.
I have to go and get some shopping.
If you can't think of anything you want to do tonight, just take a couple of minutes to think about subscribing to us on Patreon, which would be really very much appreciated.
Indeed, that would be very much appreciated. We need your help to carry on. Anyway, we'll tell you more about that tomorrow. I need to get going.
Okay.
Here's the team tune. See you in the morrow, people.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you guys.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran.